Volume 9. Chapter 801, The First Meeting, 2. Chapter 801, The First Meeting, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Grand Lord, I heard the elders discussing this with my own ears.
The young lady's name is Gu Ruoyun.
Ling Feng, unaware of what was going on, trembled in fright. Still, he gave the man in red an honest reply. The man in red loosened his grip and staggered back. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, but no one could tell if he was crying or actually laughing.
Gu Ruoyun, it's her.
It's actually her. How had I not realized this?
She looked so much like you, and her surname is also Gu.
How did I not realize that she was actually my true-born daughter? It's no wonder. It makes sense now why I had ended up making that strange girl my adopted daughter. It makes sense why I kept feeling that sense of familiarity with that girl. As it turns out, it was all predestined in an unseen world. Due to our blood bond, I had wanted to get close to her. The funniest thing was, I never considered that the girl would turn out to be the daughter that I bitterly yearned for. After all, my daughter was supposed to be on the West Spirit mainland, so how could she appear in a place like this? Simply because of this, I had not looked too much into it. If it had been not for the fact that both mainlands were far away from each other, perhaps I would have guessed Gu Ruoyun's true identity. Guards!
The man in red raised his gaze and ordered sharply, "Find the eldest lady's whereabouts immediately.
Do not return until you have news of her." Yunner, I had let you slip away once, so now, it's time for me to use all of my power. I will find you again. At the Xia family home.
In the study, Xia Chuxue was in the middle of a discussion with Xia Ming. The sound of loud wailing suddenly interrupted them as a tiny body, resembling a glutinous rice dumpling, staggered into the study and immediately threw itself into Xia Ming's arms.
Lu Chen followed closely behind. His face looked extremely gloomy, and it was clear to see that he had met with something absolutely upsetting. Linger, what happened?
Xia Ming's heart throbbed agonizingly at the sight of the burning red palm print on Xia Chuling's face.
A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he asked, "Who hurt you?"
Xia Chuling began to sob even harder when she heard this, as if she had suffered a great, divine grievance.
Xia Ming's face turned cold. He lifted his head towards Lu Chen and asked, "Lu Chen, can you tell me the meaning of this?"
"Uncle Xia," Lu Chen laughed bitterly, "Linger took a liking to a little boy a while ago, and I tried to kindly persuade the little boy to play with Linger for a few days. I even offered to pay him for his time, but to no avail.
That little boy has a rude older sister.
She said that even if we exchanged the lives of every member of the Xia family, it would not be enough for 1 second of her younger brother's rhyme.
She then commanded her brother to hit Linger. Bang!
Xia Ming's fist landed on the study table as a vein throbbed on the corner of his forehead.
His entire face was enraged, a great little girl who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. She dares to say that the lives of the Xia family members cannot be compared to 1 second of her younger brother's time? She truly has no decency. However, Lu Chen, you have allowed another to bully Linger. Is this how you protect her? Lu Chen's expression changed twice before he answered. There were too many people around, and I didn't want the Xia family to end up as a topic for gossip. Regardless of how willful Xia Chuling was, she was still considered young and ignorant. However, it would be unacceptable for him to do anything to that woman in public, even if he had wished to do so. He could only take action in the dark. Otherwise, the Xia family name would be dragged through the mud.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 802, The First Meeting, 3. Chapter 802, The First Meeting, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Humph.
Xia Ming scoffed coldly. His eyes darted back and forth before he asked, "Do you know who this woman is?" She knows that the Xia family has supreme Jin support, yet she dares to act with such arrogance.
I don't know if she's really that stupid or if another person is backing her.
I'm going to send someone to investigate that woman's origins. If she doesn't have much power, we can just kill her off. As for that little boy, if Linger likes him, give him to her.
Xia Ming's gaze softened as he turned towards the little girl who was wailing pitifully in his arms.
Anyone whom my precious baby daughter has taken a fancy to is very fortunate. Whoever Linger likes, no matter who it is, Daddy will snatch him back for you. All right?
Xia Chuling stopped crying and blinked at Xia Ming.
At this moment, she remembered Xiao Zixie's beautiful and adorable little face. She nodded, "All right, Daddy, snatch him back for me." But, will he like me?
Don't worry, Xia Ming smiled, my Linger is loved by all.
Anyone who sees Linger will like Linger instantly unless they're blind. So I believe that little boy must like Linger too.
The only thing is, Linger is already so cute at such a small age. You'll definitely grow into a national beauty who brings the downfall of cities, so his sister must have been jealous of Linger's looks. That's why she had refused to let him come home with Linger. As long as that woman is gone, he will follow Linger for sure.
Xia Chuling finally smiled happily. Daddy is right. Ever since I was born, anyone who sees me will like me instantly. That boy will be no different. However, that woman is really vicious. Just because I'm cute, she's jealous of me and she won't let that little boy play with me. Why are there such women like her in the world? She's so evil, she'll definitely have a horrible death. A vicious light flashed in young Xia Chuling's eyes as she secretly cursed Gu Ruoyan in her heart. If Gu Ruoyan were here to witness this scene, she would certainly sigh and lament. Indeed, this was a classic situation of how a parent's character can influence their daughter's upbringing. With Xia Chuling following these people around, even though she was still very young, she already has a malicious heart. Master. Just then, a guard rushed right in and reported with reverence, "There's a woman named Gu Ruoyan who requests an audience." Gu Ruoyun? Xia Ming's heart trembled upon hearing that name. He furrowed his brows before quickly relaxing them. Perhaps this is a coincidence? There are many people in this world who have the same name but with a different surname, so it must be a coincidence. Xia Ming calmed himself at the thought and replied indifferently, "Have her wait in the hall." "Shuer, I want you and Lu Chen to come with me." "All right." Xia Chushue nodded and followed Xia Ming into the room. In the hall, the woman in green was seated on a chair, sipping quietly on a cup of tea. She lowered her eyes, hiding the whirling emotions within her clear and cold gaze. However, her emotions became thoroughly energized when she caught sight of the middle-aged man who walked in from the courtyard. "I can never forget this face." Gu Ruoyan took a deep breath and suppressed her growing murderous intent before smiling serenely at Xia Ming. "It's you!" Lu Chen's eyes darkened at the sight of Gu Ruoyun. He exclaimed darkly, "Uncle Xia, this was the woman I had told you about. The boy that Linger fancies. He's her younger brother. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 803, The First Meeting, 4. Chapter 803, The First Meeting, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Xia Ming narrowed his eyes as a cold light flashed in the corner of his pupils before disappearing as quickly as it came. He smiled and approached Gu Ruoyun. "Miss Gu, previously my daughter did not know any better and had offended you. I've just taught her a lesson. Please, Miss Gu, do not be calculative with a child." Gu Ruoyun lowered her eyes, concealing her cold smile. It has been 6 years. He still hasn't changed at all. Once, this hypocritical face had not only fooled the world but had also fooled me for many years. Years ago, no matter how much Xia Ming disliked my mother, he was still quite loving to me, his true-born daughter. But all of this changed when grandfather passed away. Gu Ruoyan contained the murderous intent in her eyes and lifted her head to face Xia Ming's handsome face as if nothing had happened. She smiled and said, "I have an appointment with Mo Shangfei and I'm here to see him. I wonder if Mo Shangfei is here today." "Oh?" A suspicious light flashed in Xia Ming's eyes. He had just got back. "I'll send someone to inform him." "Miss Gu, may I ask, whose succession of disciples are you from? On the East Peak mainland, there doesn't seem to be a powerful family by the surname of Gu. Since that's the case, her family must not be very powerful." Hence, Xia Ming wanted to find the identity of her master. Gu Ruoyun laughed coldly. "What? Does the Xia family have a habit of investigating the families of others?" Hee. Xia Ming chuckled in embarrassment as his eyes flashed with an icy light. "I'm just asking. After all, Mo Shangfei is a member of the Xia family, so I must know the friends that he corresponds with. Please be assured, Miss Gu, I harbor no ill intentions." Gu Ruoyun swept a glance at Xia Ming. Her voice was calm and indifferent. "I do not belong to any sect or order. I operate alone." Hearing this, Xia Ming sighed with relief. Since this woman does not have any support behind her, then everything after this would be easy. However, just as he was about to speak, he saw Mo Shangfei escorted by some servants into the room and swallowed his words. "These matters can be settled behind the scene, I have no need to put it all out in the open. Otherwise, if we destroy the Xia family's hard-earned reputation for the sake of this woman, it would be too much of a waste." Mississippi. Mo Shangfei's eyes lit up at the sight of Gu Ruoyan. He hurriedly stepped forward and his face was full of excitement. "You're really here?" Gu Ruoyan nodded. "I calculated the speed of your journey and estimated that you should reach here by today, so I paid a visit to the Xia family home to see you. I had promised you, after all." Actually, Mo Shangfei was worried that Gu Ruoyun would break her promise. He never thought that she would actually show up. This has certainly surpassed his expectations. While this young lady was acquainted with cousin Ruoyun, we don't exactly know each other and she was not obligated to help a stranger. Shangfei, do you and Miss Gu know each other? Xiaoming mildly raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze towards Mo Shangfei. Mo Shangfei nodded. Yes, this young lady is an old friend of my cousin. This is how we know each other. Xiaoming shook and analyzed Gu Ruoyun once again. This woman was acquainted with my disobedient and unfilial daughter? Since that's the case, it's even more crucial that we do not let her off. Xiaoming took a deep breath at the thought, but his handsome face still lifted into a smile. Ah, is that so? I didn't think that Miss Gu would actually be acquainted with my poor daughter. Sigh, what a pity for my poor daughter, a beauty who passed away at such a young age. Her enemy, the holy Dr. Bai Zhongtian, is still at large. As he spoke, he wiped a tear from the corner of his eye and sighed. His entire face was filled with sorrow and pain. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 804, The First Meeting, 5. Chapter 804, The First Meeting, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun laughed icily as she thought, how could I not know the reason behind Xiaoming's words? He wants me to think that it was the holy Dr. Bai Zhongtian who had killed Xia Ruoyun. He then plans to use him to kill me. Unfortunately, Xiaoming would never have guessed that I'm really Xia Ruoyun. So why should I believe his words? Miss Gu, you don't know how cruel that holy doctor is. A powerful cultivator had taken a fancy to my precious daughter and the holy doctor was eager to use this to his advantage. He found my daughter and tried to persuade her to become this cultivator's concubine. My daughter was a proud woman, so how could she agree to become someone's concubine? She had declared that she would only be his primary wife and would never be a concubine. If the cultivator was willing to marry her, she would agree to it. After all, that cultivator was very influential and his powers were rather formidable. Any woman would dream of becoming the wife of a cultivator like him. However, that cultivator already has a strong and solid primary wife and he was only willing to take in a concubine. Hence, my daughter refused him and offended the holy doctor. The holy doctor is the type of person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievances. In retaliation, he had destroyed the entire Mo family and killed my daughter's mother and younger brother. Finally, he forced my daughter off a cliff, where she died tragically. Gu Ruoyun clenched her fists as a white-hot rage burned from within her being. Xiaoming is actually using such excuses to frame my master? And he's even saying that I had clung onto power and wanted to become the primary wife of some cultivator? Because I wasn't willing to be a concubine, I had offended the holy Dr. Bai Zhongtian. In the end, he even said that any woman would have dreams like this? Gu Ruoyun really wanted to laugh, so of course, she did. Xiaoming assumed that she was mad with rage, so he thought nothing of it. If this woman was really that idiot Xia Ruoyun's friend, she would be enraged when she hears this story. By then, I wouldn't need to do anything. She would end up being killed by the holy Dr. Bai Zhongtian's hand in her quest to avenge Xia Ruoyun. This would also prove the holy doctor's crimes instantly. Mo Shangfei frowned. Initially, he had wanted to mention the relationship between the holy doctor and his cousin to Xiaoming, but he could not seem to bring himself to do so. He did not know why he felt this way. Master Xia, there's something here that I don't understand. Gu Ruoyun narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled. Since the holy Dr. Bai Zhongtian is the kind of person who seeks revenge for the smallest grievances, why had he spared the Xia family? Xia Ruoyun's surname was Xia after all, so naturally, the Xia family would hold a deeper bond for her. However, why had Bai Zhongtian let the Xia family off the hook and destroyed her maternal grandfather's family instead? This simply doesn't seem logical. Xiaoming's expression changed twice. Previously, he had dug out an excuse to frame Bai Zhongtian, so he had not thought through it thoroughly. Yet this woman had seen through my mistake in one glance? Could it be that she knows the truth behind Xia Ruoyun's death? No. That's impossible. That year, I had hunted Xia Ruoyun and kept a close eye on her. She would never have had the chance to tell anyone about this. Miss Gu, Xiaoming steadied the turmoil in his heart and smiled. The holy Dr. Bai Zhongtian has always been a strange man. How should I know why he had spared the Xia family? After all, I'm not him and I don't understand how he thinks either. Perhaps if you meet the holy Dr. Bai Zhongtian in the future, you would understand. Mo Shangfei, who had been paying attention to this conversation from the beginning, unconsciously stared at Xiaoming and fell silent. Previously, I had completely overlooked this. No. I should say that everyone had overlooked this fact. This fact which states that Xiao Ruoyun had provoked a powerful enemy and caused the destruction of the Imo family? If that was the case, why had that cultivator not destroyed the Xia family and instead bypassed them and destroyed the maternal side of the family, the Imo family? If Gu Ruoyun had not brought up this point, perhaps Mo Shangfei would never have thought of it no matter how hard he tried. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 805, A Duel, 1. Chapter 805, A Duel, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Master Xia, I have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Gu Ruoyun slowly rose to her feet. She gently curled her lips and concealed the cold light in her eyes as she spoke objectively. Wasn't there a certain saying? If you don't want anyone to know it, then don't do it in the first place. Regardless of who was responsible for Xiao Ruoyun's death, the culprit will be unmasked one day. Mo Shangfei, let's go and visit the little princess. Instantly, Xia Ming's head shook. He stared at Gu Ruoyun with a twitching eye as she left. Does she know the truth behind Xiao Ruoyun's death? That can't be. As she had just said, she was only an outsider and has nothing to do with the Xia family. Besides, this little girl is only an insignificant individual. Even if she does know the truth, she can't really do much about it. Xia Ming's heart slowly relaxed at the thought. Shushue, escort the guest. In the courtyard, Gu Ruoyun and Mo Shangfei were just about to leave when a graceful voice cried out. Miss Gu, please wait. Gu Ruoyun paused before she turned around to look at Xia Chushue who had just caught up to them. She replied emotionlessly, yes? Xia Chushue was not angered by her chilly reception and her beautiful face kept its smile. It's nothing much, but I pretty much know all of my older sister's friends. Why have I not heard of your name before, Miss Gu? She narrowed her eyes gently and a cold light flashed across her pupils before disappearing swiftly. You've not heard my name before, but that doesn't mean that your older sister and I don't know each other. Gu Ruoyun smiled as she replied. She did not know why, but when Xia Chushue saw that smile, her heart jumped. It was a very strange feeling, as if Xia Ruoyun was standing and smiling right in front of her. Miss Gu, don't misunderstand, I'm merely curious. Xia Chushue quickly recomposed herself. My sister and I may be sisters from different mothers, but we have been close ever since our childhood. She wouldn't keep anything from me, and I can say for certain that I've never met you before. Now that you've come here and claim to be her friend all of a sudden, it just seems strange to me. They've been close since childhood? This was merely in the eyes of the world. Perhaps only a few parties involved knew the truth. Gu Ruoyun laughed icily. Xia Chushue, if I remember correctly, Xia Ruoyun once told me that the Holy Spirit fruit which she had braved treacherous trials to snatch from a spiritual beast had been stolen by you. She even has the proof. However, at that time, Xia Ruoyun had only just reached the rank of a martial king and her grandfather was away from the Xia family home. Therefore, no one in the Xia family could help her then. The funniest thing was, Xia Ming had determined that Xia Ruoyun was in the wrong and that she didn't know the meaning of respectfully conceding. Hence, he had forced her to apologize to you. Because she refused to obey, Xia Ming had her beaten half to death. While she never informed the old master Xia of this, she had secretly vowed long ago that she would personally avenge herself for whatever you've done to her on that fateful day. You? Xia Chushue's expression changed drastically. Nevertheless, when she remembered that Mo Shangfei was also present, she quickly recomposed her steady demeanor and smiled. Miss Gu, my older sister had only been joking with you on this matter. I've respected and loved her ever since I was a child. Why would I want to snatch away the Holy Spirit fruit which she had prepared for her own breakthrough? I'm just saying. Gu Ruoyun smiled and a light flashed across her eyes. Of course, I can overlook this matter. You are related to her, after all. So, for her sake, I'll take good care of the Xia family. I'm definitely going to take good care of the Xia family, but how I'm going to do it is entirely up to me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 806, A Duel, 2. Chapter 806, A Duel, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A disdainful glare flashed across Xia Chushue's eyes. Even though it disappeared very quickly, Gu Ruoyun managed to catch it. Xia Chushue did not show any other expression on the surface. She smiled and continued, Then I thank you, Miss Gu, very much. Take care. The Xia family has supreme gene and the vermilion bird now. Why would we need one woman to take care of us? However, the fact that this woman was able to say these things obviously means that she had known my older sister. She's also still unaware that it was really the Xia family who had murdered Xia Ruoyun.
Otherwise, she would not have been able to sit here calmly and talk to me. She even said that she would like to take care of the Xia family. Of course, Xia Chuxue did not know that Gu Ruoyun meant to take care of them in a different way. When she finally discovers the actual meaning behind these two words, she would then understand the meaning of being too late for regrets.
Mo Shangfei, let's go. Gu Ruoyun held back the cold light in her eyes as she glanced at Xia Chuxue.
She then turned around and walked out of the courtyard. Mo Shangfei paused for thought before he quickly followed Gu Ruoyun out.
Outside the Xia family home, the two paused in their footsteps and Mo Shangfei stared at the woman in green. He hesitated for a moment before he finally asked, Lady Gu, was it the truth? Did Master Xia and Xia Chuxue really treat my cousin in that manner?
Xia Ruoyun had risked her life to bring the Holy Spirit fruit back.
Why would she then give it to Xia Chuxue? Was it because sisters must respectfully concede amongst one another? Otherwise, it would be considered treason, a most heinous crime? Having lived for so many years, this was the first time Mo Shangfei has ever heard of such a principle. Most importantly, Xia Chuxue was the one who had stolen the Holy Spirit fruit, but it was the victim, Xia Ruoyun, who had been forced to apologize to her. Gu Ruoyun smiled serenely. She did not look back. Instead, she calmly asked Mo Shangfei with her back towards him, what do you think? What do you think? These words depicted Gu Ruoyun's sentiments perfectly.
Mo Shangfei laughed bitterly. I never thought that the Xia family would have done such a thing in the past. Xia Ming and Xia Chuxue have always displayed good mannerisms in front of the world. One was a loving father and the other was a gentle and kind younger sister. Also, during my grandfather's funeral, Xia Ming was in mourning and Xia Chuxue had wept until she fainted. I really find it hard to believe that such emotional people would do something so malicious. Actually, when he had seen how Xia Chushue's expression changed, Mo Shangfei should already know the truth behind the matter. However, he still found it hard to believe that the perfect Xia Chuxue would steal another's property. Perhaps not even the entire drifting wind country would have been able to imagine that. Now, he could no longer not believe it. Mo Shangfei gently closed his eyes and his expression full of hurt. That year, when the Mo family had been destroyed, only I, a child, had managed to escape that fate. Fortunately, Xia Ming took me in so that I would be sheltered. Even though I'm only a bodyguard in the Xia family, I had felt so grateful. At that time, everyone was deathly afraid of provoking that cultivator and did not dare to even be near me. Only the Xia family had dared to do this.
Gu Ruoyun smiled calmly.
The reason why the Xia family had dared to take Mo Shangfei in was because it was the Xia family who had destroyed the Mo family.
Besides, Mo Shangfei was discovered to have pretty good talent at a young age.
Now, he was already a martial emperor despite the fact that he has yet to reach the age of 20. His powers were on par with her in her past life, so the Xia family had been more than happy to have found a handy replacement. I had promised the little princess to help her in her treatment. It's still early, so let's go and check out the situation.
Gu Ruoyun turned away and sighed. That little girl, she sure knows how to make a person worry, but
if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 807, A Duel, 3. Chapter 807, A Duel, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Mo Shangfei was astonished. He frowned as he stared at Gu Ruoyun's shadow. Miss Gu speaks as if she knows the little princess very well, but I can confirm that prior to this, they've never met before. However, as he watched the green figure under the setting sun, Mo Shangfei could not help but feel peculiar.
Her shadow feels all too familiar. Once, he wasn't sure when, at the Mo family gate, he would always stand at the main gate and watch that person as she left. Despite the many years which have passed, that person's image has always remained in his mind's eye, never to disappear.
Perhaps I'm overthinking?
Mo Shangfei shook his head and laughed bitterly. Cousin has passed away. Besides, she doesn't look anything like her, so how could they possibly be the same person? The only thing was, their temperament is kind of similar. Otherwise, my cousin would not have had such a deep friendship with her. To Mo Shangfei, it was this deep friendship which has spurred Gu Ruoyun to give them so much aid. At the imperial palace of Drifting Wind Country. In the study, a man dressed in yellow robes stared resentfully at the young girl in pink before him. He tried to find the words but was unable to say a thing. Chi Haoren sneered as he stared down at the young girl who was kneeling before him. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Your Imperial Majesty, you have to grant me justice for this. The person who had spoken was an old man dressed in white next to Chi Haoren. The old man looked absolutely arrogant. His elderly face was clearly enraged and he spoke as if he paid no heed to the middle-aged man on the highest seat. The middle-aged man looked embarrassed.
He glared at the young girl in pink on the ground and spoke with a hollow voice. Gao Shichi, over the years, your powers have not shown any substantial improvement, but your audacity certainly has.
You've actually tried to elope with another man?
However, on the basis of the fact that you actually came back, I will give you a lighter sentence. Guards, take the little princess and shut her away. She will await her marriage in 3 months.
The little princess became anxious.
Her eyes grew red as she cried out stubbornly, Imperial Father, I will never marry Chi Haoran.
You.
Supreme Gao was so enraged that his face turned ashen.
He pointed at the little princess and bellowed angrily, Gao Shichi, you dare to oppose a decree?
I don't care, I'm not marrying him.
The little princess glared fiercely at Chi Haoran.
She gritted her teeth as if she wanted to dismember him into 10,000 pieces.
Your Imperial Majesty.
The old man smiled scornfully. His eyes were filled with anger as he said, the little princess has opposed your imperial decree and should be executed for treason. Hearing this, Supreme Gao's expression changed. Regardless of the situation, he has loved this little princess since birth. If it had not been for the fact that the crown prince's life was at stake, he would never have chosen to sacrifice her. Still, if one asked him to execute the little princess, he could not bear to do it.
Imperial Physician Shi, you're exaggerating.
Shichi may have acted dishonorably by opposing an imperial decree, but she does not deserve to be executed.
How about this, we will advise her.
You need not worry.
Humph.
The old man scoffed. Still, the little princess had eloped with Mo Shangfei of the Xia family.
If this gets out, where will the prestige of my Qi name go? How can my grandchild be any worse than that brat?
In family status, he is an orphan. In power, he may have formidable talent, but he is young and is no match for my grandson.
However, if you want me to clear the little princess of all responsibility, I can do that. Bring Mo Shangfei's head to me.
I'm not willing to take this matter lying down.
Supreme Gao's expression became even more unsightly.
I'm a Martial Supreme after all. While I may be placed in the lower ranks amongst the rest of the Martial Supremes, I still have the title of a Martial Supreme. This fellow is only a high-level martial honor, yet he dares speak to me in this manner and to order me around. If it wasn't for his substantial skills in medicine, which only the holy Dr. Bai Zhongtian can surpass, I would never have lowered my head to beg him in this manner. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 808, A Duel, 4. Chapter 808, A Duel, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Imperial Physician Shi, we can promise you the little princess Han in marriage to Chi Haoran. However, please leave the other matters to us. Mo Shangfei was a member of the Xia family after all, and the Xia family was backed by Supreme Jin. He did not want to offend Supreme Jin over this one thing. Most importantly, Supreme Gao deeply admires Mo Shangfei.
This kid has formidable talent. If Mo Shangfei were older, he could even take on several Chi Haorans. Nevertheless, admiration could only go so far. Now that the crown prince's life was at stake, he still needed this old man's help to save him, so he could only listen to him now. Your Imperial Majesty, if you don't kill Mo Shangfei, then please consider me powerless over the crown prince's illness.
Imperial Physician Shi smiled coldly.
He placed his hands behind his back as he stared arrogantly up at Supreme Gao.
Supreme Gao had long cursed at the old man in secret. If it was not for the fact that the holy Dr. Bai Zhongtian was a difficult person to invite and that his whereabouts were always unclear, he would have flipped out against this old man long ago.
Imperial Physician Qi. Supreme Gao took a deep breath and was just about to speak when a voice chimed in from outside the study. You want Mo Shangfei's life? He's with me now, but I wonder if you have the ability to kill him.
Thud. The doors to the study flew open and the guard was thrown to the ground.
He quickly scrambled to his feet, dusted himself off and knelt before Supreme Gao. Your Imperial Majesty, I wasn't able to stop them, please forgive me.
Supreme Gao's face sank. He stared at the pair who were walking in and asked darkly, how did you manage to enter the palace?
Imperial Father.
The little princess rose to her feet and walked towards Mo Shangfei's side. She then smiled prettily. I gave him the token, but...
Gao Shichi, you. Supreme Gao almost went mad with rage.
Really, this grown girl can't be kept at home, but she has actually given a token away to an outsider so casually. She was not even bothered about what her imperial father would think.
Humph.
Chi Haoran glanced at Mo Shangfei, but when his eyes fell upon Gu Ruoyun, a menacing light flashed in his pupils. Grandfather, this was the woman who had hurt me. Hearing this, Imperial Physician Shi's eyes turned icy. I never thought that you would be so daring and have the audacity to send yourself here on a silver platter.
Are you here to die? Here to die? No. Gu Ruoyun shook her head. I'm here to present a betrothal gift. Betrothal gift? Everyone around instantly went into a daze as they looked at each other. Even the little princess and Mo Shangfei were stunned. No one knew what Gu Ruoyun was talking about. You say that you're here to present a betrothal gift? Supreme Gao narrowed his eyes slightly as he observed the woman in green with utmost seriousness. That's right. Gu Ruoyun nodded. I brought Mo Shangfei here to present a betrothal gift to request your permission, Supreme Gao, for the little princess to marry him. What? Instantly, a voice filled with shock cried out. Chi Haorun's face was ashen and he bellowed angrily. You say that Mo Shangfei wants to marry the little princess? What status is he going to bring? A little bodyguard from the Xia family? Simply with this, does he have the right to marry the little princess? Gu Ruoyun calmly looked at him, his status as the second-generation disciple of the Holy Doctor Bai Zhongtian. Is that not enough? The Holy Doctor Bai Zhongtian's grand disciple? Mo Shangfei was stunned. How am I not aware of my own identity as the Holy Doctor Bai Zhongtian's grand disciple? Ha ha ha, dot. Chi Haorun looked as if he had just heard a great joke and burst into laughter. You say that he's the Holy Doctor Bai Zhongtian's grand disciple? Is there no one here who isn't aware of the Holy Doctor's proud nature and that he's never had a disciple? What more to having a grand disciple? Little girl, even when boasting, one should survey the situation. You're simply talking nonsense. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 809, A Duel, 5. Chapter 809, A Duel, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In contrast, Supreme Gao's reaction was calmer. Who was the Holy Doctor Bai Zhongtian? No one would dare to use his name lightly to deceive others. If the old man found out about this, he would certainly rush over for a kill. Therefore, since she dared to make such a claim, there must be some truth to it. He. Imperial physician. She did not wait for Supreme Gao to speak and sneered instead. A cold light flashed across his eyes and he asked arrogantly, I seem to remember that Mo Shangfei of the Mo family has never accepted any post as anyone's disciple, so how could he be a grand disciple? Gu Ruoyun smiled. While it's true that he never accepted a post as anyone's disciple in the past, but I just accepted him as my disciple. Boom! The woman's cold and calm voice was like a heavy thunder which struck into everyone's hearts. Imperial physician, she has just mentioned that Mo Shangfei had never accepted a discipleship, so he could not possibly have a teacher. Then that woman had said that she has just taken Mo Shangfei under her wing at this very moment. Does this not imply that she was the Holy Doctor Bai Zhongtian's disciple? Mo Shangfei was suddenly enlightened. No wonder she knew the relationship between my cousin and the Holy Doctor Bai Zhongtian even when the world did not. It was because she's the Holy Doctor's disciple. No wonder she had such a good relationship with my cousin. Supreme Gao took a deep breath as he ignored the ugly look on Imperial Physician Chi's face. His eyes darted back and forth as he asked, Miss, can you then ask the Holy Doctor to treat the Crown Prince's illness? If the Holy Doctor is willing to help, that old fart from the Chi family can screw off wherever he wishes. I'll no longer need to wait on him anymore. I did say that I'm here to give a betrothal gift. Gu Ruoyun smiled serenely. The first betrothal gift is to cure His Royal Majesty the Crown Prince's illness. Actually, the reason why Gu Ruoyun had mentioned her relationship with the Holy Doctor was to provide Mo Shangfei with a position suitable enough to match up to the little princess. Besides, there was also another reason. If that old man, my master, finds out that someone has claimed to be his disciple, he would certainly come from afar to look for them. It's simply too difficult to search for anyone amongst the great population in the East Peak mainland, so why don't I make that old man come to me instead? Gu Ruoyun stroked her chin and smiled. We haven't seen each other in 6 years. I wonder if the old man still holds the same morality and conduct. He was forever immersed in the study of medicine, so immersed that he could go for days without taking care of himself. Each time I met the old man, he would always be dressed in robes that no longer had their original color. His hair would be in a huge mess like he had just been in an explosion. Your Imperial Majesty, do you really believe her? Chi Haorun gnashed his teeth when he saw the sparkle in Supreme Gao's eyes. She's using the Holy Doctor's name to deceive us. If you really believe her, I'm afraid that the Crown Prince's life will end here. After he had spoken, he then turned his gaze towards Gu Ruoyun. Woman, let me advise you. The Holy Doctor's name is not one for you to slander. My grandfather met him last year and discussed medicine with him. He has never heard him mention anything about having a disciple. With my grandfather's relationship with him, do you think that my grandfather wouldn't be aware of him having disciple?
Of course, the truth of the matter was that during every medicinal discussion, Imperial Physician Shi had always tried very hard to curry favor with the Holy Doctor. While the Holy Doctor found it irritating, he still gave a few casual notes. Hence, Imperial Physician Shi had used this as his right to show off. Even though he was considered to be second only to the Holy Doctor, the distance between his and the Holy Doctor's skills was more than just a small fraction. There were also over 10 doctors who were nearly on par with Imperial Physician Shi's level. Those people were also all skilled doctors second only to the Holy Doctor. This clearly shows how great the difference actually was between the two of them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 810, Xiaoming's Conspiracy, 1. Chapter 810, Xiaoming's Conspiracy, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun swept her gaze towards Qi Haoran and a hint of surprise appeared in the corner of her eye. It's the first time I've heard that my master and the Imperial Physician Qi were acquainted. Qi Haoran somehow interpreted the look of surprise on Gu Ruoyun's face as a look of terror for having her lies exposed. He lifted his head arrogantly and shot a look with a cold smile at the woman in green. What? Are you scared now that you know of the relationship between my grandfather and the Holy Doctor? It's alright, you only need to kowtow before me and apologize. Perhaps I might even spare your life. Gu Ruoyun ignored him and instead focused her gaze upon Supreme Gao's stern yet handsome face. She calmly said to him, if you don't mind, please let me take a look at the Crown Prince. You? Qi Haoran's expression changed drastically when he realized that Gu Ruoyun had completely ignored him. He glared at her fiercely. Damned girl, did you not hear me speaking to you? As the grandson of Imperial Physician Qi, he had always been treated with respect from a young age. Even people who were as noble as emperors and princesses were not on par with him, Qi Haoran. However, this woman had dared to ignore him. This was intolerable. All right. Supreme Gao pondered for a moment before slamming his hand on the table. He then rose to his feet as a severe look flashed in his eyes. Miss, we shall trust in your word this one time and escort you to see our imperial son. Regardless of the situation, Supreme Gao was a supreme king. Naturally, as a supreme king, he would be decisive and knows what would benefit him the most. All these years, he has had to endure oppression from Imperial Physician Shi simply because of Imperial Physician Shi's great proficiency in medicine. Hence, he could not offend him. However, if there were someone who could surpass Imperial Physician Shi, then that old man would no longer be of no use to him and he would not need to listen to Imperial Physician Shi anymore. Therefore, Supreme Gao was determined to make this decision. Your Imperial Majesty, Imperial Physician Shi's expression sank and he swept a cold gaze across Gu Ruoyun's face as he exclaimed icily, it seems that my body can't take much more. Since you've chosen this little girl, I can only resign from my post as the Imperial Physician. I hope you won't regret this. Supreme Gao was shaken. He knitted his brows and looked as if he was deep in consideration. After a long pause, he relaxed his brows and replied in a clear voice, Imperial Physician Shi, if this is your decision, we shall not stop you. In the past, Supreme Gao would never have taken this lightly. However, Imperial Physician Shi had overstepped his place and used his great skills in medicine to completely disregard him, a supreme king. He even had the audacity to order him around. If Supreme Gao does not stand his ground now, he would be dangling in the palm of that old man's hand for the rest of his life. For his honor as a supreme king, he could not let anyone abuse him. The Imperial Physician had forgotten about this. He thought that he had Supreme Gao's life in his hands, so he had behaved as he pleased. Imperial Majesty, since you've made your decision, I will leave the palace immediately. However, Imperial Physician Shi had initially thought of using his resignation to threaten Supreme Gao, but he never anticipated that Supreme Gao would have agreed to it so easily. He was very unhappy with the outcome and layers of fiery anger exploded from within him like waves surging towards the sky. If this young lady is unable to save the Crown Prince, don't think of coming to me to ask for my aid, Your Imperial Majesty. By then, even if you offered me the world, I would never ever help you. Haoran, we're leaving. A vicious glint flashed in his eyes as he walked towards Mo Shangfei. He paused and said scornfully, Mo Shangfei, do you think you can have peace after spewing these lies? Don't forget, Supreme Jin is on a manhunt for the Holy Doctor by Zhongtian. If he believes that you are affiliated with him, do you think that Supreme Jin would spare you, knowing his temper? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 811, Xiaoming's Conspiracy, 2. Chapter 811, Xiaoming's Conspiracy, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Mo Shangfei's eyes danced, but he simply smiled gently and turned towards Imperial Physician Qi and his grandson. I believe that Supreme Jin is a reasonable man and would not do anything to Grand Master without concrete proof.
He will not do anything out of his own initiative.
Hoof. Imperial Physician Qi scoffed as he straightened his robes and left without another look back. Gu Ruoyun glanced at the Qi grandfather and grandson duo and rubbed her nose. She hoped that the two of them would spread the news of her being the holy doctor's disciple. Only when news of this gets out would she be able to find her master. However, this guy, Mo Shangfei, had certainly addressed him as Grand Master very easily.
Gu Ruoyun's mouth twitched.
She then turned towards Supreme Gao, shrugged her shoulders and said, "Let's go, take me to His Royal Majesty the Crown Prince.
I can only assess his illness once I've examined him."
All right. Supreme Gao nodded. Guards, to the Crown Prince's mansion. In her past life, Gu Ruoyun had met the Crown Prince of Drifting Wind Country before, but they did not really have a deep relationship. According to her impression, that man always had a gentle and refined look about him. However, after seeing him again this time, Gu Ruoyun was shocked. The man before her looked emaciated. He no longer looked like an excellent son of nobility who had the appearance of polished jade. His flimsy robes covered his body, which was skin and bones. His cheeks were hollow and his eyes bulged. At one glance, you could tell that he was starving. However, this man was the Crown Prince of Drifting Wind Country. There is no one above him but the Emperor.
Starving? How could this be? Imperial father, Imperial sister. You've arrived? The Crown Prince put his book down.
Under the peach blossom tree, his face displayed a sunny smile. Imperial father, please forgive your Imperial son for I'm unable to rise and greet you.
Sigh.
Supreme Gao sighed bitterly as he looked at the man before him. Your health is important, you don't need to greet us.
There are no outsiders here, so there's no need for ceremony. No outsiders?
Hearing this, the Crown Prince was shocked. I know Mo Shangfei for sure, but I don't know what has happened for my Imperial father to consider him as a non-outsider. As for this young lady in green robes, I've never met her.
Imperial brother, how are you?
The little princess stepped forward and asked politely. She and the Crown Prince were siblings from different mothers, so they were not close and their interactions had been limited to strictly ceremonial encounters. The Crown Prince smiled at the little princess and turned towards Supreme Gao. Imperial father, may I ask, who is this unfamiliar young lady? Oh, she is our newly hired physician. Let her check your pulse. Supreme Gao had just remembered Gu Ruoyun's presence and hurriedly introduced her.
There's no need. Gu Ruoyun shook her head. I have already deduced his illness.
What?
Supreme Gao's chest tightened and he asked anxiously, is it possible for the Crown Prince to be cured? He has been bewitched.
Bewitched?
The word drummed deep into Supreme Gao's heart and his eyes sank. Miss Gu, what do you mean? Has someone used sorcery to harm our Imperial son?
That's right, Gu Ruoyun nodded. It's a form of ancient witchcraft which can make the victim's body waste away. This witchcraft won't kill the person instantly, but it will control the victim's mind in the end, turning them into an obedient puppet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 812, Xiaoming's Conspiracy, 3. Chapter 812, Xiaoming's Conspiracy, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Bang!
Supreme Gao was so enraged that he punched at a tree next to him. His eyes were filled with rage as he gritted his teeth. Who
would dare harm our Imperial son?
However, Imperial Physician Qi was convinced that our Imperial son is ill. How did it turn out to be sorcery?
Imperial father, do you really think that Imperial Physician Qi is actually a good person?
The little princess laughed icily and exclaimed scornfully, he has been treating Imperial brother for so many days, yet Imperial brother's condition has not improved.
He doesn't have any genuine talent. How could he be compared to Big Brother Mo's master?
Supreme Gao coughed and looked a little embarrassed. After all, Imperial Physician Qi's skills were second to the Holy Doctor, so even he was unable to cure the illness, perhaps only the Holy Doctor can do so. The only thing was, the Holy Doctor's whereabouts was always unclear. Even if he could be found, he might not necessarily help them. So, Supreme Gao had chosen the only option he had.
Miss, you, our Imperial son, Don't worry, I've said it before, saving the Crown Prince will be the first betrothal gift that I will grant to the little princess on behalf of my disciple. Since I've said it, I'll do it.
A light flashed in Gu Ruoyun's eyes, but she spoke with a calm voice. After this, please prepare a few medicinal herbs for me.
I'll administer the needles. All right, we will immediately send someone to make the preparations. How many days will you need to cure him?
3 days.
3 days, a period of time with the most guarantee that Gu Ruoyun has given to herself. However, if the preparations for the medicinal herbs were sufficient, she was 100% certain that she would be able to cure him. Supreme Gao was stunned. After all, imperial physician Shi had been treating the crown prince for the past few months, but the only thing he could do was to stop the crown prince's health from worsening. He had still been unable to cure him completely. Somehow, this young woman is saying that she only needs 3 days? Please have the medicinal herbs brought to me, I need to make preparations as well. A light flashed in Gu Ruoyun's eyes as she instructed steadily. Servants! Supreme Gao's heart shook as he ordered the eunuch and palace maiden who were standing behind him in a stern voice, you will all attend to Miss Gu's errands. As long as she has a command, you may even use the imperial treasury without obstruction. The little princess stared at Gu Ruoyun as her eyes brimmed with emotion. If the crown prince could be returned to health, she will never have to marry Chihaoran. This, to her, was the best news of all. What did you say? In the Xia family study, Xiaoming angrily hit the table and rose to his feet. His expression twinged treacherously as he asked, Gu Ruoyun is the holy doctor Bai Zhongtian's disciple? That's right, Lu Chen nodded. Previously, you had asked me to watch Gu Ruoyun's movements. I sent someone to follow her and they saw her enter the imperial palace. I then placed our Xia family spy who was assigned to the palace to make discreet inquiries. We ended up overhearing their conversation at the imperial study. No wonder. It's no wonder she had tried to defend the holy doctor, she's his disciple. Xiaoming sneered and clenched his fist. His expression was now completely unscrupulous. This explains how she had known Xia Ruoyun. However, I never knew that the holy doctor had accepted another disciple aside from Xia Ruoyun. Uncle Xia, Lu Chen's eyes turned eerily cold as hints of murderous bloodlust glimmered in his pupils. Do you want me to send someone to kill her? Xiaoming felt momentarily silent. After a pause, he shook his head as his eyes glinted. There's no need. While we've planted enough evidence in front of Supreme Jin to frame the holy doctor Bai Zhongtian, I know that Supreme Jin is still rather dubious about the matter. This was why he has persevered so much to look for the holy doctor. We can use that woman to frame the holy doctor completely. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 813, Xiaoming's Conspiracy, 4. Chapter 813, Xiaoming's Conspiracy, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Lu Chen stared at Xiaoming in surprise. Uncle Xia, what should we do then? It's simple. Lu Chen, I believe that you're the only one who can achieve this in the Xia family. Xiaoming smiled and a malicious light flashed across his pupils. I want you to seduce Gu Ruoyun. What? Lu Chen was dazed as if he could not believe his ears. He stared at Xiaoming in astonishment. Lu Chen, women in love often behave illogically. As long as that woman falls deeply in love with you, you can make her do anything you want. If you want her to step out as a witness to verify that the holy doctor was behind Xia Ruoyun's murder, she would do it. Also, if she's really the holy doctor's disciple, she would make a more convincing witness than anyone else. Supreme Jin will have no choice but to believe her. Xiaoming smiled sinisterly and looked very pleased with his idea. Uncle Xia, what if I fail? Lu Chen frowned and asked in a deep voice. Fail? Xiaoming laughed icily. As long as you're willing to go all the way, that woman will be hooked. Besides, your looks and talent are top-notch in the drifting wind country. How many women can resist the tenderness and military prowess of a beautiful man? If you pull this off successfully, I'll have Xia Chushua marry you immediately. Xiaoming's final sentence gave Lu Chen a whole new sense of resilience. His eyes filled with unwavering determination as he replied slowly, Uncle Xia, there's no need to worry. I won't let you down. To have the owner of the ancient divine pagoda was equivalent to having the world. The prophecy all those years ago was still circulating today. Xia Chushua was the true owner of the ancient divine pagoda. One day, she will be contracted to the ancient divine pagoda once again and achieve the peak of existence on the mainland. When that time comes, he, as her husband, would naturally rise as a result of this. As for whether Gu Ruoyun would agree to this or not, it was not within Lu Chen's range of thought. He believed that as long as he carries out an intense pursuit, no woman could resist him. Good. Xiaoming smacked the table and rose to his feet with satisfaction. In his mind, he could almost see the holy doctor dying in Supreme Jin's hand. He could not help but burst into laughter. Lu Chen, go and look for her now. Remember, you are not to come to the Xia family home during this time. Don't let her know about you and Shuer. Once you have her completely in the palm of your hand, we'll launch our plan. Holy doctor, you can't blame me for this.
If you wish to blame someone, blame yourself for repeatedly trying to find the truth behind Xiao Ruoyun's death.
How could I let this happen? That's why I can only lock you and Supreme Jean in a never-ending battle. And I will reap all the benefits. Xiaoming's smile grew even more vicious at that thought. It was as if Gu Ruoyun was already in Lu Chen's arms. 3 days. It was not a particularly long or short period of time. Nevertheless, to Supreme Gao, those 3 days felt longer than 3 years. During those 3 days, he had not gone back to the imperial palace. Instead, he stayed in the crown prince's mansion so he could be readily available to provide Gu Ruoyun with anything she needed. After 3 days, the tightly closed door to the crown prince's room finally opened and the woman dressed in green slowly stepped out. The bright sunlight illuminated her, making the beads of sweat on her forehead look like sparkling and translucent crystals. How is he? When Supreme Gao saw Gu Ruoyun, he hurriedly stepped forth and asked. Gu Ruoyun finally smiled, and when he saw the smile on her face, Supreme Gao's heart relaxed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 814, Xiaoming's Conspiracy, 5. Chapter 814, Xiaoming's Conspiracy, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. He's all right now. Gu Ruoyun lifted her head at Supreme Gao and said, after this, you'll need to supplement him with nourishment and he'll soon be back to his usual self. However, if you do not find the person responsible for the sorcery, this might happen again. Supreme Gao frowned. Even if Gu Ruoyun did not mention this, he knows what to do. These culprits have such audacity, daring to harm the crown prince under our very eyes. Miss, you've saved the crown prince. If there's anything you want as a reward, we shall give it to you. I've said it before, saving him is a betrothal gift from me to the imperial family on behalf of Mo Shangfei. Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders. Of course, if you really want to thank me, you can grant me permission to utilize the medicinal herbs in the national treasury whenever I please. Ah, that's easy. Supreme Gao burst into laughter and produced a golden yellow jade token. As long as you hold this piece of jade, you can go in and out of the imperial palace and the national treasury. If any medicinal herbs catch your fancy, take it straight away. Gu Ruoyun took the jade token unabashedly. She had coveted the national treasury of Drifting Wind Country, and now that she has the chance, she would not let it go so easily. Sister Gu, the little princess grinned as she stepped forwards and linked arms with Gu Ruoyun. I didn't think that you'd be so amazing. You've really cured imperial brother. Gu Ruoyun was stunned when she heard how the little princess had addressed her. She then smiled. That's nothing. In the future, I can teach Mo Shangfei as well. In her past and present lives, she did not have many close relatives. At the moment, she could not reveal her true identity to Mo Shangfei, but she could utilize her status as his master to lend him a hand. Shichi, Supreme Gao's pupils were darting back and forth and he displayed an amiable smile on his handsome face. Miss Gu is a newcomer, you and Shangfei should show her around. Perhaps it was because Gu Ruoyun had succeeded in curing the crown prince, even Supreme Gao's attitude towards Mo Shangfei has changed as well. So what if Ji Haoran was Imperial Physician Qi's grandson? Mo Shangfei was the grand disciple of the Holy Doctor. In the beginning, Supreme Gao may have been suspicious towards Gu Ruoyun's medical skills. When she announced that the crown prince had returned to health, this suspicion was lifted. Aside from the Holy Doctor and his disciples, who else would have been able to accomplish such a feat? If Shichi marries Mo Shangfei, it would mean a rare stroke of luck for the imperial family. Alright, the little princess inclined her head and her tender little face brightened up with a charming smile. Sister Gu, allow me to introduce my friends to you, alright? Friends? Gu Ruoyun was stunned and glanced suspiciously at the little princess. I know that you must really wish to meet some people, Sister Gu. I can have them announce a referral for you, Sister Gu. Perhaps if they know that you're a friend of Xiao Ruoyun, they will become very close to you. The little princess was not aware that Gu Ruoyun had already met Xiao Chuxue, Lu Chen, and the others. Hence, she had naively thought that they could all be friends. Mo Shangfei wanted to speak but swallowed his words when he saw the look on Gu Ruoyun's face. All right. Gu Ruoyun smiled. He did not know why, but Mo Shangfei felt a sinister note in that smile. His heart could not help but tremble. Sister Gu, you must know of the misunderstanding between the Xia family and Holy Doctor. Perhaps we can use this as an opportunity to clear away this misunderstanding. The little princess rolled her eyes before she continued, looking innocently at Gu Ruoyun. I believe that the Holy Doctor was not the one who had killed Xiao Ruoyun. In the little princess' pure heart, she had always thought that it must have all been a misunderstanding between the Xia family and the Holy Doctor. Once a good explanation could be made, the Xia family would not be unreasonable and would certainly clearly investigate the matter once again.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 815, The Shameless Lu Chen, 1. Chapter 815, The Shameless Lu Chen, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At the Dragon and Phoenix Restaurant. The Dragon and Phoenix Restaurant was the top restaurant in Drifting Wind Country. The interior decorations have an aristocratic atmosphere, and this was also the gathering place for young aristocratic disciples. At this moment, the door of a compartment in the restaurant was pushed open. Lu Chen frowned as he turned around. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before his eyes, causing his pupils to contract.
You finally arrived, little princess. Upon seeing the little princess, a group of youths started to approach her. However, they all furrowed their brows when they noticed Mo Shangfei, who had accompanied her.
Oh, isn't this Mo Shangfei of the Mo family? No. That's not right. The Mo family has been destroyed, you're merely the bodyguard of the Xia family. Ha ha.
Mo Shangfei immediately recognized and glared icily at the young man who had just spoken. That young man was the grandson of General Lin and also one of the little princess suitors from a young age. Therefore, he obviously viewed Mo Shangfei, who always appeared by the little princess side, with great hostility.
Lin Yu, you're being impudent.
The little princess expression changed drastically. You'd better watch your mouth. Bear in mind that a loose tongue may cause a lot of trouble.
Lin Yu scoffed and swept a gloomy gaze across Mo Shangfei's face. Mo Shangfei, a man should act like a man. What kind of happiness can a little bodyguard like you give to the little princess? You don't even have the right to give happiness to the woman you love. What privilege do you have to follow the princess around? Smack!
The little princess threw a slap right across Lin Yu's face. Her originally naive and innocent little face was like ice. Lin Yu, you have great audacity. If you say one more word, this princess will immediately call for a meeting with General Lin and ask him how he has been educating his grandson.
Lin Yu's expression changed a few times.
Amongst all his family members, he feared his grandfather, the great general, the most. If his grandfather was to find out about this, he would be punished mercilessly. He took a deep breath at the thought of this and moved closer to Mo Shangfei.
He pressed against his ear and spoke a voice so low that only the two of them could hear. Mo Shangfei, if you're a man, don't hide behind a woman. Otherwise, wait until the next time when the little princess isn't around. I'll give you a good show. Mo Shangfei's expression had remained indifferent the entire time.
He did not show any sign of anger at Lin Yu's words. In fact, he never even looked at Lin Yu at all since the very beginning.
He completely acted like Lin Yu was invisible.
Hindered by the little princess' presence, Lin Yu said nothing more as he then scoffed and went back to his seat.
However, he continued to glare coldly and maliciously at Mo Shangfei the entire time.
His eyes were completely filled with hatred and enmity.
Miss Gu, we meet again.
Lu Chen smiled and walked slowly towards Gu Ruoyun. His handsome features were lit up with a warm smile. Nevertheless, when this warm smile appeared in Gu Ruoyun's line of sight, it seemed far too artificial to her and she could not help but frown.
Big brother Lu, so you do know each other.
The little princess' mouth opened in shock. This saves me from having to make introductions.
Ah, right.
Since you both know each other, you should know that she's Xia Ruoyun's friend.
Xia Ruoyun.
That name caused a great sensation as it fell into the ears of the crowd. Of course, Xia Ruoyun's fame was not related to her talents or power.
Instead, years ago, the Mo family had suffered a tragic extermination because of her.
However, she then behaved like an ostrich and buried her head in the sand cowardly. Hence, her unfilial reputation for many years had spread far and wide. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 816, The Shameless Lu Chen, 2. Chapter 816, The Shameless Lu Chen, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
A fleeting light flashed quickly across Lu Chen's eyes before he hurriedly reverted to his warm gaze and looked at Gu Ruoyun. However, there was an agonized twist to the corners of his lips. Miss Gu does not only share the same name as Yuner, she looks very much like her. We had clashed previously, but at that time, I was not aware that she was Yuner's friend. Yuner and I were once deeply in love, yet she had cruelly cast me aside. So, when I saw how similar you looked to Yuner, I could not help but want to get close to you, Miss Gu.
I wonder if you would give me a chance. When the group heard Lu Chen's statement, they began to analyze Gu Ruoyun seriously.
Upon their observation, they indeed noticed that she seems to bear some resemblance to Xia Ruoyun. While their features did not look alike, her chilly mannerisms were pretty much identical to Xia Ruoyun's. However, no matter how they looked at it, they could not help but wonder why Lu Chen's words seemed to sound like a declaration of his feelings. The little princess was also stunned. She blinked in astonishment as she stared at him suspiciously. "Big brother Lu, don't you already have older sister Chu Shui?" Lu Chen laughed bitterly and shook his head. "Chu Shui is Yun'er's younger sister. I had loved her so deeply, how could I fall for her younger sister? I'm only taking care of Chu Shui for Yun'er's sake, so I have no other intentions towards her. I have only ever loved Yun'er alone. Perhaps Yun'er could not bear leaving me to suffer loneliness in this world, so she has sent Miss Gu to appear before me to soothe my yearning. I can't betray Yun'er's painstaking efforts. Besides, I can't help but think of Yun'er each time I see Miss Gu." The agony on Lu Chen's face does not seem to be fake at all. If it were not for Gu Ruoyun's experiences in her past life, perhaps she would also have believed that Lu Chen had truly loved her deeply.
"Sir Lu, you are indeed infatuated."
No one knows who amongst the group seated there had spoken first. Soon, the voices of the others in the group began to chime in. Such a man with deep devotion is certainly a rarity in this world. Xia Ruoyun has been dead for many years now, yet he still yearns for her greatly.
That's right.
The deeply infatuated Lu Chen would never have given this woman a second glance if her aura did not bear such a resemblance to Xia Ruoyun's. However, Lu Chen, you better think this through thoroughly. If you take this woman, you will lose your chance in allying with the Xia family through marriage. TSK, Tisk. Now that the Xia family is backed by Supreme Jin, not even the Emperor of Drifting Wind Country would dare provoke them as he pleases.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Lu Chen lifted his handsome face and replied with a completely sincere look on his face, "Power and status.
To me, Lu Chen, they don't even come close to the importance I hold towards the woman I love. Miss Gu, you were sent by Yun'er to me to help me out of my misery. Hence, in this life, I, Lu Chen, will never marry another unless that woman is you. Power and status. To me, Lu Chen, they don't even come close to the importance I hold towards the woman I love."
Gu Ruoyun really wanted to laugh when she heard those words. In my past life, who was it who had given up on Yun'er and I for the sake of power? Furthermore, he had dismembered Yun'er alive right before my eyes. Even now, she could still remember that man's words on that fateful day.
He had said, "My dear Yun'er, I'm sorry. But I'm an ambitious man.
Chu Shui is the true master of the ancient divine pagoda, so she will become the strongest of this realm.
Whoever marries her would then essentially own the world. Miss Gu, will you promise me?" Unwittingly, Gu Ruoyun smiled.
Lu Chen's heart leaped when he saw her smile, and look of complacency flashed in the corner of his eyes. He knows that women were just as perverted as men, and no woman can resist the charms of a beautiful man. Furthermore, Lu Chen was still rather confident in his looks. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 817, The Shameless Lu Chen, 3. Chapter 817, The Shameless Lu Chen, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Look here now, no matter how much this woman had previously pretended to be uninterested, she could not help but smile when she heard that I was willing to make her my wife. How much has she actually fallen for me that she would be so happy once I had said those words? Marry you?
Gu Ruoyun smiled indifferently as her eyes filled with mockery. She curled her lips and stared at the man before her. "You're willing to take me as your wife so I can't refuse you?
Are you even up to par?" Lu Chen's initially complacent expression froze in place upon hearing those words.
He could not believe his ears as he stared in shock at Gu Ruoyun.
She has rejected me? Impossible. No one in this world can resist my charms. It's absolutely impossible.
I was merely loosening the reins for a better grasp. I've seen a lot of this sort of trickery from other women. Miss Gu, I know what troubles you. There's no need to worry. As long as I'm willing to take you as my wife, I guarantee that no one will dare say that you are not worthy of me.
Gu Ruoyun grinned.
Her clear and cold gaze was filled with scorn.
Don't you understand what I'm saying? I'm asking if you are qualified to marry me?
Anyone who wishes to marry me must give the heavens and earth as my betrothal gift, as well as all the realms as a go-between. Yet you, I'm afraid, will never fulfill these criteria in an entire lifetime.
Lu Chen's face changed drastically and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Heavens and earth as a betrothal gift as well as all the realms as a go-between? What a great mouthful. Who does this woman think she is? Does she think she could disregard everyone else just because she's backed by the Holy Doctor?
How unfortunate, the Holy Doctor will end up dying by Supreme Jin's hand.
By then, forget about me, not even a beggar would want to marry her. Enough. The little princess, who had kept quiet entire time, shouted loudly and shut Lu Chen up. She sent a complicated stare towards Lu Chen, pursed her lips and said, "Big brother Lu, since Sister Gu does not wish to marry you, don't force her. We'd better start off our party today. After all, I've brought Sister Gu here to introduce her to all of you." Lu Chen steadied his emotions and smiled, "Little princess, don't you worry. Yunar has sent Miss Gu to console me. I won't hurt her." The little princess glanced at Lu Chen before she quietly pulled Gu Ruoyun and Mo Shangfei to sit beside her. She lowered her head and her thoughts were concealed from everyone else. Before the dinner party had gone on for too long, a group of young disciples had horsed around and ended it all. Of course, through this opportunity, Gu Ruoyun managed to grasp and understand the situation of drifting wind country. At this time, as the sun was setting, the glow of twilight illuminated the imperial city of drifting wind country. In the quiet streets, the little princess paused in her steps as she asked, "Sister Gu, don't take what Big Brother Lu had said to heart. I can ignore whatever he says." Gu Ruoyun smiled, but her smile carried an icy cold aura. "However, if he wants to provoke me, I see no reason to let him off." The little princess was momentarily stunned. She then laughed bitterly, "I don't know why, but I feel as if Big Brother Lu has changed. He has become strange to me, or you could say, I've never really known him that well from the beginning." She lifted her gaze towards the magnificent sky and her fair little face was filled with agony. "Everyone thinks that I'm very naive. I am naive, but I'm not foolish. Previously, I've always thought that Big Brother Lu was a pretty alright sort of person. However, how could one fall in love with another so easily if he was truly in love? Xiao Ruoyun has been dead for more than 6 years now. It's possible that someone can fade from his memory in 6 years' time. If he has forgotten her and is in love with Sister Chushua, I won't blame him either. Not many on this mainland would remain single for the rest of their lives for their dead lover. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 818, The Shameless Lu Chen, 4. Chapter 818, The Shameless Lu Chen, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, he stated clearly that he does not love Xiao Chushui and has fallen in love with you, who reminds him of Xiao Ruoyun. The little princess turned towards Gu Ruoyun and her eyes were clear and limpid like water. "If he had only outright said that he's taken an interest in you, it wouldn't count for much, but why must he insist on parading his love for Xiao Ruoyun? He's interested in you just because of Xiao Ruoyun? He even said that you had been sent to him by Xiao Ruoyun? If he's still in love with Xiao Ruoyun, how could he have ended up falling for anyone else?" "Little princess." Mo Shangfei stepped forward and clasped the little princess' hand tightly. Feeling the warmth of his hand, her trembling body slowly grew calm. "I've always trusted him. I even believed his every word. However, I've never thought that he would do such a thing. He even thinks that you're not worthy of him. If he wants to marry you, don't you have a say in that matter as well?" The little princess had grown up in the imperial palace and has met all sorts of people. However, she has never met anyone this shameless. Worst of all, this shameless disciple was someone whom she had trusted in from a young age. Gu Ruoyun glanced at the little princess and calmly replied, "Life is like a play. Since our lives are like a play, then some people would certainly wear masks in their daily lives. There are certain things that aren't true to what you've heard. If you really want to know the truth, you can investigate it for yourself." "The truth?" The little princess lifted her big, limpid eyes and stared doubtfully at Gu Ruoyun. She asked with a mild paleness on her face, "What do you mean by this?" Previously, I had raised a question to the Xia household. Seeing as it was Xiao Ruoyun who had offended the powerful cultivator, why had the powerful cultivator spared the Xia family and chose to destroy her maternal ancestor's family instead? You're saying that the incident years ago had something to do with the Xia family? The little princess staggered and stumbled a few steps back. However, she shook her head stubbornly. "Impossible, this shouldn't be possible. Xiaoming loved Sister Ruoyun so much and Xiao Chushui also respected her as the older sister. How could she possibly help an outsider to harm her close relative? I don't believe it." She does not believe that the people she had trusted in all these years would act in the way that Gu Ruoyun had implied. If that was so, the beliefs that she has held in her heart would crumble in an instant. Besides, even my imperial father as the emperor would never kill his own children. How could Xiaoming possibly harm his own flesh and blood? Sister Ruoyun was his daughter, he would never hurt her. Gu Ruoyun shook her head and said nothing more. She knows that the little princess has always had a kind heart even from a young age. She would never believe that anyone could commit such an immoral act, that anyone would behave worse than beasts. However, this was exactly what had happened.
Xia Ming had not hesitated to murder her for the sake of another woman.
I'm a little tired, I'm returning to the tavern to get some rest. Xiangfei, escort the little princess back to the palace.
Gu Ruoyun yawned and exclaimed, looking mildly exhausted.
All right, Mo Xiangfei nodded, I'll send her home.
Gu Ruoyun smiled and made her way towards the tavern.
Even though she could speak more about it, the little princess was not going to believe her, so what was the use of saying anything else?
Wait. Seeing that she was about to leave, the little princess immediately cried out and stopped her in her tracks.
She fiercely bit her lips and asked, Sister Gu, is there really a father who would bear to kill his own daughter in this world? Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs, yet a human would be so cruel? Worse than a beast?
Gu Ruoyun paused in her footsteps and replied, sometimes, there are some people who are more like beasts when compared with actual beasts.
She then said nothing more and left without looking back.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 819, The Shameless Lu Chen, 5. Chapter 819, The Shameless Lu Chen, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun recognized the man who was standing outside the tavern door immediately.
An astonished look shot across her eyes, but her expression soon relaxed.
With the amount of power the Xia family holds in the imperial city, how could they not know where I'm staying? Miss Gu.
Just as Gu Ruoyun was about to walk into the tavern, a hand grabbed onto her. Lu Chen furrowed his brows and stared at Gu Ruoyun before speaking in a warm voice. There were a lot of people around us earlier on.
To avoid humiliating you, there were some things which I had left unspoken. To avoid humiliating me, Gu Ruoyun smiled scornfully. Are you afraid of humiliating me or afraid that your true nature would be exposed in front of everyone else? Lu Chen's expression changed completely and he exclaimed with mild annoyance, what are you implying? Ha? Gu Ruoyun turned around in astonishment and blinked in a startled manner.
Gu Ruoyun, don't think that I don't know that you're trying to play cat and mouse.
Lu Chen scoffed icily. What was your purpose in visiting the Xia family? Was it simply for that insignificant being, Mo Xiangfei?
You're simply trying to get close to me through Mo Xiangfei.
I'm giving you that chance now, what more do you want? Gu Ruoyun was completely stunned.
She was so thoroughly stunned that she could not even react.
Is the hole in this fellow's head that big? He alleged that I had gone to the Xia family home to use Mo Xiangfei to get close to him?
I wonder how he managed to arrive at this conclusion.
What on earth had I done to cause such a misunderstanding? What? I got it right, didn't I?
Lu Chen sneered. From the first time we met, you had looked at me with such a peculiar gaze.
If that wasn't because of affection, then what was it about?
You had known how much Linger likes cute little boys, so you purposely used your little brother to charm her in order to grab my attention.
You've succeeded. You've indeed gotten my attention. What more do you want to do now? Playing an old trick like cat and mouse once is more than enough. What's the point of using it all the time? Gu Ruoyun smiled.
She turned around to face Lu Chen's ashen and angered expression as the grin on her face grew wider and wider.
You want to marry me? Gu Ruoyun understood that at that time, Lu Chen had poured in immeasurable efforts in order to gain Xia Chushua's favor. Now, he claims that he wants to marry her instead. If anyone were to say that he holds no ill intentions, Gu Ruoyun would never believe it. That's right. Lu Chen nodded, looking entirely as if he was being charitable. You've piqued my interest, you've succeeded. Lu Chen, I feel that you're much more compatible with Xia Chushue. You are just as sinister and cunning, a white lotus just like her.
The smile of Gu Ruoyun's face slowly faded away. However, if you give me the lives of every Xia family member, perhaps I would consider it.
Of course, I would only be considering the possibility of marrying him. Gu Ruoyun, stop trying to take the advantage. Lu Chen's expression has grown increasingly venomous and no longer displayed the warm image he usually presented in front of others. If he had not remembered his master's orders, he would have attacked her long ago. Are you unwilling to marry me because you are worried that I would make you my concubine? You can rest assured completely on this. Since this is marriage, you will certainly be my true wife. I, Lu Chen, will never go back on my word.
Gu Ruoyun was just about to say something more when a flash of red appeared before her very eyes. Gu Ruoyun felt momentarily stunned when she laid her eyes upon the silver-haired man in red. Shortly after, she felt a wave of ecstasy washing over her heart as a rush of warmth slowly appeared in her clear, cold eyes. Seeing the joy on the woman's face, Lu Chen assumed that he had accurately pointed out her worries, and sighed with relief.
Since I've already guaranteed it, you shouldn't have any problems now.
You should follow me back to the Xia family home now and wait for your master to arrive.
We'll have a wedding to plan then. However, that would never happen.
Once they had returned to the Xia family home, he would certainly make this woman help him frame the holy doctor Bai Zhongtian. Once Bai Zhongtian arrives, they would join forces with Supreme Jin and kill him. By then, this woman would have served her purpose and would no longer be of use to him. He would certainly never marry her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 820, Xin Beiyi Returns, 1. Chapter 820, Xin Beiyi Returns, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The silver-haired man was surprised when he noticed Gu Ruoyun as well. He then began to approach her. However, he could not help but overhear Lu Chen's arrogant and conceited remarks before he reached her. The expression on his peerlessly beautiful face sank gradually until his blood-red eyes clouded over with a gloomy light. Lu Chen felt a chill from behind him and automatically shivered. He slowly turned around and his astonished gaze fell upon the man who was standing behind him. Even as a man, he could not help but gasp in surprise to see that such a splendid-looking man existed in the world. That man's very presence in front of him made Lu Chen's air of superiority disappear.
It was as if the man before him was a large ocean and he was merely the small prefecture of Bianfeng on the large ocean.
Who did you want to take as your wife?
Xian Beiyi curled his lips, but the smile on his magnificently beautiful face contained an eerie chill. Lu Chen gulped but answered honestly, Gu Ruoyun is in love with me and I'm also willing to take her as my wife, so... Splatter! Lu Chen did not see the man move, all he saw was a red light which slashed towards his lips. Instantly, his blood spurted out and dyed his face red.
Say that again, who did you want to take as your wife?
Xian Beiyi swept towards Lu Chen with an eerily cold smile on his face. Don't worry, I won't raise a hand against you.
It was true that he had not raised a hand against Lu Chen.
When it comes to dealing with this person, Xian Beiyi could smash his bones into dust and leave him without a whole corpse, all without having to use his hand.
Lu Chen was so terrified that he could not speak. The man's aura was so intimidating that he trembled from his heart to his entire body. He felt that the man only needed 2 fingers to turn him into ash. Xiao Yi. Gu Ruoyun's eyes softened as soon as she saw Xin Beiyi. She smiled gently and stepped forward. What are you doing here?
I'm taking care of a few things, but I didn't think that I'd run into you. Xian Beiyi smiled before he lifted his arms and pulled her into an embrace.
His long, slender fingers gently stroked the woman's hair as he said, Yuner, I didn't expect you to arrive on the East Peak mainland so early. Also, what I really didn't expect was that I would meet you here. It seems that we are still a fated pair.
Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders. Suddenly, she noticed from the corner of her eye that Lu Chen was trying to escape.
A malicious light flashed in her eyes as she asked, What's wrong, Lu Chen? Why are you leaving so soon? Lu Chen? Upon hearing the man's name, the aura within Xian Beiyi's body began to stir.
His expression looked exceedingly gloomy as his bloodthirsty eyes turned towards the man who was trying to escape, causing the air to turn icy and dismal.
He's Lu Chen? Lu Chen jumped in fright. His handsome face was ashen. He never expected Gu Ruoyun to be supported by such a powerful man. This man was simply too powerful, perhaps only Supreme Jin would stand a chance in battle with him. Therefore, he was now going to return home to discuss countermeasures with Xia Ming. No matter what, he will never leave this couple in peace. However, what Lu Chen simply could not understand was how this man had known his name. Besides, he could not recall if he had ever done anything irreconcilable to this man. So what if I am? Lu Chen gritted his teeth before he turned towards Qian Beiyi and scoffed, I, Lu Chen, am now a member of the Xia family which is backed by Supreme Jin. Kid, you may be pretty powerful, but do you think that you can defeat Supreme Jin? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 821, Qian Beiyi Returns, 2. Chapter 821, Qian Beiyi Returns, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Qian Beiyi glared icily at Lu Chen. With that one look, Lu Chen felt as if a fist had grabbed his heart and was twisting it fiercely. His face drained of color and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He then stared in shock at the red-robed silver-haired man. Now that I know that you're Lu Chen, you'll not be leaving today. The silver-haired man slowly raised his hand and Lu Chen instantly fell into his grasp. His voice then rang out, echoing through the streets for a very long time. Let the Xia family come. He would never forget how Gu Ruoyun had died in her past life. She had been hurt by those she had trusted the most and was forced to watch helplessly as her younger brother was dismembered alive. Hence, he would never allow anyone who had harmed her walk free. Yuner, let's go.
Xian Beiyi turned around and placed his hand on Gu Ruoyun's waist before they headed towards the tavern. The earlier scuffle had attracted a lot of attention and a few people hurriedly rushed to the Xia family home to report the incident. Most people in Drifting Wind Country knows of Lu Chen's relationship with the Xia family. Meanwhile, in the Xia family home, Xia Ming had been waiting for Lu Chen to return with good news when a frantic voice rang through the hall. Master, something bad has happened.
Thump!
A man crawled and stumbled into the room. Before he could even stand, he anxiously exclaimed, Sir Lu has been captured.
What?
Xia Ming slammed the table and rose to his feet.
His face was an ugly sight to behold. What did you just say? Who dares to capture a member of the Xia family?
This subordinate is not sure either. Apparently, Sir Lu had been intertwined with a woman named Gu Ruoyun.
Her man then showed up and took Sir Lu away.
He even said that if you wish to see Sir Lu again, the Xia family members would need to personally come and carry him back. Xia Ming's eyes flashed with malice as he scoffed and said, What level of power does this man have? It seems that he's on par with Supreme Jin.
On par with Supreme Jin? This means that Gu Ruoyun's man is a martial supreme as well?
Xia Ming narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed across his gaze. Servant, summon the eldest lady.
I will take him back later. He's only a man.
No man can escape his perverse nature. That woman, Gu Ruoyun, may be quite pretty, but when compared with Chu Shue, she's definitely inferior in looks. Besides, be it power, family or disposition, she is also a far cry from Chu Shue. Hence, I will get Chu Shue to entice the man into the Xia family. This way, neither she nor the holy doctor Bai Zhongtian would be able to escape their deaths.
Yes, master.
The man hurriedly rose to his feet when he received the order and quickly went out of the study.
Xia Ming fell silent as he stared at the magnificent sunset outside the study.
The thoughts stirring in his shrewd and sinister eyes were a mystery.
At the tavern.
In an exquisitely furnished room, Gu Ruoyun poured a cup of tea before she slowly sat down. She gently raised her eyebrows before she turned towards Qian Beiyi and asked, Tell me, why have you come to Drifting Wind Country?
What's happened?
Qian Beiyi no longer held the icy and cruel air he carried in front of others as he faced the woman in green. Instead, his blood-red eyes were filled with joy.
I'm here to investigate something. What?
I've heard that the vermilion bird is in Drifting Wind Country. You already have 3 of the 4 divine beasts, this was the missing one. Qian Beiyi replied as he slowly savored the tea in front of him. His eyes gazed upon the woman before him with a smile. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 822, Qian Beiyi Returns, 3. Chapter 822, Qian Beiyi Returns, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The vermilion bird is in Drifting Wind Country? Clatter. Gu Ruoyun stood up abruptly and her face was filled with excitement. Is this true?
It's true. Qian Beiyi put his cup down and lifted the corners of his lips to a beautiful angle. That's why I've come to Drifting Wind Country. I didn't expect to run into you upon my arrival, but perhaps this is fate in an unseen world.
Gu Ruoyun took a deep breath and slowly sat back down. Do you have any news of them now?
Not at the moment, Qian Beiyi shook his head. Give me some time, I'll find out more. Just as Gu Ruoyun was about to continue speaking, the room's door burst open, causing her to furrow her brows.
Who's responsible for taking Lu Chen away?
A chilly voice slowly questioned with an uninhibited sense of rage. Xia Ming glared frostily at the two in the room and scoffed.
He rudely stepped in before turning his gaze towards Qian Beiyi. My lord, you've taken Lu Chen away unreasonably. What were your intentions?
Qian Beiyi smiled, but his smile contained a cold aura. He was taking liberties with my bride-to-be, so by right, he should die. For the time being, I've allowed him to live, and this is already doing him a great favor.
Xia Ming's eyes narrowed before he sneered. He was taking liberties with your bride-to-be?
According to what I've heard, it was your bride-to-be who had first seduced Lu Chen.
Lu Chen is a vigorous young man, how could he not have been enticed?
Now that you've mentioned it, it was your bride-to-be who had behaved more devilishly. My lord, I can see that your powers are far from average.
Why desire a fallen woman and damage your reputation?
Qian Beiyi's eyes were growing increasingly icy. His body was enveloped in an eerie aura. Xiaoyi, Gu Ruoyun lifted her gaze to stop Qian Beiyi from flying into a rage. He clear, cold eyes then looked at Xia Ming before she said, Xia Ming, you're still a hypocrite even after so many years. You're so good at spinning all that is dark and devious into something good and bright while you spin goodness into deviousness.
What are you talking about?
Xiaoming's expression changed. Don't assume that just because of your past friendship with Xia Ruoyun that you can do whatever you please.
Lu Chen was once Xia Ruoyun's fiancé, yet you've even tried to seduce him?
I've never met such a debased woman in my life.
It's a good thing that you're not my daughter. Otherwise, I would have been angered to death thanks to you.
Of course I wouldn't be your daughter, Gu Ruoyun smiled, because...
Didn't your daughter die by your own hand? This statement fell like heavy thunder into Xiaoming's heart.
Xiaoming staggered back and the look on his face was absolutely atrocious. He shook his head as he stared at Gu Ruoyun in shock.
How could this be? She actually knows about this? Could it be that Xia Ruoyun was able to meet others while she was being hunted?
This was how this woman had managed to find out about this from Xia Ruoyun herself?
However, even so, she and Xia Ruoyun are the Holy Doctor's disciples.
In that period of time, the Holy Doctor could have swooped in to save her.
What nonsense are you babbling about?
Xiaoming glared at Gu Ruoyun fiercely. You're spitting venomous slander.
Everyone knows that Xia Ruoyun was murdered by the Holy Doctor by Zhongtian.
My Xia family members are her closest relatives, so why would I even think of doing such a thing? All these years, I've been grieving so much that I wanted to die.
Schwer was just as sorrowful, and yet, you've come here to slander us? My lord, you should now realize what a poisonous woman your bride-to-be truly is. Do you still want to marry a woman like her?
At the end of his speech, Xiaoming had turned towards Qian Beiyi and asked in a slow and deliberate manner. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 823, Qian Beiyi Returns, 4. Chapter 823, Qian Beiyi Returns, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Qian Beiyi narrowed his blood-red eyes slightly as his red lips curled into a smile. No one could tell what his thoughts were. Miss Gu, Xia Chuxue smiled as she stepped out from behind Xiaoming. Perhaps you've misunderstood, we are all my older sister's loved ones.
Why would we harm her?
Perhaps some villain has purposely slandered the Xia family in front of Miss Gu.
Miss Gu, please don't listen to that person's words.
If my older sister knew that her friends and family members were fighting because of this, she would be very sad.
Gu Ruoyun laughed icily. Would you like me to explain it in detail?
You, Xiaoming, in order to help Xia Chuxue obtain the ancient divine pagoda which was given to Xia Ruoyun by the old master of the Xia family, had captured her mother and used her to force Xia Ruoyun to give up the ancient divine pagoda. However, to save her daughter from threat, Xia Ruoyun's mother did not hesitate to kill herself and successfully helped her son and daughter to escape. Yet you heartless B*****, had then destroyed the entire Mo family, and only Mo Shangfei, who happened to be away, managed to escape this fate. She paused before she continued, but this was not the end. Xia Ruoyun, to avoid dragging her younger brother down with her, then sent Xia Linyu into Lu Chen's care. However, Lu Chen had long gone under your care, and when you forced her to a cliff, you both dismembered Xia Linyu alive right before her eyes. He died without a whole corpse. Gu Ruoyun stared at Xiaoming square in the face as she spoke. His handsome face has now turned 10,000 times paler. He really wanted to know how Gu Ruoyun had managed to find out about all this and how she could have known it all in such detail.
This is impossible. Xia Ruoyun is dead, how could anyone else possibly know of this matter? Xiaoming, whatever humans do, the heavens are watching. For sinning excessively, you will receive retribution.
Gu Ruoyun coldly shot him a look. Very soon, retribution will come to the Xia family.
Xiaoming stumbled.
He shook his head as he stared in disbelief at Gu Ruoyun. Suddenly, as if he had just received some sort of stimulation, he burst into laughter. His laughter was unbridled and insane, it was also filled with absolute hatred.
So what if I've done all those things?
It was that rebellious daughter, Xia Ruoyun, who had failed to recognize what was good for her. She disobeyed her father and bullied her stepsister. She even had the audacity to snatch away the treasure which was supposed to have been her stepsister's birthright, an absolutely seditious act. The ancient divine pagoda was supposed to belong to Schwer. Meteors had fallen from the sky and the sky lost its color on the day Schwer was born, symbolizing that she is the master of the ancient divine pagoda. However, Xia Ruoyun, who was also born on the same day, carried disaster in her bones and would bring misfortune to the Xia family.
The oracle? Gu Ruoyun stroked her chin.
How could I have forgotten about that person?
Humph.
Xiaoming scoffed and shot Gu Ruoyun a fierce glare. Unfortunately, I was unable to retrieve the ancient divine pagoda from that damned SL*T before she died. She was just as wicked as her own mother. If it was not for the fact that her mother was a member of the Mo family, I would never have married her.
What a joke, I love Schwer's mother alone.
Only a kind woman like her is worthy of me.
Xia Ming, since you have the guts to admit it, you won't be afraid if I was to announce this to the whole world? Gu Ruoyun smiled and a sinister light flashed in her eyes. Ha, Xia Ming laughed maniacally. Gu Ruoyun, have you been overanalyzing? Do you think that people would believe you once you've spread the word? Right now, in everyone's eyes, I, Xia Ming, am a true nobleman who places love and loyalty above all. No one would believe that I would ever do such a thing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 824, Xian Beiyi Returns, 5. Chapter 824, Xian Beiyi Returns, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders and stared at Xia Ming with a smile which did not reach her eyes. You're certain? I'm certain. Xia Ming scoffed coldly and raised his head arrogantly. A malicious light flashed in his eyes. A spoken agreement is not binding. Do you think that these people would choose to believe you or me? All right. Since you're so confident, I don't wish to say anything else to you. As for Lu Chen, I won't release him now. Go back to the Xia family home immediately. I'll release him when I feel like it. Gu Ruoyun curled her lips as a glint flashed across her eyes. Gu Ruoyun. Xia Ming's expression sank. Are you certain that you want to make Supreme Jin your enemy? Do you think that Supreme Jin would still come to your aid if he found out about the truth? Ha ha. Xia Ming laughed as if he had just heard a hilarious joke. I'm Xia Ruoyun's biological father. If he won't help even me, why should he help an outsider like you? Let me tell you this, Supreme Jin will aid the Xia family forever. He would not believe you no matter how much explanations you give. Schwer, we're leaving. Xia Ming turned his icy gaze away. However, he paused before he left and said, Gu Ruoyun, you better release Lu Chen. Otherwise, I'll make you pay for what you've done. He then left without a second look back. Xia Chushua watched her father's figure and gritted her teeth. She turned towards Qian Beiyi and said, My lord, I apologize to you and Miss Gu in my father's stead. In truth, he had also suffered greatly that year. All of this had happened because of me. If there's anyone you wish to hate, hate me, but please forgive my father. Gu Ruoyun lowered her gaze as her heart snorted with an icy laugh. If I had not become aware of Xia Chushua's true nature long ago, perhaps I would be blinded by her righteous and awe-inspiring words. Besides, her eyes had been fixed on Qian Beiyi from the very beginning. Her intentions cannot be concealed from the others. Qian Beiyi furrowed his brows and an eerie light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he smiled and his lips curled into a peerlessly beautiful angle. Then, Miss Xia, why don't you explain the kind of hardships your father has endured? This man's smile was absolutely beautiful, so beautiful that one cannot help but feel moved. If Xia Chushua's heart does not belong to that person, she might have become deeply enchanted by him. However, each time she thought of that golden-haired man in the golden robes, she would smile bitterly. When will I ever be able to enter that man's heart? Why is it that he's still unable to forget a dead person and never accepted my love even after so many years? It has grown to such an extent that my love has turned into hatred, and I purposely made others spread slanderous gossips about Xia Ruoyun so that she would disappear from Supreme Jin's heart. However, Xia Chushua had forgotten that Supreme Jin had been protecting the Xia family for Xia Ruoyun's sake. If he no longer misses Xia Ruoyun, what use would he have for the Xia family? Father loves me far too much. Xia Chushua smiled bitterly and lamented sorrowfully. Because older sister had snatched away the ancient divine pagoda which was mine by right, he had gone mad with disappointment and ended up doing all of this. That year, I had tried to reason with him, but no matter how hard I tried, I could not prevent this from happening. I'm now filled with remorse. I hate myself for being so useless and for being unable to help my older sister. I've even blamed my father deep down. It's only an ancient divine pagoda after all, how could it be more important than my older sister? However, he has always believed that older sister was too cruel. Additionally, the Mo family had threatened my life, so he had no choice but to commit these acts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 825, Evidence, 1. Chapter 825, Evidence, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Qian Beiyi slowly rose to his feet. The light from the setting sun cast a glow upon his silvery hair, rendering him a sight so magnificent and no one could turn away from. However, Xia Chushua was only slightly moved. After all, her heart only beheld the aloof and sovereign monarch. Qian Beiyi might be more beautiful than Supreme Jin, but he could not surpass the position that Supreme Jin holds in her heart. If it were not for her father's orders, she would never have wanted to do this. What are you trying to do?
A hint of panic flashed in Xiao Chushue's eyes as she noticed Qian Beiyi walking towards her.
Could this man have possibly fallen for me after hearing my words? No, I cannot devote my body to him.
Aside from Supreme Jean, no one else can touch me. As she watched the man drawing closer towards her, Xiao Chushue completely forgot Xiao Ming's orders. A ray of light enveloped her hand as she slammed it towards Qian Beiyi's chest. However, before she could get any closer to Qian Beiyi, a powerful force hit her squarely on the chest and her body flew out of the way. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her beautiful eyes glared at Qian Beiyi resentfully. My heart already belongs to someone else, so don't think of making me comply with you. She stubbornly raised her little face and exclaimed, refusing to submit even if it meant death. Suddenly, the man approaching her laughed. His laughter was filled with ridicule and contempt while his blood-red eyes were filled with murderous intent.
Xiao Chushue, aren't you thinking a little too highly of yourself? What? Xiao Chushue was shaken.
She widened her pretty eyes and looked up at Qian Beiyi's peerless features that were now filled with disdain. Even though I won't kill you now for Yunner's sake, it doesn't mean that I'll spare you so easily.
You?
Xiao Chushue was just about to speak when she realized that the man had already made his move. A severe pain suddenly radiated from her chest. It was so agonizing that she screamed in pain, but soon, she could no longer even scream. Her fair forehead was covered in a layer of sweat as she bit her lips and trembled.
She hated him.
She hated Xiao Ming for making her come to a place like this. She hated him even more for leaving her on her own and causing her to endure such pain, but... Of course, at this moment, Xiao Chushue had completely forgotten that Xiao Ming had asked her to leave with him, but she had decided to stay behind and completely ruin and discredit Xiao Ruoyun. Hence, the pain she was now suffering had been caused by no other than herself.
Don't worry, I won't let you turn into a good-for-nothing now. I will only make you feel the spiritual energy within your body slowly disappear until you become a good-for-nothing. Qian Beiyi stared commandingly down at the woman who was lying on the ground.
The smile on his lips was cold and eerie while his voice was bloodthirsty and cruel.
A good-for-nothing?
Those words were like a stroke of lightning which crashed down upon Xiao Chushue's heart.
Power was everything to her.
Without power, forget about Supreme Jean, not even Lu Chen would spare her a second look. That year, Lu Chen had betrayed Xiao Ruoyun for the sake of Xiao Chushue's infinite potential.
Yet now, she would slowly be turned into a good-for-nothing?
Xiao Chushue's face drained of color, but the most hurtful thing of all to her was the humiliation that Qian Beiyi had caused her. Her heart belongs to Supreme Jean, so it was fine if she does not fall for this man. However, she felt that she was certainly far superior to this woman, be it in character or looks.
Why must he treat me so cruelly?
After all, from a very young age, Xiao Chushue had always been surrounded by many young, talented people. It was fine if she does not like them, but they must adore her. In fact, they had to place her at the center of their world. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 826, Evidence 2. Chapter 826, Evidence 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Out. Bang, dot.
A hurricane rose and Xiao Chushue's body was instantly thrown out the door. She bit her lip as she crawled up from the ground, lowering her eyelids to conceal the cold light in her eyes.
Gu Ruoyun, your master, the holy doctor, had killed my older sister, and now you want to kill the entire Xiao family.
I, Xiao Chushue, hereby swear that one day, I will kill you and avenge my poor sister. Xiao Chushue's lips raised into a sneer, but only for a fleeting moment as she saw a crowd of onlookers gather around her. Her pale face was then filled with sorrow and rage, as if the people in that room were the ones who had actually killed her sister. She portrayed herself as the good younger sister who would avenge her older sister's death regardless of the consequences.
What? The lady staying in that room is the holy doctor's disciple?
Furthermore, she is even viler than him. It was not enough for her to kill the older sister, she wouldn't even spare the younger, but...
Xiao Chushue certainly values love and loyalty.
The other one is the holy doctor's disciple, so the holy doctor can't be too far away, yet Xiao Chushue had charged right over. It's obvious that avenging Xiao Ruoyun is more important to her life comes second.
Wouldn't it be great if I had a sister like that? How does a thankless wretch like Xiao Ruoyun get such good fortune?
The sneer in Xiao Chushue's heart grew more pronounced when she saw the success of her schemes, but she did not show it on her face.
Gu Ruoyun, I have no feelings whatsoever towards that man of yours, yet he has fallen for me. How could I be blamed for that?
I'm not at fault, so why must you raise your hand to harm me? I know you were once friends with my older sister, and I don't blame you for hurting my sister in the past for the holy doctor's sake. After all, my older sister had once protected you fiercely.
On account of my older sister, I'll ask Supreme Jean to spare you. However, don't touch a single hair on the Xia family member's head. Our Xia family has always maintained that we would never attack unless we were threatened. If you cross the line, don't blame me, Xia Chuxue, for my lack of courtesy. I'll do anything to protect my family. Xia Chuxue looked righteous and awe-inspiring as she scolded the couple in the room. Upon hearing her words, the crowd became aware of what had happened and sent scornful looks towards the woman in green who was sitting on a chair in the room. I've met shameless people before, but I've never met anyone who would disregard her shame completely. The man she likes has fallen for the eldest lady of the Xia family. That's a problem between the two of them. The eldest lady Xia doesn't even like him, so why drag an innocent woman down? Besides, it seems that this woman doesn't exactly have much power. I can't sense any energy fluctuations from her body at all. It's a wonder that the holy doctor would take in someone like her as an apprentice. She must have been using Xia Ruoyun. In order to win a discipleship with the holy doctor, she has even harmed her own friend. People like her should be punished with death. The incident that happened with Xia Ruoyun occurred 6 years ago. This woman should be about 13 to 14 years old at that time. She was so precocious at such a young age. With such great schemes. How very terrifying. She should not be left alive, yet the eldest lady Xia is kind, choosing not to quibble with her on account of her sister. She doesn't know what's good for her. Boom! Just then, a wave of energy crashed into Xia Chushue's body. She toppled back and tumbled down the staircase. Blood began to spurt from her mouth non-stop. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she stared fixedly at the man in red who stood upstairs in front of the room. Xia Chuxue, return and inform Xia Ming that within these few days, this Supreme One will give him a surprise. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 827, Evidence, 3. Chapter 827, Evidence, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Slam. Just as the man finished speaking, the room's door was abruptly shut tight. Xia Chushue's eyes became hazy. She clenched her fist tightly to stop her heart from trembling. Guru Ayun, I, Xia Chuxue, hereby swear that I will ensure that you die in an unmarked grave. That man who was helping you will not have a peaceful death either. However, the crowd was in shock over the way Qian Beiyi had addressed himself. After all, only one type of person was allowed to address themselves as the Supreme One, cultivators at the rank of Martial Supreme. Was this man a Martial Supreme as well? However, judging from the way he had spoken, he does not seem to be interested in Xia Chuxue as she had claimed. He must have been shamed to anger after being rejected. I suppose that only a man by Guru Oyun's side would have such a lack of moral character. Xia Chuxue crawled up from the ground and spoke in a soft, icy voice. However, her voice was loud enough for the people next to her to overhear. No wonder that man had acted against Xia Chuxue. He was angered by the humiliation of being rejected. So, does he think that he could do as he pleases just because he's a Martial Supreme? Yet he still wants to force an honest girl into prostitution? Just what kind of a person does he think the eldest lady Xia is? She has never been vain and would not fall for a man just because he's powerful. Such a lofty and unsullied woman deserves to be treated with gentleness by all. In the room, Qian Beiyi's face was ashen. His blood-red eyes were burning with a thick sense of murderous intent. Even though Xia Chuxue had spoken in a very low and soft voice, with his powerful hearing abilities, he had heard what she had said crystal clear. Yuner, if it wasn't for your plans in not letting the Xia family off so easily, I would have destroyed them all right now. Guru Oyan sipped her tea and spoke in a careless manner. Let Xia Chuxue slander and discredit others however much she wishes for now. Once the truth is out, her face would change in a rather entertaining manner. Xiao Yi, did you record everything earlier on? Qian Beiyi smiled. He then opened his palm to reveal a glittering and translucent jade ornament in his hand. This jade ornament is a divine weapon. It has no use in battle but has only one function, to record every conversation. Xia Ming's words have already been stored in this jade ornament. I only need to pour in a bit of spiritual energy and I'll be able to replay his voice. Perhaps Xia Ming never anticipated such an object to exist on this mainland. After all, this voice recording jade ornament was a divine weapon and Qian Beiyi had obtained it by chance, all for the sake of this very moment. Of course, when he had first obtained the jade ornament, he never considered that it could be used this way. When he was reunited with Guru Ayun, he remembered the jade ornament's uses. That was why he had taken Lu Qin away, so that Xia Ming would be forced to make an appearance. As for Guru Ayun, she had said those things, not for the sake of exposing herself to Xia Ming's notice but to force him into confessing. Indeed, Xia Ming had been far too confident in himself. He thought that it was not a big deal even if he had confessed.
To him, no one would believe Gu Ruoyun's words. However, he never thought that Gu Ruoyun had incited him because she had made the necessary preparations.
When do you plan to announce the truth to the world?
Gu Ruoyun smiled. When my master comes looking for me.
I can't possibly not have him around at a time like that. By the way, Xiao Yi, I need your help.
All right.
Qianbei Yi smiled as he agreed. I haven't even told you what it is and you're already agreeing to it.
Gu Ruoyun was a little speechless. Xiao Yi had agreed to it a little too easily. Suddenly, Qianbei Yi's expression grew solemn. His blood-red eyes now lost their initially bloodthirsty look. Instead, they were filled with a steady sincerity. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 828, Evidence, 4. Chapter 828, Evidence, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
As she stared at the man's peerlessly beautiful face, a warm current ran through Gu Ruoyun's heart as her lucid and elegant features broke into a smile. Actually, it's not a very difficult task. I'd like to ask if you could bring Yuer over. Knowing your agility, you should be very fast. Once everyone has been gathered, we'll go to the Xia family home. Now that I've gathered all the evidence, I need not feel apprehensive whether Supreme Jin or Mo Xinfei would help the Xia family. This was the issue which she had worried about the most. Of course, she was not worried about being unable to defeat Supreme Jin, but she was unwilling to make an enemy of him.
Hence, she had not made any move against the Xia family. Then I'll set off tomorrow. I'll be back in 3 days.
Qianbei Yi stared eagerly at Gu Ruoyun and said miserably, Yuner, we haven't seen each other in such a long time.
You wouldn't bear to send me away today, right?
That's up to you.
Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders and turned away from Qianbei Yi. It was a quiet night.
The clear, cold glow of the moon illuminated the room, brushing against the young woman's body. At this moment, Gu Ruoyun does not know why, but her heart leaped when she sensed the still atmosphere. She opened her mouth to speak, but at that moment, a hand reached forward from in front of her and pulled her into a warm embrace. The man lowered his eyelids and gazed upon the woman in his arms, curling his mouth into a smile. His red eyes were filled with warmth and his silvery hair looked even more brilliant under the moonlight. He looked so beautiful that it was as if he had just stepped out of a painting.
The sight was so mesmerizing that one would find it hard to turn away. Yuner, let's sleep together tonight, all right?
The man's smile turned even more beautiful when he felt the woman's body tense up. His long, slender fingers stroked her soft hair. Gu Ruoyun gently closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, her clear and cold pupils displayed a sense of resolution. She raised her head towards the man before her and her eyes were filled with smiles.
All right. Qianbei Yi smiled happily.
That smile was so beautiful it looked like a fully bloomed flower.
He murmured gently, let's go to bed, Yuner.
I'll start my journey to the West Spirit mainland tomorrow morning and bring him here. He then held Gu Ruoyun by the waist, carried her and gently placed her on the bed. That night, Gu Ruoyun was unable to fall asleep at all as her mind was wild with nervousness. However, it was a good thing that the man only turned around and pulled her into his embrace and did not try to consummate anything. This made Gu Ruoyun's heart feel a little calmer.
The next day. Early in the morning.
The snoozing couple was awakened by a sudden, muffled noise.
They then heard an angry voice. Which damned girl dares to pose as my disciple? Get your F***king ass out here right now.
This voice was all too familiar to Gu Ruoyun. She hurriedly opened her eyes and turned towards the furious old man in white who had just charged into the room.
Master?
Gu Ruoyun was instantly stunned before she hurriedly crawled out from the bed. Her heart was filled with joy. She had not anticipated the old holy doctor to have shown up so quickly.
This was certainly out of her expectations. Bai Zhongtian was extremely indignant at the sight of the woman on the bed.
He threw his fist across with extreme force.
Damned girl, who are you to F***king call me your master? Boom!
At that moment, a ray of red light flashed across and shielded Gu Ruoyun from his strike.
Momentarily undefended, Bai Zhongtian staggered back.
He raised his head and stared in shock at the silver-haired man in red. His gaze then slowly grew solemn. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 829, Evidence, 5. Chapter 829, Evidence, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This man is exceptionally powerful. He's on a level a little higher than my own. I'm here to find that girl who's impersonating as my disciple. This has nothing to do with you, so get out of the way.
Mother F*** Ker, you would dare to imitate my disciple.
When have I ever accepted a disciple like you, and how had I not known about this? Bai Zhongtian was mad with rage.
He had intended to take a nice stroll this morning to furtively collect some news on the Xiao family. However, he had not expected to overhear that someone has been posing as his disciple.
That was enough. His one and only disciple was Xiao Ruoyun. When had this person come along, and how was he unaware of this? Xiao Yi. Gu Ruoyun stopped Shen Beiyi and shook her head when she noticed his expression becoming uglier by the minute.
Her eyes then fell upon Bai Zhongtian. It has been so many years since I've last seen him, this old man's temper has become increasingly terrible. He had come here and landed the first blow before even asking questions. When had he become so brash?
Master, Gu Ruoyun crawled up from the bed and shrugged her shoulders exasperatedly. I don't know if you'll believe me, but what I'm trying to say is that I'm your disciple. I'm Xiao Ruoyun. Whoosh! Bai Zhongtian immediately charged towards Gu Ruoyun once again without another word. Xiao Yi, don't interfere in this matter, I can take care of this myself. Sensing the aura fluctuating behind her, Gu Ruoyun raised an eyebrow and stopped Shen Beiyi.
The old man was now in front of Gu Ruoyun. He angrily grabbed onto the front of her robes and yelled, "Damned girl, you dare pose as my disciple.
Did you think that I wouldn't recognize Xiao Ruoyun?
She was murdered by a scoundrel, yet you still want to impersonate her. You're simply tired of living."
Master, I'm really your disciple. If you don't believe me, I can prove it. You shut your mouth. What proof? I will never believe in forgery. Boom.
Bai Zhongtian no longer gave Gu Ruoyun the chance to speak as he sent his fist flying towards her face.
Gu Ruoyun quickly threw her head back, narrowly avoiding the attack. She then quickly took the opportunity to break free from Bai Zhongtian's grasp and retreated a few steps back. Regardless, Bai Zhongtian was a martial supreme. So, at the moment, Gu Ruoyun was no match for him. Damned girl, you would dare try to escape. Bai Zhongtian widened his eyes in anger and the aura from his body exploded, shattering a table into countless pieces. He quickly charged towards Gu Ruoyun. However, Bai Zhongtian had not used the full might of his power. He only wanted to teach this impostor who had dared to imitate his precious disciple a lesson. So, each time Gu Ruoyun evaded him, if he had really wanted to strike her, she would never have had the chance to escape. Master, are you finished causing trouble?
Gu Ruoyun wiped the cold sweat from her brow and stared in mild exasperation at Bai Zhongtian. It's been years since we've last met.
Are your shin bones failing? Is that why you've come to me for a bit of activity? Damned girl, you dare to speak in such a way. What, are you trying to fool me into thinking that you're actually my poor, precious disciple? Bai Zhongtian scoffed. He no longer wished to continue his banter with Gu Ruoyun as his fist attacked once again and soon reached inches from Gu Ruoyun's face. Bang!
In that instant, a purple divine pagoda suddenly appeared on top of Gu Ruoyun's head. It aimed itself at Bai Zhongtian, fully ready to smash him to the ground. Bai Zhongtian was stunned at the sight of the ancient divine pagoda. His expression changed greatly from his initial astonishment to surprise and joy. However, before he was able to react, the ancient divine pagoda pounded against him and pressed itself firmly against his body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 830, Master and Disciple Meet Again, 1. Chapter 830, Master and Disciple Meet Again, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Master, it's not my fault. I had wanted to give you an explanation, but you refused to give me a chance at all. Furthermore, you chased me around and tried to beat me up.
You're a martial supreme, so my pounding wouldn't have harmed you at all.
Gu Ruoyun then retrieved the ancient divine pagoda.
Bai Zhongtian was sprawled on the floor and his eyes were wide open. He looked as if he had just seen an ox with the face of a horse. He quivered, crawling to his feet as his elderly eyes stared fixedly on Gu Ruoyun.
You're Xiao Ruoyun? Gu Ruoyun nodded. I just told you that I'm your disciple. *T.
Bai Zhongtian could not contain himself from swearing. Why didn't you mention that you had the ancient divine pagoda earlier? It was Bai Zhongtian who had once told her the true power of the ancient divine pagoda.
It was said that the ancient divine pagoda only recognizes one master.
Regardless of how many times that person was reincarnated, only they alone could form a contract with the ancient divine pagoda. Hence, no one else would have been able to control the ancient divine pagoda. Bai Zhongtian was the only one who had this knowledge. This was why Gu Ruoyun was so certain that she could prove her identity to him. However, she had not expected this guy to start screaming threats and try to beat her up the moment he had arrived. He simply had not given her the chance to speak. Therefore, she had no other choice but to let the ancient divine pagoda show itself. After all, the ancient divine pagoda exists inside her body and could only be summoned in battle. However, once she had summoned it, she could not put it away and had to smash the pitiful Bai Zhongtian.
Master, did you forget?
Gu Ruoyun commented as she blinked at Bai Zhongtian, you were the one who had asked me to shut up. Bai Zhongtian was instantly rendered speechless. I really had not given her the chance to speak at all. His angry expression was then replaced by anxiety. Dearest, precious disciple. I was unaware of your identity as Xia Ruoyun just a while ago, so I had accidentally overreacted.
Did I hurt you? Let me see. Bai Zhongtian tried to touch Gu Ruoyun as he spoke.
However, before he could even reach her, he saw a red shadow appear right in front of her. The man's blood-red eyes swept towards him. At that moment, Bai Zhongtian felt as if he had fallen into hell. His entire body was enveloped in an eerily cold aura until he quickly pulled his hand back. He cradled his arm as he exclaimed, Dear disciple, please get this guy a little further away from me.
He scares me.
Even Bai Zhongtian himself does not know why, but he was deathly afraid of this man. Especially the look in that man's eyes. I wonder how many people he's had to kill to have eyes like that. Xiao Yi, this old fellow is very advanced in his age, so don't scare him. What if he gets a heart attack? That would be horrible. Gu Ruoyun said as she patted Qian Yi's shoulder. When he heard her words, Qian Yi immediately retracted his gaze and turned back towards Gu Ruoyun. In an instant, his initially gloomy-looking pupils softened and his red lips curled into a beautiful smile.
Oh, right. Suddenly, Bai Zhongtian seemed to remember something and stared fixedly at Gu Ruoyun. Aren't you supposed to be dead? What are you doing here? Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders. Have you heard reincarnation? I was very fortunate. Even though I've died, I happened to reincarnate onto a different mainland.
She then began to explain everything which had happened to her in the past 6 years to Bai Zhongtian. She reckoned that not even Bai Zhongtian would have expected Gu Ruoyun to have had such a stroke of luck and was given the opportunity to reincarnate. Forget about his expectations, not even the Xia family would have expected any of this at all. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 831, Master and Disciple Meet Again, 2. Chapter 831, Master and Disciple Meet Again, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Xia family had always thought that as long as Xia Ruoyun was dead, they would not need to fear the future. Bam!
Bai Zhongtian slammed his fist on the bed as an angry vein protruded from his forehead. His eyes were filled with a fiery gaze as he gnashed his teeth. So it's true then, the incident which had happened to you all those years ago was related to those B****stards from the Xia family. Also, they could even bring themselves to dismember such an adorable child like you are alive.
Dearest disciple, don't you worry. Master will avenge you.
Even though Bai Zhongtian had long suspected that the Xia family was behind Xia Ruoyun's murder, now that he has had his suspicions confirmed, the fiery rage in his heart nearly burned him alive. If he does not chop those B****stards into a million pieces, he would not be fit to be called her master, but... Disciple, this was all your fault for not telling anyone about your status as my disciple. Bai Zhongtian glanced at Gu Ruoyun as he whined pitifully, otherwise, all of this would never have happened and I would have destroyed the Xia family long ago. If we go now, we won't be able to expose the Xia family's true nature. I will not be satisfied until they are exposed to the world. Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders. A tall tree attracts the wind. This was what worried me the most at that time. Most importantly, I had only wanted to concentrate fully on cultivation then and I did not want to invite disturbances. If everyone knew that I was your disciple, I'm afraid that I'll never have moment's peace. However, I never expected that I would end up being killed by the Xia family. No matter what, in this life, I won't give in to my apprehensions. Those who walk the earth have the opportunity to avenge themselves as soon as possible.
Ha ha ha. Bai Zhongtian burst into laughter.
He sounded very refreshed. What great logic, those who walk the earth have the opportunity to avenge themselves as soon as possible.
Since that's the case, dearest disciple, let's go right now and destroy the B****stards of the Xia family.
No matter what the world might say, I, Bai Zhongtian, only need to have my conscience cleared. As long as I can kill them and avenge you, I have no qualms about the consequences even if I have to deal with a bad reputation for the rest of my life.
Let everyone believe the slanders of the Xia family. Gu Ruoyun was stunned.
When she saw that Bai Zhongtian was about to leave, she quickly grabbed onto his arm.
Master, don't be rash. Listen to what I have to say first. What?
Bai Zhongtian glared at Gu Ruoyun. I'm already willing to bear a bad reputation, so why are you flailing around for?
Let's go kill those B***stards now.
They King had the audacity to harm my disciple while I had been away.
If I don't kill them, I'm not human. Master, Gu Ruoyun sighed, I've already prepared the evidence, so why should you need to continue to be the black pot?
Evidence?
Bai Zhongtian blinked and stared at Gu Ruoyun with mild astonishment. What is this evidence that you speak of? Without another word, Gu Ruoyun produced a jade ornament from her sleeve and directed a bit of spiritual energy into the jade ornament.
Xiaoming's smug and egotistical laughter then filled the air, ringing throughout the room from within the jade ornament. Bai Zhongtian heard each and every word very clearly. Disciple, if my guess is correct, that jade ornament you have is a kind of divine weapon which can record what anyone says. It's ranked amongst the best of the best out of the divine weapons. While it does not have any other usage, its prime function is enough for it to earn that position. Bai Zhongtian sneered, it's only that in Xiaoming's intelligent mind, he would never have imagined that you could possess this divine weapon. He was goaded into action by you, thinking that even if he confesses, you wouldn't have proof and would not be able to deal with him. Now that we have proof, we should head to the Xia family home. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 832, Master and Disciple Meet Again, 3. Chapter 832, Master and Disciple Meet Again, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Don't be hasty.
Gu Ruoyun swept her gaze towards Bai Zhongtian. I still need Xiao Yi to escort you back here.
Master, there's another thing that I need your help in.
What is it?
The Oracle, Tian Xing.
I need to find his whereabouts. Master, it should be fairly easy for you to find a person through your personal contacts. I heard that this oracle has left Drifting Wind Country many years ago to a foreign place, so only you can help me. Alright, Bai Zhongtian fell momentarily silent. I'll help you find him now.
It's very much appreciated. Gu Ruoyun smiled before she turned to face Qian Beiyi.
Her clear and cold eyes were filled with tenderness. Xiao Yi, I'll wait for your return.
Qian Beiyi smiled.
His finger gently stroked Gu Ruoyun's hair as he replied gently, I'll be back in 3 days' time.
Yuner, wait for me here.
Gu Ruoyun nodded and was about to say something else but kept it to herself in the end.
3 days.
She was looking forward to seeing an entertaining look on Xiaoming's face in 3 days. In the study of the Xia family home, Xia Chuxue bit her lip as she stared at the middle-aged man in front of her with a pale look on her face.
Father, what should we do now? Good for nothing.
She could not help but shudder when the words echoed in her heart. She never thought that she would ever be reduced to a good-for-nothing. Initially, I never had any intentions of marrying you off to Lu Chen. After all, Lu Chen has no position and was not a distinctively magnificent individual. The only thing was, he knows far too much, so I had no choice but to let him follow you around. In contrast, Supreme Jin's status and power is a great match for you. I had originally planned to let you marry him, but now that you've become a good-for-nothing, I'm certain that Supreme Jin would not even spare you a second glance. However, Supreme Jin had never spared Xia Chuxue a second glance before anyway. Xia Chuxue's features became increasingly pale. She lowered her eyelids to conceal her piercing hatred. If it had not been for Gu Ruoyun and that man, I would never have been turned into a good-for-nothing. Nor would I have lost the right to become Supreme Jin's woman forever. Swear, you were the master of the ancient divine pagoda. I had thought that one day, the ancient divine pagoda would return to you, so Lu Chen's position was simply unfit then. Only a man like Supreme Jin deserves to be with you. After that, sooner or later, you would have stood at the apex of the mainland. Unfortunately, I had not anticipated this current outcome. You are already a good-for-nothing and you have no other use. Hence, the Xia family must save Lu Chen now and marry you to him. What? Xia Chuxue widened her pretty eyes. She then shuddered. Father, you know that I only love Supreme Jin. I don't have any feelings for Lu Chen at all. Based on Lu Chen's position, he's not even a good match for me. I'm the most outstanding woman in the world, and only the most outstanding man in the world like Supreme Jin is fit to be my husband. She was the master of the ancient divine pagoda. How could a man with no position or talent like Lu Chen be a match for her? That was why she had looked down on Lu Chen from the beginning. In the past, she had only wanted to use him but had no intentions of marrying him. Swear, it has come to this now. We must reduce our losses as much as possible. Lu Chen is indeed not as outstanding as Supreme Jin, but he is far better than most of the young men of his generation. The only thing was that you were far too outstanding, so you would never give him the time of the day. However,
the current you no longer have the right to be arrogant, so you can only lower your expectations. We have already lost the possibility of enticing Supreme Jean, we cannot lose Lu Chen as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 833, Master and Disciple Meet Again, 4. Chapter 833, Master and Disciple Meet Again, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Xiaoming still retained his rationality at a time like this. If this were to continue, no one would be willing to marry his good-for-nothing daughter. Hence, he had quickly decided to entice Lu Chen to his side. Xia Chuxue kept her cool. The hatred she feels towards Gu Ruoyun has long entered deep into her being. She lowered her gaze and said, "As you command, father." "All right. Since that's the case, let's quickly organize the wedding. The wedding must be conducted in 3 days' time. We shall have to humble ourselves this time and beg Gu Ruoyun to let him go." "In 3 days' time? That's so soon." Xia Chuxue was a little shocked and she stared in astonishment at Xiaoming's handsome face. "Did you think you could continue to drag this on? The longer you delay, the greater your powers will deplete. By then, Lu Chen will certainly see the truth of our situation. I've always known that Lu Chen had pursued you because of your status as the master of the ancient divine pagoda. If he finds out that you become a good-for-nothing, he would certainly turn on his heel and leave. That man is that realistic. Nevertheless, who wasn't? Xia Chushua's mother was his one true love, but between power and love, he would choose the former as he was a man. Otherwise, he would never have let his childhood sweetheart go and court Lady Mo instead. During that fateful year, he would not have favored the concubine and done away with the wife if it had not been for the oracle's predictions. He had even gone to great lengths to murder his own flesh and blood. Therefore, after finding out that Xia Chuxue has become a good-for-nothing, the favor he had for her in his heart has diminished. On the contrary, he now wanted to squeeze the very last bit of value out of her. "I understand." Xia Chuxue lowered her head as she replied. She had lowered her head so that no one could see the look on her face. If anyone had seen it, they would have immediately jumped in fright. At this moment, Xia Chushue's face was now twisted with rage and hatred. The space between her brows was filled with contempt. To her, this was all Gu Ruoyun and Xianbei's fault. They had forced her into a marriage with a man she does not love. It was also Xiaoming's fault as well. Would she have ended up in this predicament if he had not left first? Once she finds the ancient divine pagoda, be it those two or Xiaoming, they would all pay for this. Naturally, Xiaoming was unaware that his own daughter had already turned against him as well. Her heart dearly wished that she could make him disappear immediately. "All right, you can leave now. I'm going to think of how we can bring Lu Chen back." Xiaoming waved his hand, closed his eyes and entered into deep thought. Xia Chuxue lifted her head and looked at Xiaoming before leaving without another word. At the Dragon and Phoenix restaurant. A man dressed in golden robes was sitting in front of a window in one of the private booths. He quietly looked out at the lively and bustling streets. Just then, the door swung open. He frowned and turned towards an elegant figure, dressed in white robes, who had just entered the room. Big Brother Jean. Xia Chuxue stood in front of Supreme Jean and stared at the splendidly handsome man in gold. She pursed her lips tightly as a wave of grief flashed fleetingly across her eyes. "What is it?" Supreme Jin's frown deepened. His voice was as cold as usual. "If you have no information on the Holy Doctor, there's no need to come and look for me." "Big Brother Jean, have you not heard that a person who claims to be the Holy Doctor's disciple has appeared in the Imperial City?" Xia Chuxue stared at Supreme Jean in confusion. She simply could not understand it. This was such big news, yet why does this man act as if he had never heard of it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 834, Master and Disciple Meet Again, 5. Chapter 834, Master and Disciple Meet Again, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There's only one person who can claim to be the Holy Doctor's disciple. Supreme Jean put his teacup down before he continued, therefore, that person is not his disciple. I'm looking for the Holy Doctor, I have no interest in anything else. He has searched every nook and cranny of the Imperial City, but he still could not find the Holy Doctor's whereabouts. Of course, the Holy Doctor was a Marshal Supreme, so if he wishes to hide, it would not be an easy task to locate him. Big Brother Jean. Thud. Xia Chuxue suddenly knelt onto the ground and begged, Big Brother Jean, please save me on account of my sister, but... Supreme Jean glanced at her indifferently, what's the matter?
Big Brother Jean, Xiao Chushue raised her head and faced Supreme Jean. Her expression was utterly sorrowful. A few days ago, I heard that the Holy Doctor's disciple had appeared in Drifting Wind Country. I went to investigate because I wanted to find more information about the Holy Doctor's whereabouts. However, the silver-haired man at her side took a fancy to me and wanted to make me his wife. That man is powerful and he should be around the rank of a Marshal Supreme. So, to prevent that man from causing trouble for me, my father wants me to marry Lu Chen. As long as I am married, he would stop thinking about me, but Big Brother Jean, Lu Chen has always been like an older brother to me. I don't want to get married, be it to the silver-haired man or Lu Chen. Please, Big Brother Jean, help me to escape this place.
Supreme Jin's head features remained calm the entire time and his golden eyes showed no sign of any emotion.
He slowly turned around and looked out at the street outside the window before he coldly responded, if the Xia family's lives were under threat, I will help.
However, I won't help in other matters.
Xiao Chushue raised her head in shock and stared at the man's handsome visage with sorrow. She never thought that this man would be so cruel.
Has he been helping the Xia family only for Xia Ruoyun's sake?
Why was it that she, Xiao Chushue, could never be better than a deceased woman? Big Brother Jean, Xiao Chushue bit her lower lip as she slowly rose to her feet. Her eyes were filled with determination as she spoke. Lu Chen is my older sister's childhood lover after all.
No matter what, I would never have anything to do with Big Brother Lu.
If you won't help me, Big Brother Jean, then I'll have to die to apologize to my poor sister. She had spoken with such emotion and sincerity that anyone who heard it would feel moved. However, Supreme Jean remained unmoved as he continued to stare at the world outside the window. It was almost as if he had not heard a word of what she had said.
Big Brother Jean, are you really going to treat me this way? Xiao Chushue's eyes were filled with sadness. Could it be that you're truly willing to watch me marry Lu Chen? Supreme Jean finally responded.
He turned around to face Xiao Chushue as he replied indifferently, I've told you that this matter has nothing to do with me. Since Master Xia has made the decision, you should look for him.
I have no way of meddling in your family's private affairs.
Xiao Chushue felt as if a needle had just pierced through her heart. The agony was more than she could bear. From the first time she had seen this man, she had become deeply attracted to him. Hence, all these years, she had searched frantically for the ancient divine pagoda, all for the sake of obtaining the right to stand by his side and to become his wife.
However, he now said that her marriage to another man has nothing to do with him?
Big Brother Jean, Xiao Chushue laughed bitterly, do you not know that you are the only one in my heart? Lu Chen was once my sister's lover and I would never dip my finger in that. Even though I had once admired him, I had buried my feelings deep down for the sake of my sister. However, after I met you, Big Brother Jean, I understood that my feelings for Lu Chen were not of love but attachment.
I only love you and you alone. Admiration? Would a man like Lu Chen ever deserve her admiration?
These words had been only for Supreme Jin's sake. She wanted Supreme Jean to understand that after all these years, her reluctance in accepting Lu Chen was not because she had not liked him but had all been for her sister's sake. Any man should treasure a woman like her who values love and loyalty above all else.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 835, Shedding All Pretense of Cordiality, 1. Chapter 835, Shedding All Pretense of Cordiality, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Supreme Jean frowned as his cold eyes slowly swept across Xiao Chushue's sorrowful face. He then spoke with an indifferent tone of voice, if there's nothing else, you may go. To Xiao Chushue, these words were like a death sentence and caused her heart to sear with pain. She gently shut her eyes and when she opened them again, her pretty eyes had a bitter smile.
Big Brother Jean, I understand. If you're unwilling to see me, I won't ever appear before you again.
She took one last look at Supreme Jean. Her gaze was full of reluctance as if she wanted to pull the man into her eyes. Any other man would not have been able to endure hurting a woman who has loved them as resolutely as this. However, this man had turned away as soon as he heard these words. His eyes then continued to look out into the bustling streets and no longer spared Xiao Chushue a second glance. Xiao Chushue clenched her fists tightly and turned to leave the private compartment.
Her lowered gaze was filled with an immense unwillingness and a jealous hatred.
Xia Ruoyun, if it had not been for you, Supreme Jean would never have treated me with such indifference. Unfortunately, you're already dead, so I have no way of taking my pain out by torturing you.
I can only vent my fury on the people you care about. At the Xia family home.
Xiao Chushue stepped into the hall and stopped a random footboy, speaking in an icy voice, you, bring him Shangfei to me.
As you command, eldest lady.
The footboy hurriedly left upon receiving his orders. Not too long after, Mo Shangfei, dressed in martial attire, accompanied the footboy as he walked into the room. When she saw Mo Shangfei, Xia Chushua's initially cruel expression slowly dissolved. She smiled gently as she asked, "Fair, you've been in the Xia family home for a very long time now, correct?" Mo Shangfei was stunned. "It has been 6 years." He replied with a frown. 6 years. Xia Chushua smiled lightly before she slowly rose and approached Mo Shangfei. "During the past 6 years, you've stayed by my side and protected me. I'm truly grateful for your trouble, so I'd like to give my faithful servant girl, Xiaoyu, to you as your betrothed."
What do you think? What? Mo Shangfei was stunned and his expression changed drastically. "This won't do, I already have someone I love. I cannot marry any other woman." Whoosh! Xia Chushua's initially smiling face turned to ice instantly. Her eyes flickered with a cold light as she said, "Mo Shangfei, do you think that my servant girl's rank is insignificant, so she's not good enough for you? There's no need for you to say anything else, the matter has been decided. In a few days, I will personally make preparations for your wedding. Consider it my reward to you for protecting me all these years." "My apologies." Mo Shangfei slowly closed his eyes. After a long pause, he opened them again and stared at Xia Chushua as he said, "I'm afraid that I must betray your gesture of affection. My heart already belongs to the little princess, I won't marry anyone else but her." Mo Shangfei. Xia Chushua shook her head as she sighed, "You're no longer a young master of the Mo family. Do you think the emperor would give his own daughter to you as your wife?
I'm also unable to bear the sight of you enduring this agony in the end.
What's wrong with my servant girl?
If you were still a young master of the Mo family, her lowly position would indeed not be good enough for you.
However, you are now a bodyguard of the Xia family.
A bodyguard is well suited for a servant girl who is more than enough for him.
Even though we are not related by blood, you're my half-sister's cousin, so I must be the one to organize your matrimonial affairs.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 836, Shedding All Pretense of Cordiality, 2. Chapter 836, Shedding All Pretense of Cordiality, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What she meant was a mere bodyguard like Mo Shangfei could only be evenly matched with a servant girl.
Yet, he was acting like a toad wishing to feast on swan meat by dreaming of marrying a princess.
That was an idiot's dream. Mo Shangfei's expression slowly grew cold.
He scoffed and replied, "Xia Chushua, I am indeed very grateful to the Xia family for taking me in that year.
However, this does not mean that I've been sold to the Xia family.
I had agreed to become your bodyguard due to the Xia family's friendship towards me. This does not mean that you have the right to decide on whom I can marry."
Mo Shangfei. Xia Chushua's eyes sank. She does not want to allow Mo Shangfei and the little princess union to happen.
Her main reason was because the imperial family has great power, and if Mo Shangfei really marries the little princess, he would no longer need to haplessly give his life to the Xia family. The other reason was because Mo Shangfei was related to that SL*T Xiaoruoyun, so she would never allow him to marry the woman he loves. She wanted this man to suffer for the rest of his life by being denied to be with love of his life, but if there was anyone that Mo Shangfei should hate, it would be Xiaoruoyun. It was her fault that he cannot marry the woman he loves. Marriage has always been a match made by our parents' order and on the matchmaker's word. My parents are both dead, hence, I will determine my marriage on my own terms.
You, Xia Chushua, are only a person from my generation. What right do you have to make my decisions for me? Furthermore, to make me marry a servant girl?
It is my right as your master. The aura within Xiaoruoyun stirred as she glared at Mo Shangfei icily. "I'll ask you one more time, will you marry my servant girl or not? If you do not marry her, don't even think of leaving this place today."
Ha ha ha. Mo Shangfei threw his head back and laughed maniacally.
His lips curled into a cold smile as he said, "Xia Chushua, I had stayed in the Xia family to repay you for your benevolence. However, I never thought that you, who has always appeared kind in the eyes of the world, would actually display such immorality in conduct. Consider me, Mo Shangfei, to have been blind to your true nature in the past. That was why I had protected you for so long. Now, I declare that I want to separate from the Xia family and regain my freedom."
Mo Shangfei. I'd like to see if you can actually leave today.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, numerous figures swooped in from outside the room and surrounded Mo Shangfei in a tight circle.
Mo Shangfei's lips curled upwards at the sight of the guards surrounding him. He smiled as he said, "Xia Chushua, I'm disappointed in the Xia family's sincerity."
Mo Shangfei, I'm doing all of this for your own good.
You are being too rebellious. Xia Chushua smiled.
She then issued a command to everyone, ordering them to move closer to Mo Shangfei. The little princess will never marry you.
In order to prevent your future suffering, I think it's better that I let you marry my servant girl.
In Drifting Wind Country, you are only good enough for a servant girl.
Perhaps you might hate me now, but after a few years, you'll understand why I've chosen to do this today. By then, you will definitely thank me. Trying to escape? I'm afraid he won't have the chance. I've exposed my true nature in front of this man, so no matter what, I won't let him leave.
Bang! At that moment, a few Xia family guards were bodily thrown into the room, their bodies landing fiercely on the ground. Under the morning light, a flash of green robes fluttered against the gentle winds as a figure slowly entered the hall. Standing next to the woman in green was a young girl in pink robes. She noticed Mo Shangfei, who was surrounded by the guards immediately, and hurriedly rushed toward him. Big brother Mo, are you alright? But after she finished speaking, she then turned to face Xia Chuxue with an expression of sadness and disappointment. Xia Chuxue's expression too had changed drastically. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 837, Shedding All Pretense of Cordiality, 3. Chapter 837, Shedding All Pretense of Cordiality, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Xia Chuxue, I never thought that you would turn out to be this way. I've always trusted you, but what did you do? You're forcing Big Brother Mo to marry a servant girl and claim that Big Brother Mo is only fit to marry your servant girl. If Big Brother Mo refuses to comply, you're going to imprison him. Could it be that your kindness and grace was all just for show? How much of the words you've spoken to me can I actually trust? The little princess was feeling very sad. If Gu Ruoyan had not dragged her here to look for Mo Shangfei, perhaps she would never have seen this side of Xia Chuxue's true nature. Little princess, Xia Chuxue's expression changed drastically.
She never anticipated that the little princess would arrive at this time.
You don't have to say anything else.
The little princess' eyes were filled with sadness and anger. Previously, you had falsely accused the holy doctor of being Xia Ruoyan's murderer. I had defended you then, thinking that you had only misunderstood the holy doctor's intentions.
However, now that I think about it, you did not misunderstand him at all.
Perhaps the world does not know this, but as the lady of the Xia family, how could you not know that the holy doctor was Xia Ruoyan's master?
Why would her master kill his own disciple?
Xia Chuxue's heart trembled fiercely as her beautiful face turned pale. She then turned her gaze towards Gu Ruoyan. At that moment, all the humiliation she had once suffered appeared in her mind's eye, causing the murderous intent within her body to thicken.
Gu Ruoyan, what grudge do you have against me? Why do you have to make life difficult for me every time? That's right. It was always because of this woman that nothing good ever happens to me. If it had not been for her, the little princess would never have come here. Since they're all here, they shouldn't even think of leaving.
Suddenly, an icy voice was sounded from behind the crowd. Xia Chuxue lifted her head, and when she saw the middle-aged man walking towards them under the sunlight, her expression became absolutely elated.
Father! She cried out.
Xiaoming looked at Xia Chuxue but did not say much.
His malicious gaze fell upon Gu Ruoyan and a sneer formed on his face. What, Gu Ruoyan? That man had not come with you this time? You dare to walk into a trap without him by your side? Speak now, where is Lu Qin?
If you tell me, perhaps I'll let you die with a whole corpse.
Gu Ruoyan raised the corners of her lips and shrugged her shoulders. Are you trying to silence someone by killing them? Ha ha.
Xiaoming laughed maniacally, and his laughter was filled with a bloodthirsty murderous intent. That's right, I'm going to kill you all. Even though no one would believe you if you had told the world about the Xia family, that dog of an emperor in the Drifting Wind Country is a bit troublesome. I don't want to provoke a martial supreme now, so I can only silence you all by killing you. When she heard Xiaoming insult her father by calling him a dog of an emperor, the little princess' face filled with anger. She never expected that the Xia family's pretense had run so deeply. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have believed it either. The noble Xiaoming was actually a hypocritical villain. Xiaoming, if you kill us, my imperial father will find out the truth.
When that time comes, do you think that you can escape?
The little princess bit her lip and glared at Xiaoming hatefully. Most of all, she was disappointed. She was disappointed in the true nature of these people. Also, if they were all really this hypocritical, who was the one responsible for Xia Ruoyan's death? She wondered. Suddenly, a possibility appeared in the little princess' heart. She quickly covered her mouth as her heart began to tremble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 838, Shedding All Pretense of Cordiality, 4. Chapter 838, Shedding All Pretense of Cordiality, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It should be impossible. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its own cubs. No matter how vicious Xia Ming is, he could not possibly be Xia Ruoyun's murderer. I must be overanalyzing things. Humph. Xia Ming scoffed coldly as he stared disdainfully at the little princess. Do you think that I'd actually be afraid of that B***starred emperor of drifting wind country? I only find him a little troublesome. Fear? Not really. Hearing this, Gu Ruoyun went into deep thought. In the eyes of the world, Xia Ming only has one trump card in the form of Supreme Jin. However, in most cases, martial supremes of the same rank would never battle one another. Otherwise, no winner could ever be determined even if they had fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Therefore, for Xia Ming to say such a thing, that also means that the Xia family has another hidden trump card. Xia Ming, Mo Shangfei quickly stopped the little princess who was about to rush forward to discuss the matter with Xia Ming. He frowned and said in a deep voice, "This matter does not concern the little princess or Miss Gu. Let them go. I won't complain even if you kill me." Big brother Mo, the little princess was anxious now and she hurriedly chimed in, "I won't leave you alone. Besides, no matter how powerful Xia Ming is, he's only relying on Supreme Jin's power. Since Supreme Jin isn't here at the moment, we might stand a chance to get out of this siege alive." He. Hearing this, Xia Ming cackled icily as if he had just heard a monumentally funny joke. "Little princess, you think too highly of yourself. What makes you think that you can escape from here? I, Xia Ming, am more than enough to kill all 3 of you here. As for you, Mo Shangfei, I won't spare your life. I won't be sparing the ladies' lives either." Boom. In a flash, Xia Ming charged towards Mo Shangfei like a sharp blade. A sword suddenly appeared in his hand and a cold light flashed across his eyes as he shot towards Mo Shangfei's neck. Xia Chushua's entire face was plastered with a sneer. She folded her arms across her chest and stood aside as she stared icily at Mo Shangfei who was about to die by Xia Ming's sword. At the same time, a figure in green robes flashed past and appeared in front of Mo Shangfei. Her fine, dark hair fluttered gently in the wind. The woman in green, who was standing firmly in front of Mo Shangfei, raised her hand and blocked Xia Ming's sword. That was right. She only needed one arm to stop Xia Ming's sword. Xia Chushua widened her beautiful eyes as she stared at Gu Ruoyun in shock. This was then followed by a wave of panic and her face turned extremely pale. A mistake, this must be a mistake. Father has encountered many favorable circumstances over the years and has broken through to the rank of a low-level martial honor, but this person had dared to catch a martial honor's sword with her bare hands? The energy from the sword alone would have been enough to cut her. However, not only has she managed to catch it, she seems to be unscathed. I really like to see how you were going to make us stay. Gu Ruoyun's lips curled into a smile. The aura from her body then whirled out from the tip of her sword. With a loud crash, Xia Ming's body was sent stumbling back. He spat out a mouthful of blood and glared at Gu Ruoyun with an ugly look on his face. He. Suddenly, he chuckled softly and his smile turned exceedingly malicious. "Gu Ruoyun, I cannot deny that you are indeed a genius. For someone to be able to reach the rank of a mid-level martial honor at such a young age, you can be considered to have boundless possibilities. Unfortunately, you've underestimated your enemies. Did you really think that Supreme Jin was the only protector of the Xia family? Let me tell you this. Since you stepped into this place, don't even think of leaving. Aside from Supreme Jin's protection, the Xia family has another trump card unbeknownst to the world. That trump card was the divine vermilion bird. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 839, Shedding All Pretense of Cordiality, 5. Chapter 839, Shedding All Pretense of Cordiality, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Sister Gu. The little princess tugged Gu Ruoyun's robes and asked, for Xia Ming to make such a daring claim, he must have another trump card in his hand. What should we do now? Gu Ruoyun smiled indifferently, so what? No matter how many trump cards he has, I'll smash all of them. Since I've dared to come here, we'll definitely be able to leave. I'd love to see who's going to stop me. Boom! A powerful aura burst from Gu Ruoyun's being. Her green robes fluttered despite the stillness in the air. Her clear, cold eyes remained calm, completely ignoring Xia Ming's threats. Gu Ruoyun, you are far too arrogant. I'm going to make you regret it now.
Xia Ming's expression has turned even uglier. He scoffed coldly before he turned to face the sky in the rear courtyard. He then joined his fists together and bowed respectfully. "My lord, please show yourself and grant us aid." The Lord Vermilion Bird does not want the world to know of its existence, so even in the Xia family, not many have seen it in person. This was why Xia Ming had not exposed its revered name. He believes that the Lord Vermilion Bird would know that he was summoning it.
Silence. The entire courtyard was silent. Xia Ming's expression slowly changed. He seems to notice the disdainful looks around him and called out once again, "My lord, did you not want us to help you in your search for a few persons? Please come out now and help me kill these people." His voice could be heard across the entire sky, but still, it garnered no response. Mo Shangfei laughed icily and sneered mockingly, "Xia Ming, stop being so pretentious. Do you think that this is going to scare us? What trump card do you have? It doesn't even exist. You shut your mouth." Xia Ming's expression was ashen with rage. He then roared furiously, "All these years, you've dined and wined in the Xia family, yet not only do you not comprehend reciprocation, you're helping outsiders to oppress the Xia family. You are an ingrate. I've raised you in vain. A cold glint flashed across the corner of Mo Shangfei's eyes as his scornful expression deepened. "Raised me in vain? 6 years, I've been the Xia family bodyguard for 6 years, yet I've never received a single gold coin. However, in remembrance of the Xia family's kindness in offering me shelter, I become your bodyguard for 6 years without compensation. Now, you're actually saying that you've raised me in vain? I've repaid the Xia family's kindness in the course of these 6 years, so from now on, we're even." "You?" Xia Ming glared coldly at Mo Shangfei. "Mo Shangfei, you little b*****. One day, you'll suffer a horrible death." Smack! Just as he was speaking, a hand was flung fiercely towards him and the impact sent Xia Ming flying out of the way. Gu Ruoyan lifted the corner of her lips as she gently massaged her hand and asked calmly, "Xia Ming, if you guys can't find the one who's supposed to help you, let us leave. Otherwise, I don't mind allowing the Xia family's blood to flow into a river today." Xia Ming's eyes darkened, but in the end, he took a deep breath and said, "Let them go." "Yes, master." Hearing his command, the ring of guards separated, creating a path. "Mo Shangfei, I want you to follow the little princess back to the imperial palace." Gu Ruoyan glanced at Mo Shangfei and added, "Don't set foot in the Xia family home ever again." "Got it." Mo Shangfei nodded. He knows that if Gu Ruoyan had not arrived in time today, he would never have been able to leave this place. It was not a big issue to him if he was to end up trapped here, but what had caused him to panic was that he would never be able to see the little princess again. "Xia Ming, I'll be giving you a surprise in a few days." Without another word, Gu Ruoyan then turned around and left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 840, The Truth, 1. Chapter 840, The Truth, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Father. When Gu Ruoyan and the others have left, Xia Chushua quickly stepped forward and helped Xia Ming to his feet. She frowned and asked, "Are we going to let them go just like that?" "Humph." Xia Ming scoffed icily and replied irritably, "What else should we do? I don't know what's happened to the Lord. I've called out to him twice but he never appeared. How could I have stopped these people alone? Since that's the case, we might as well let them leave. What if this matter reaches the Emperor of Drifting Wind Country's ears? It's your fault for causing this mess." Xia Ming turned around and glared at Xia Chushue and a severe look flashed in his eyes. "Would this have happened if you hadn't tried to force Mo Shangfei to marry your personal servant girl? I know the hatred you feel for Mo Shangfei because he is a member of the Mo family. You hate Xia Ruoyan so naturally, you wouldn't like him either, but did you ever consider how much of a genius Mo Shangfei is? I have been planning to use him to secure a marriage alliance and create benefits for the Xia family, yet you had wanted to marry him off to a little servant girl? Even though I don't like Mo Shangfei either, based on his power, a servant girl is certainly not good enough for him. My daughter has always been clever and quick-witted. When on earth had she become so stupid?" Xia Chushua gently lowered her eyelids, concealing the cold light in her eyes. "If it wasn't for Supreme Jin's contemptuous treatment towards me, I would not have vented my hatred for Xia Ruoyan on Mo Shangfei's head. Father, I apologize, I know that I've done wrong." She took a deep breath at the thought of this and raised her gaze. "However, we've provoked Gu Ruoyan this time, so she certainly won't release Lu Chen now. Therefore, the marriage between Lu Chen and I." "No." Xia Ming shook his head. "You must marry Lu Chen." Xia Chushua's heart shook tremendously and her beautiful face turned as white as a sheet. She clenched her fists tightly and slowly steadied her trembling heart. "Yes, I understand."
She knows that whatever she said now would be of no use. Just because Xiaoming has pampered her so much over the years does not mean that he was being completely sincere. He had treated her well because of her talent and power. Moreover, she was also the true master of the ancient divine pagoda. She had long seen through his true intentions years ago. Shuer, when he saw how Xia Chuxua has finally agreed to marry Lu Chen, Xiaoming's facial expression changed for the better. I'm going to visit the Lord Vermilion Bird for a while. If you have no other business, go and accompany your mother. He did not spare Xia Chuxua another look as he turned into a gust of wind and disappeared. Once his figure has disappeared completely, Xia Chuxua then made her way towards the rear courtyard in a muddle-headed manner. She was so dazed that she still had not regained her senses even when she had reached a bedchamber's door. Just as she was about to push the door open, she heard a voice coming from behind the door.
What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you? You must never show yourself in this place, ever. What if someone else found out that I had made you say those things years ago, then? The voice was sharp and nervous, causing Xia Chuxua's finger, which was about to push the door open, to freeze in place. Her impression of her mother has always been one of a simple, elegant, tender, and virtuous woman. She never thought that her mother would ever sound so shrill, but what was even more unbelievable was that there was a man in her mother's room? Furthermore, the relationship she has with that man seems a little unusual. Nana, we haven't seen each other in so many years. I happened to pass by over the past few days, so I merely wanted to visit you. Besides, during that year, I had given up on my position as the oracle for your sake. Do you truly not miss my old affections? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 841, The Truth, 2. Chapter 841, The Truth, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Boom.
Those words hit Xia Chuxua like a thunderstrike on a clear day, causing her to stumble several steps back as her already pale face turned even paler. She could not believe it. Her mother, who was her father's childhood sweetheart, had an affair with another man.
Tianxing, get out. What if Xiaoming were to find out? We'd be finished.
In the room, Xiaona's expression was full of panic as she quickly tried to push the oracle out of the door. The oracle, however, reached out and held her hands tightly instead, with warmth and affection in his eyes.
Nana, don't you worry, I'll never let anyone know about us, nor will I destroy the relationship between the both of you. Besides, aside from seeing you, my purpose in coming here is also because I wish to see our daughter. In the past, I had constructed such a lie in order to prevent our daughter from being abused in the Xia family. Unfortunately, that old man of the Xia family never believed in my words at all and even sent his men to secretly investigate me. Because of this, I had no choice but to flee to a foreign country. I had thought that I could return to this place after his death, yet you keep trying to push me out the door. Nana, have I lost my usefulness to you that I can't even see you anymore? Xiaona's expression has become extremely pale. That year, when the old master of the Xia family was still alive, he was a cultivator who was on par with Supreme Jin. Hence, she had convinced Tianxing, the oracle, to escape to a foreign country. However, no one expected old Master Xia to end up dying from a strange disease despite their best efforts to cure him. As old Master Xia was no longer with the Xia family, they were left with Xiaoming, who was an incompetent expert cultivator. However, the Xia family now have Supreme Jin's help. They also have the terrifying divine beast, Vermilion Bird. Hence, Xiona had not dared to let Xiaoming find out the truth even now. Tianxing, I beg you, please don't show your face anymore. Thud. Suddenly, the room's door burst open and Xiona's expression changed greatly. Her features contorted when she saw the woman in white in the doorway. She asked with a trembling voice, Shuer, what are you doing here? Xia Chuxua laughed icily and glared at the adulterous couple in the room. If I had not been here, I would not have overheard your conversation. Mother, do you not find that you're disgusting? To be able to do such a thing, you're nothing but a SL*T. Shuer, the oracle, was still a little shocked over Xia Chuxua's appearance. When he heard her words, he could not help but frown. Is that any way to speak to your mother? Don't you know how much difficulty she has had to endure over the years for your sake? You shut your mouth. Xia Chuxua glared at him fiercely. Get out immediately, I want you to leave the Xia family home now. Shuer, Xiona gaped as she tried to speak, but when she saw the hatred in her daughter's eyes, she felt as if a pot of cold water had just been poured over her heart, causing a penetrating chill to rush over her body. I'm sorry, that year, it was your father who had first broken his promise. He had thrown me aside for the sake of obtaining the title of young Master Xia and used all sorts of schemes to obtain Lady Mo's heart. I hated him for that. I then happened to meet the oracle, Tianxing, by chance, and because of that, we got together. However, I still loved your father. Hence, when he was willing to take me in as his concubine, I was absolutely delighted. I only understood the situation when I arrived in the Xia family home that SL*T was the true master of the Xia family and I was only a mere concubine. As Chiona spoke, a hateful glare flashed in her eyes. Even old Master Xia only recognized one daughter-in-law. He would always chase Xia Ming to that SL*T's bedchamber in the middle of the night. I was unwilling to be left in the cold, so I once again had an illicit affair with the oracle, Tian Xing. After that one time, I became pregnant with you. That year, it was Xia Ming who had made grand designs for Lady Mo in order to protect his position. However, Chiona had never blamed Xia Ming for it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 842, The Truth, 3. Chapter 842, The Truth, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. He was the man she loved, so how could she bear to even blame him? Everything that he does was right, everyone else was wrong. If it had not been for old Master Xia and that SL*T from the Mo family, she would have become the rightful young madam of the Xia family. It was because old Master Xia had proclaimed that whoever manages to gain Lady Mo's favor would then become the young master of the Xia family that the man she loved had let her go. No. Xia Chuxue shook her head and stumbled a few steps back. I'm not this man's daughter. I'm the flesh and blood of the Xia family, so how could I possibly be his daughter? I don't believe it. I'll never believe your blabbering nonsense. Schwerer. Tian Xing's gaze darkened and he spoke in a stern voice. If you were not my daughter, why would I have given the world that prophecy? What prophecy from the stars? Even though I am the oracle, I don't have that ability, and that prophecy had been solely made for your sake. As long as the Xia family believes that you are the master of the ancient divine pagoda and that Xia Ruoyun was the embodiment of calamity, you'll take her place as the true eldest lady. What? Xia Chuxue was stunned. She stared at the oracle Tian Xing and exclaimed, what did you just say? Are you saying that the prophecy you've made, the one declaring that I'm the master of the ancient divine pagoda, was for the sole purpose of helping me to gain my position? That's right, the oracle Tian Xing nodded. Actually, you are not the master of the ancient divine pagoda and Xia Ruoyun is not the embodiment of disaster, but I had no other choice. Unfortunately, old Master Xia had not been fooled by my words and still gave the ancient divine pagoda to Xia Ruoyun. If you were truly destined for the ancient divine pagoda, it would not have fallen into the hands of another. But that also proves that the declaration of Xia Chuxue as the true master of the ancient divine pagoda had been made to purely help Xia Chuxue. However, this revelation was like a bolt of lightning on a clear sky and it turned Xia Chuxue insane. You're lying, you're both lying. I am the true master of the ancient divine pagoda. I am the most outstanding woman in the world. What right does she, Xia Ruoyun, have to steal what belongs to me? The ancient divine pagoda should belong to me. Xia Chuxue gripped her head tightly in her hands and crouched on the ground. Her body gently trembled as tears streamed silently from her eyes. When she found out that she had become a good-for-nothing, she had not become so desperate because, in the end, she believed that as long as she obtains the ancient divine pagoda, she would have the chance to restore herself. However, were these people now telling her that the prophecy had been false? Schwerer. Chiona went to her and embraced the woman on the ground tightly in her arms. Everything he just said is true. I had asked him to spread those words accordingly too. Otherwise, you would only remain as the daughter of a small concubine. What status would you have in the Xia family then? Besides, if I had not done it, do you think that Xia Ming would have killed Xia Ruoyun and her mother? Xia Chuxue's body shook. She slowly lowered her hands and lifted her tear-stained face before speaking in a wretched voice. Mother, what if father finds out about this? After all these years, do you not understand what he's like? If he finds out the truth, he would not spare us. A cruel and heartless person like Xia Ming would never be lenient on them simply because of his love for her mother. Most importantly, after so many years, even the deepest of affections would deteriorate. His wonderful treatment towards them in past. Was it not all because she, Xia Chuxue, was the true master of the ancient divine pagoda? If he ever finds out that this was all a lie, knowing Xia Ming, he would never let them get away with it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 843, Setting Up False Charges, 1. Chapter 843, Setting Up False Charges, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Schwerer. Xiona's heart trembled as she stared at Xia Chuxue's tear-stained face. She gently closed her eyes before slowly opening them again. Her gaze was filled with resolve as she exclaimed, "Don't worry, he won't ever find out about this in this lifetime." You are still the high and mighty eldest lady of the Xia family. No one can treat you with disrespect. Anyone who threatens you, well, I'll take care of them for you. Xia Chushua pursed her lips. At this stage, she knows that there was nothing else she could say, for it would be useless. She could only think of how to keep this a secret. You should leave. She stood up with her back facing the Oracle Tianxing and spoke with an icy voice. I don't want to see you, and I will never acknowledge you as my father. I only have one father, Xia Ming. I am the flesh and blood of the Xia family, and I'm not related to you in any way. You should leave now, or I would have you captured and punished for breaking and entering. The Oracle Tianxing glanced at Xia Chushue and sighed. He wanted to speak but stopped himself. In the end, he turned around and left without another word. Shuer. Xiona gently lowered her eyelids and hugged Xia Chushue's trembling body tightly. A vicious light flashed in her eyes. If you don't like him, I can send someone to kill him. Xia Chushue shivered as she stared in shock at Xiona's cruel expression. All this time, she was under the impression that her father had been the vicious and merciless one, while her mother would always be warm, tender and ladylike. She never thought that this woman would have such a vicious heart as well. The Oracle Tianxing had more than intimate relations with her, he had even helped her in a great many things. Now, for the sake of her own personal interests, she would have him killed? An icy chill emerged from the tip of Xia Chushue's toes into her heart. Her body shivered from the sensation, she could not feel a shred of warmth at all. Father prizes his personal interests above everything else, mother is the same. Why do I not have a single normal relative? Even though mother keeps claiming that this has all been for me, in truth, this woman had only done all of this for her own sake. Xia Chushue took a deep breath at the thought of this. It seems that she has to make some decisions for herself as soon as possible. Otherwise, once her usefulness runs out, she might end up like Xia Ruoyun and the Oracle Tianxing. Mother, I'm feeling a little tired. Xia Chushue steadied the turmoil in her heart and smiled. Regarding the Oracle Tianxing, I'll leave the decision to you, mother. Xia Ming cannot find out about this, otherwise, we're both finished. Alright, Xiona smiled gently, you go get some rest first. I'll make sure that the Oracle Tianxing vanishes within a few days. His presence on this earth is far too dangerous. Once he's dead, no one will ever find out about this secret. Xia Chushue took one last look at Xiona before she turned around and left the room. Therefore, she did not see that when she had turned away, Xiona's gentle expression immediately sank. The thoughts in her eyes were a mystery to the world. In a secret chamber, Xia Ming could feel the broiling air bursting from within, nearly roasting his body alive. He quickly dodged the flames directed towards him. A cold light flashed in his grim eyes. Lord Vermilion Bird. Why did you not hear me when I had called for you outside? A voice rang out from within the stone room, carrying a sneer. Help you? Why should I help you? I asked you to find my companions, but have you found them? You haven't brought me a single shred of news yet. You wanted me to fight for you free of charge? Are you daydreaming? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 844, Setting Up False Charges, 2. Chapter 844, Setting Up False Charges, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Xia Ming took a deep breath to suppress the raging anger he felt in his heart. He then walked into the stone room. Upon entering the stone room, he saw a ball of red flames sitting on the stone bench. Its red eyes seemed to burn with a raging flame. It was impossible to see the person who was enveloped in the burning flames. Lord Vermilion Bird, are you going back on your word? We previously agreed that I would help you find your companions while you help me protect my family. How could you sit and ignore us in this manner? Wham! The Vermilion Bird slammed its hand on the table, instantly splitting it half. The flames on its head shot towards the ceiling as it roared in anger. You still have the audacity to speak? King asked you search for them, but have you found them? You can't find my companions and you dare say that I've gone back on my word? Find my companions, then come see me. Leave. I want you to leave immediately. I do not wish to see you horrible humans within my sight. Leave now. Xia Ming already had a taste of the Vermilion Bird's explosive temper, so he was not in the least bit angry, only his gaze deepened. Lord Vermilion Bird, do you not know that I had called out to you because I've found your companions? What did you say? Whoosh! Suddenly, a flaming hand reached out and pulled Xia Ming in front of the Vermilion Bird's eyes. At this moment, Xia Ming could clearly sense the burning aura from within the Vermilion Bird. The aura made him feel sluggish and his face flushed red. Where are the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger? And that damned kid, the black tortoise. Tell me where they are. A malicious light flashed in Xiaoming's eyes and he smiled icily as he replied, an uninvited guest had arrived at the Xia family home earlier on. Your companions have fallen into our hands. I then summoned you but you had ignored me. It was an excuse to frame Gu Ruoyun, but then again, it was also quite true. The 3 divine beasts were in Gu Ruoyun's hands. No, the vermilion bird shook its head, you're lying. If my companions were that close to me, I would have sensed their presence, but I had not sensed them at all, not even a bit. They weren't here. Spiritual beasts have always been sensitive to auras. Furthermore, the vermilion bird has the blood of a divine beast, so as long as the azure dragon and the others were within 100 meters nearby, it would certainly have been able to sense their presence. However, the vermilion bird certainly never thought that Xiaoming had absolutely no intention of letting it find its companions. Xiaoming knows very well that once the vermilion bird finds its companions, it would certainly leave the Xia family. The Xia family would then lose one of their trump cards. Hence, he had placed the vermilion bird in this secret chamber which had been constructed with special materials. This room prevented the vermilion bird's aura from being exposed to the outside world. Similarly, it would not be able to sense anything from the world outside as well. Of course, Xiaoming could never let it find out about this. Lord Vermilion Bird, you may not know this, but I've met this woman. I've witnessed her torturing a white-colored tiger with my own eyes. She addressed the tiger as Yunyao. In the beginning, I wasn't sure whether that white tiger was actually one of the companions that you've been searching for, Lord Vermilion Bird. Therefore, I've been furiously investigating during this period of time. In the end, I found out the truth and that woman arrived. She had locked that white tiger away long ago, so why would she bring it here? Boom! A raging flame exploded from the vermilion bird's feathers. Who dares to lay a hand on my companions? Who is that woman? I'm going to make her pay right now. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 845, Setting Up False Charges, 3. Chapter 845, Setting Up False Charges, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The vermilion bird was mad with rage. We have the dignified blood of the divine beasts flowing in our veins, yet they had been oppressed by a tiny little human? This was an unforgivable sin. I'm not going to let that woman get away with it. Actually, I don't know where that woman is myself. Xiaoming's eyes darted back and forth as he spoke. However, in 3 days, my young daughter will be getting married. I will invite that woman to attend my young daughter's wedding, and you, Lord Vermilion Bird, may emerge and avenge your companions. Sigh, that poor white tiger had been beaten black and blue at that time and was gasping, dying for breath. I wanted to stop her, but that woman said that she had to subdue the white tiger and that she was a trump card which could help to protect her from any attacks. So it was her prerogative to treat her in whatever way she wishes. The audacity of that damned girl. The vermilion bird was angered beyond measure and its eyes were spitting fire. To actually say that we spiritual beasts are trump cards and shields for her against any attack? This was exactly why I have refused to serve humans. It was because they hold this kind of mentality. In ancient times, spiritual beasts and humans had been comrades in battle. However, human cultivators began to treat spiritual beasts as only tools in battle. As time passed, all spiritual beasts would rather die than to serve humans. Xiaoming was aware of this, so he had purposely constructed those words. Not only that, a malicious smile flashed across Xiaoming's eyes before he quickly reverted back to his righteous and morally upright manner. That woman had also managed to capture the azure dragon. That was how she had forced the white tiger to submit to her. Even I, as a human, can't bear to watch this. Spiritual beasts are supposed to be our companions, yet this human has treated spiritual beasts with such cruelty. Humans like these are not fit to be called humans, they're worse than beasts. His words struck a nerve at the bottom of the vermilion bird's heart. The vermilion bird nodded and suddenly felt as if this human was not as hateful as the rest. At least he had used the word companion. Amongst the hearts of humans, not many would consider spiritual beasts as their companions. Kid, when that woman appears, call me. I will come out immediately and destroy her. Each time the vermilion bird thought of how that person had treated the azure dragon and the white tiger with such cruelty, its body would tremble with anger. Furthermore, I will make her understand that we spiritual beasts will never be satisfied with becoming weapons of war for humans. Alright, I'll wait for you when that time comes, Lord Vermilion Bird. Xiaoming then lowered his head and the corners of his lips curled into a smile. This divine bird has been around for such a long time, yet its heart is still too naive. I really can't comprehend how it had managed to stay alive for such a long time. It would believe whatever anyone says. Does it not understand the concept of humans have sinister hearts? Furthermore, Xia Ming has his reasons for planning this to happen during his daughter's wedding. He wants to create a sensation. Otherwise, the little princess would definitely report everything which has happened today to the Emperor of Drifting Wind Country. By then, they might not be able to count on Supreme Gene, so he had no choice but to utilize this trump card to intimidate the Emperor. This was to ensure that he would have some degree of fear towards the Xia family. At the tavern, Gu Ruoyun had just returned to her room when, not long after, an invitation card was delivered to her. Gu Ruoyun mildly raised her brow and flipped the invitation card open. When she saw the two names on the invitation card, she could not help but smile. Xia Chuxue and Lu Chen are getting married? However, Lu Chen is still in my hands. I wonder. How are they planning to get married? Zixi, what do you make of this? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 846, Setting Up False Charges, 4. Chapter 846, Setting Up False Charges, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Xiao Zixi appeared out of thin air and sat a chair. He sipped from a teacup on the table before turning to face Gu Ruoyun. You should let Lu Chen go then. You want me to release him? Gu Ruoyun looked at Xiao Zixi with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Why? Idiot, Xiao Zixi rolled his eyes at her, his large irises making a big circle before he smiled maliciously. If they're so eager to make an exhibition of themselves, let them. In 3 days' time, Chen Beiyi would have returned. When that time comes, we can start a fight in their wedding and turn their happy occasion into a funeral while we're at it. That doesn't sound too bad. Gu Ruoyun stroked her chin as she smiled and nodded. On this day, Lu Chen's suffering shall be at an end. I'll ask Yunyao to release him. We'll wait for the wedding to present them with an earth-shattering surprise. It has been 6 years. It's time for me to put all this to an end. By the way, Xiao Zixi, did you manage to catch that sneaky figure we saw at the Xia family home earlier on? The Oracle Tian Xing. She would never forget this man. No matter how many years have gone by, she has never forgotten his face. However, she never thought that the Oracle Tian Xing would be so bold to actually enter the Xia family home, and as luck would have it, she had ended up spotting him. I followed him into Madame Xia's bedchamber and managed to eavesdrop on their conversation. I then intended to wait until there was no one around before capturing him, but who would have thought that someone wants to have him killed? I caught those people, and one interrogation session was enough for me to know that they had been acting under Madame Xia's orders. I've now handed that fellow over to the holy doctor. Xiao Zixi then told Gu Ruoyun everything he had heard. As she listened, Gu Ruoyun could not help but feel stunned. She had guessed that Xiao Na and the Oracle Tian Xing had some sort of relationship. Otherwise, why would the Oracle Tian Xing help Xiao Na to concoct a lie? However, she never thought that the two of them had long engaged in a secret illicit affair, and that even Xia Chuxue was not Xia Ming's flesh and blood. Xiao Zixi, what do you think? Would you say that once Xia Ming finds out about this, his expression would be an absolutely entertaining sight? For the sake of AB****starred child, he had murdered his own biological son and daughter. If he finds out that Xia Chuxue was not his daughter and is also not the master of the ancient divine pagoda, wouldn't he go mad? Gu Ruoyun stroked her chin. Whenever she thought of that scene unfolding before her eyes, she could not help but want to laugh. When that time comes, I'm not sure. Xiao Zixi produced the jade ornament flourish as if he was showing a precious treasure. There was a huge grin on his adorable and cherubic face. I had taken the liberty to steal this from you when you asked me to follow that man so he wouldn't have an opportunity to deny the truth. I've already recorded their conversation. That jade ornament was a divine weapon which could record voices given to Gu Ruoyun by Chen Beiyi before he left. Earlier on, Gu Ruoyun had placed it in the ancient divine pagoda, so when she had asked Xiao Zixi to tail the Oracle Tian Xing, in secret, he had taken it out in order to ensure that they had evidence. Besides, due to the existence of their contract, he could also use the divine weapon whenever he pleased. Gu Ruoyun clutched the jade ornament as her lucid and elegant features broke into a small smile. It seems that this time, for Xia Chuxue and Lu Chen's wedding, we would not just be presenting them with one gift but two. By then, I will certainly give them an earth-shattering surprise. I wonder if they'll like it. Mother, maternal grandfather, and the departed spirits of the Mo family. I can finally avenge you now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 847, The Wedding, 1. Chapter 847, The Wedding, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Have you heard? The eldest Lady Xia of the Xia family is going to marry Lu Chen. TSK. The eldest Lady Xia is not only an exceeding beauty who could enrapture an entire city, she also has outstanding talent. Coupled with the fact that the Xia family is backed by Supreme Jean, Lu Chen has certainly received the better end of the bargain by marrying her. Xia Chuxue is both talented and good-looking. I had thought that only a man like Supreme Jean would be a good match for her, yet I never expected her to end up with Lu Chen. It seems that Lu Chen has other intentions for hanging around in the Xia family. In the past, when he had approached Xia Ruoyun, I'm sure that it had all been because of Xia Chuxue. That's right, even though Xia Ruoyun was more powerful and talented when compared to Xia Chuxue, she was far inferior when compared with her younger sister whenever it comes to their character and kindness. Any man who has met Xia Chuxue would not possibly look at any other woman. How unfortunate that such a tender and elegant woman is about to become someone's wife. In the tavern, due to the news that the Xia family had announced 2 days ago, the whole of Drifting Wind Country had burst into a cacophony of discussion. When Gu Ruoyun emerged from her room, she could already hear the discussion coming from beneath her. She slowly curled her lips and a smile appeared on her delicate and pretty face. Xiao Zixi, is today the day of Xia Chushua's wedding ceremony? Xiao Zixi, who was standing next to Gu Ruoyun, nodded. It seems to be. What? Are you going now? Gu Ruoyun's smile grew even more pronounced, but her eyes were still as clear and cold as ever. Master should be about ready and Xiao Yi will be returning soon. Let's leave for the Xia family home now. I wonder if they'll enjoy the congratulatory gift that I've prepared for them? Without another word, she then walked down the stairs. At Xia family home, the front yard was as busy as a marketplace. A large, red symbol of joy had been plastered on the main gate. The chamberlain greeted each and every guest with a huge smile and registered their names on a piece of red paper. Lu Chen stared at the crowd who was coming and going about and his eyes filled with great excitement. He never thought that he would be able to take Xia Chuxue as his wife so soon. After all, this woman not only had looks that would make one drool, she was the master of the ancient divine pagoda. To have her as one's wife was equivalent to holding the world in the palm of one's hands. The smile on Lu Chen's handsome face grew even wider, as if everything under the heavens and on the earth already belongs to him. Just then, an exceedingly festive flash of red appeared before his eyes. He gazed upon the woman who was gliding down with the support of a servant girl and could not help but gulp. A light of joy flashed in his eyes as he hurried forward to receive her. Schwer, let us bow before the heavens and earth. Once they have gone through the ceremony of worshipping the heavens and earth, they would officially be husband and wife. Xia Chuxue held Lu Chen's robes in a tight grip. Her exceedingly beautiful face, which was hidden by a red veil, was extremely pale. However, in the end, she nodded her head powerlessly. Schwer, to be able to take you as my wife in this lifetime. It is my greatest honor. Lu Chen curled his lips into a smile as he led Xia Chuxue towards the main foyer. As Lu Chen does not have any relatives, only Xia Ming and Xiao Na were seated in the seats of honor in the main foyer. They gazed at the bride and groom who were approaching them with a smile on their faces. The first bow to the heavens and earth. Following the master of ceremonies' booming voice, Xia Chuxue slowly shut her eyes. Her entire being was completely desolate. Oh, how she wished that that man would appear at the very last moment and take her away. Otherwise, after today, there would not be another chance. However, just as she was about to kneel, a grave and stern voice suddenly sounded from behind and caused Xia Chushue's heart to shudder. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 848, The Wedding, 2. Chapter 848, The Wedding, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Apologies, this Supreme One had some business to attend to at the last minute, which is why I've arrived late. Whoosh! Xia Chuxue yanked her red veil aside in one swift move. Her eyes were filled with excitement and anxiety as she stared at the golden figure who was descending from the sky. Tears streamed continuously down her face as she asked in a trembling voice, Big Brother Jean, you've arrived? He must be here to take me away. That's right, that must be it. I knew that Big Brother Jean could never bear the sight of me marrying another man. Supreme Jean slowly entered the main foyer as his cold and stern golden eyes glanced at Xia Chuxue without a single hint of feeling. His voice was as cold as ice and also sent a chill through Xia Chushue's heart. You are Yun'er's younger sister, so I'm here to attend your wedding. Instantly, Xia Chushue's face turned even paler. Her heart has never felt such disappointment as she gazed in sorrow at the man's handsomely chiseled features. Big Brother Jean, you... Ahem. Xia Ming sensed that Xia Chuxue was about to utter something at an ill-timed moment and he hurriedly cleared his throat, stopping her from saying anything more.
At that moment, Xiao Chushue regained her senses and mildly lowered her gaze.
How could I have forgotten? I'm now merely a good-for-nothing. How could I ever be good enough for Supreme Jean? If I were to confess my love for Supreme Jean right now, I would then destroy this wedding. By then, I, who have lost all usefulness, would be cast aside by Xiaoming. Xiao Chushue slowly steadied her emotions as she thought of this. She then fought back the tears in her eyes and smiled. I'm sorry, big brother Jean, I was too excited about having you here to attend my wedding ceremony, so I was not able to contain myself. Supreme Jean stood tall with his hands behind his back and did not say much upon hearing Xiao Chushue's words. He then quickly turned away and did not bother to even look at her again. Let's continue the wedding ceremony.
Xiao Chushue took a deep breath and slowly turned around. At this moment, no one knows the amount of hatred which burns within her heart.
Would I have been turned into a good-for-nothing if it had not been for Guru Oyun? Would big brother Jean then act so coldly towards me? This was all that woman's fault. Continue? I'm afraid that you won't be able to continue this wedding ceremony.
Suddenly, an elderly voice sounded from outside the main foyer.
That voice fell into every ear in the room and immediately caused an enormous commotion. Isn't that the Holy Doctor? What is he doing here? TSK Tisk, there's going to be a good show now. Supreme Jean has arrived to attend the Xia family's wedding ceremony, and even the Holy Doctor has arrived as well. However, the whole world knows that Supreme Jean is currently hunting the Holy Doctor. Why would he so boldly show himself here now? Hee, I wonder who's going to win when the Holy Doctor and Supreme Jean fight. Supreme Jean was silent. He did not say a word, as if he was unaffected by the debate amongst the crowd. His gaze fell upon the figure in green standing next to the Holy Doctor, and an almost undetectable glint flashed in his eyes. Father, Mother. Xia Chuling immediately spotted Xiao Zixi, who was next to Guru Oyun.
Her large eyes blinked as she pointed at him and said, "It's the boy that I liked the last time, that's him.
I want him to play with me. Buy him for me, please." Gasp.
Hearing this, the crowd could not help but exclaim. Even though they had no idea who the purple-eyed little boy was, since he had followed the Holy Doctor into the room, he must have a more than average relationship with the Holy Doctor. Yet Xia Chuling of the Xia family had demanded to purchase someone on the Holy Doctor's side?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 849, The Wedding, 3. Chapter 849, The Wedding, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Humph. Bai Zhongtian scoffed and stared disdainfully at the two people on the seats of honor. He then spoke to them in a sarcastic manner. The Xia family's education system is pretty good. Even a little lady only a few years of age would act like such a despot and try to snatch someone away in front of me.
Do you have any idea who he is? Do you think that you'd be able to pay the price for him if you knew his true identity?
I don't care, I want that little boy. Xia Chuling pouted and puffed her cheeks, clearly incapable of understanding the situation before her. Father said that he would be mine sooner or later. Besides, big brother Lu Chen also said that he's only worth over 10 gold pieces. Our Xia family can afford that. Bai Zhongtian nearly laughed with madness.
Over 10 gold pieces? She wants to purchase the ancient divine phoenix, Zixi, for over 10 gold pieces? Is she certain that she isn't teasing him? Linger.
Xiaoming's expression changed greatly as he berated her in a stern voice. Who taught you to say these things?
I've never made such a statement.
I'm going to change your master within the next few days. It seems that he has been teaching you some nonsensical things.
You've not inherited any of our Xia family's noble character and unquestionable integrity. Xia Chuling was completely dazed.
She stared at Xiaoming with tears in her eyes, and the pitiful look on her face was an extremely heart-wrenching sight, as if she had just suffered an enormous wrong. She could not understand it. Her father was clearly the one who had said those things to her, so why has he pushed the blame onto her master? However, Xia Chuling only needed to take one look at the ugly expression on Xiaoming's face before she quickly ran to hide in her wet nurse's embrace, not daring to say another word.
Bai Zhongtian felt the urge to laugh again.
Having a noble character and unquestionable integrity were characteristics used to describe other people, but this was the first time he has ever heard anyone using those terms to describe themselves. Bai Zhongtian, despite the fact that you've murdered Yuner, you've come to attend Shuer's wedding ceremony, so I won't be calculative with you today.
I'll settle the debt with you once this wedding ceremony is over.
Others may fear you, Bai Zhongtian, but I, Xiaoming, do not. As long as I can avenge Yuner, I would not hesitate even if I have to give up my own life. Xiaoming purposely spewed these words for the benefit of Supreme Jin's ears. He does not understand why Supreme Jin did not move once the Holy Doctor Bai Zhongtian had arrived.
Could it be that he no longer wishes to avenge Xiao Ruoyun? Besides, Supreme Jin's gaze has never left Gu Ruoyun since the beginning. You. Supreme Jin fell momentarily silent and his stern gaze was fixed upon Gu Ruoyun as he asked, "What kind of relationship do you have with the Holy Doctor?" Gu Ruoyun shrugged as she curled her lips and replied, "He's my master." Whoosh! The initially silent guests who were seated in the hall could no longer contain themselves after hearing these words. This woman is the Holy Doctor's disciple? Supreme Jin's eyes sank momentarily before he spoke in a deep voice, "You should leave. Don't interfere in the matter between the Xia family and the Holy Doctor. This does not concern you, so leave now. I don't want to hurt you." The reason why he does not wish to hurt her was not only because she was the Grand Lord Hong Lian's adopted daughter. It was even more so because she had an aura which was similar to Xiao Ruoyun's. Simply because of this, he could not bear to hurt this woman. Xia Chuxue clenched her fists tightly and her vicious gaze was like a sharp sword which had been tempered in poison as she glared fixatedly at Gu Ruoyun. However, all eyes were on Gu Ruoyun and the rest of her party at this moment, so no one had noticed the vicious look in her Xia Chuxue's eyes. "Is it possible that you, Supreme Jin, are unaware that not only am I the Holy Doctor's disciple?" Gu Ruoyun smiled as she raised her gaze towards Supreme Jin's handsomely chiseled features. "Even Xiao Ruoyun had been his disciple as well? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 850, The Wedding, 4. Chapter 850, The Wedding, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. If one was to say that the first part of Gu Ruoyun's sentence could stun a person, the next part of her sentence was like a stroke of thunder on a clear day which exploded directly above their heads. Based on everyone's knowledge, the Holy Doctor had been responsible for Xiao Ruoyun's death. However, no one knows that Xiao Ruoyun had been the Holy Doctor's disciple. If that was the case, why would the Holy Doctor kill her? I know. A complicated look appeared in Supreme Jin's eyes. That's why I would like to know the truth behind this matter. Honestly speaking, he does not believe that the Holy Doctor was responsible for murdering Xiao Ruoyun either. Hence, he had wanted to find the Holy Doctor so he could find out the truth. If the Xia family had been telling the truth, he then would kill the Holy Doctor and avenge Yuner at all costs. "You should leave, this really isn't a place for you." Supreme Jin looked at Gu Ruoyun. "Otherwise, if I actually find out that the Holy Doctor was the true culprit behind Yuner's murder, I will kill him. When that time comes, I might accidentally injure you." Lord Supreme Jin. Just as Gu Ruoyun was about to speak again, a sneering voice spoke, "How could this be false? The Xia family had investigated the matter for over 6 years before we managed to discover the truth. Xiao Ruoyun had indeed been murdered by the Holy Doctor. As for this woman, she was an accomplice. It was she who had helped the Holy Doctor to secretly assassinate Xiao Ruoyun in order to receive his good graces. It's true that the Holy Doctor was Xiao Ruoyun's master. It's because of this very reason that his actions were all the more despicable. He had killed his own disciple for the sake of personal gain. Can a man like him even be considered human? Are you sure? Supreme Jin redirected his gaze from Gu Ruoyun towards Xiao Ming. At that moment, there wasn't a shred of emotion in his cold and stern stare. His voice was as cold as the inside of an icebox. Xiao Ming was mildly shocked. He did not understand what he could have said to provoke such a sudden change in Supreme Jin's attitude. Of course it's true. Xiao Ming steadied his emotions and nodded. "I can confirm that these two were the culprits behind my poor daughter's murder." "Xiao Ming, you're certain that she had helped the Holy Doctor to harm Yuner?" Supreme Jin pointed at Gu Ruoyun as he questioned with an emotionless face. If this had been the start of the matter, he would still have believed Xiao Ming's words. However, upon hearing the latter's words, his heart was filled with disappointment. Amongst the martial supremes, Grand Lord Hong Lian was ranked as the best of the best. His name was even included in the mainland's wind and cloud register. Furthermore, he was the only martial supreme to have his name on that list. Hence, would Gu Ruoyun, as Grand Lord Hong Lian's adopted daughter, even need to curry favor with the Holy Doctor? One was a high-level martial supreme, the other was merely at mid-level. The two simply could not be compared. Even though the Holy Doctor was considered as the #1 physician in the mainland. "Xiao Ming, you're certainly adept at shifting the blame." Bai Zhongtian burst into laughter as he cast a disdainful look at Xiao Ming's face. "That year, for the sake of helping Xia Chuxue forcibly take the item which old Master Xia had entrusted to Xiao Ruoyun prior to his death, not only had you murdered Xiao Ruoyun's mother, you had even destroyed the entire Mo family and then forced my disciple to become homeless. She wasn't even able to attend her own maternal grandfather and mother's funeral. Hence, she had been treated with scorn for 6 years while both Xia Chuxue and you have enjoyed flattery.
Over the course of these 6 years, I've been investigating the Xia family for the sake of bringing justice to my disciple. You grew afraid, so you used Supreme Gene in a plot to have me killed. Ha, I'm sure you never expected that I would appear right in front of you. Bai Zhongtian was not afraid of Supreme Gene, for if they were to fight, no one could be sure who would emerge as the victor. However, he does not wish to be entangled in a senseless fight. If he really wanted to go against Supreme Gene, both parties would suffer heavy losses and he would not be able to avenge his disciple at all. That was the reason why he had been hiding from Supreme Gene all this time.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 851, Unmasking the Truth, 1. Chapter 851, Unmasking the Truth, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
The noisy main foyer instantly became quiet.
The guests looked at each other in dismay.
Their eyes were filled with surprise. It was obvious that they were unsure if Bai Zhongtian had been speaking the truth.
Hee,
Xia Ming chuckled with a sneer. His lips then curled into a scornful smile. Bai Zhongtian, stop your venomous slander. You even dare to spew such baseless statements. Xia Ruoyun was my daughter, born from my own flesh and blood.
Why would I want to kill her? However, it's a good thing that the eyes of the world are clear. I believe that everyone here knows what kind of person I am. It was you who had colluded with this woman to harm my poor daughter. Now, you want to shift the blame onto someone else. Let me tell you that with the honored guests and Supreme Gene present today, you have no chance of getting away with your malicious scheme.
Bai Zhongtian shrugged his shoulders.
He then turned towards Gu Ruoyun and asked with a grin, Disciple, where is the wedding present that you've prepared for Xia Chuxue?
Gu Ruoyun had never said a word since the beginning of this altercation. Instead, she had been observing Xia Ming's expression. Now, upon hearing Bai Zhongtian's voice, she smiled indifferently and with a flip of her hand, displayed a sparkling and translucent jade ornament in her palm.
This is the congratulatory gift that I've prepared for the newlyweds Xia Chuxue and Lu Chen.
I hope that you, the members of the Xia family, will like it. When they heard this, the eyes of every guest turned to look at Gu Ruoyun's palm and a disdainful expression crept up on their faces. It's merely a jade ornament and the Xia family has plenty of these. Is it possible that the high and mighty disciple of the holy doctor is gifting them something so common? Even though the workmanship on the jade ornament isn't too shabby, unfortunately, this gift is far too ordinary. I had been expecting some sort of grand present instead. It's also a good thing that the master of the Xia family has a pretty good temper. He had managed to keep his composure in the face of such humiliation. If it were me, I would have flipped out long ago. Now, she's even using a jade ornament as a congratulatory gift. Isn't that just saying that the Xia family is now so poor that they can't even afford a jade ornament? Gu Ruoyun maintained a serene smile on her face despite hearing the whispers laced with mockery from the crowd. She then slowly transmitted a sliver of spiritual energy from the palm of her hand into the jade ornament right before the crowd's eyes. A smug and fierce voice rang out from the jade ornament. So what if I've done all those things? It was that rebellious daughter, Xia Ruoyun, who had failed to recognize what was good for her. She disobeyed her father and bullied her stepsister. She even had the audacity to snatch away the treasure which was supposed to have been her stepsister's birthright, an absolutely seditious act. The ancient divine pagoda was supposed to belong to Xuer. Meteors had fallen from the sky and the sky lost its color on the day Xuer was born, symbolizing that she is the master of the ancient divine pagoda. However, Xia Ruoyun, who was also born on the same day, carried disaster in her bones and would bring misfortune to the Xia family, but unfortunately, I was unable to retrieve the ancient divine pagoda from that damned SL*T before she died. She was just as wicked as her own mother. If it was not for the fact that her mother was a member of the Mo family, I would never have married her. What a joke, I love Xuer's mother alone. Only a kind woman like her is worthy of me. Gu Ruoyun, do you think that people would believe you once you've spread the word? Right now, in everyone's eyes, I, Xia Ming, am a true nobleman who places love and loyalty above all. No one would believe that I would ever do such a thing. At this moment, the atmosphere in the main foyer had grown very quiet. Thus, that familiar voice echoed clearly in everyone's ear. Even Xia Ming himself was in shock. His face almost immediately turned so pale that he looked like he does not have a single drop of blood left in his body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 852, Unmasking the Truth, 2. Chapter 852, Unmasking the Truth, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun, it goes without saying that you've made sufficient preparations before coming here. Xiao Ming quickly recovered and laughed icily as he said, however, I think you should ask the person that you've hired to imitate my voice to show himself.
Ha, what an absolute joke. Do you think that just because you've produced that device, you could prove that I've killed my own daughter?
I, Xiao Ming, have never confessed to such a thing.
You can forget about framing me.
Xiao Ming certainly does not believe that there could possibly be anything on this earth which could record voices. He reckoned that someone had imitated his voice from behind the scenes.
Even though these were indeed his own words, as long as he does not admit to it, would these people be willing to believe him or this woman?
The crowd immediately began to dive into a debate. Just then, a cold and stern voice slowly spoke.
If this Supreme One is not mistaken, that jade ornament is the mythical auspicious divine jade.
It is ranked as one of the best amongst the divine weapons. It does not have any abilities in battle, but it has a rather mystical attribute. It can use spiritual energy to seal a person's conversation within the jade. After that, one only needs to transmit one's spiritual energy into the jade to replay the recorded voice. This meant that this particular conversation was indeed a recording of something Xiao Ming had once said, preserved in the auspicious divine jade.
Xia Chushua's expression changed greatly in one split second.
She stared in sorrow and disappointment at Supreme Jin's increasingly cold and severe features. She could not believe that Supreme Jin, who had been friends with the Xia family for so many years, would desert the Xia family at a time like this and help this woman. However, at this moment, Xia Chushua had completely forgotten that Supreme Jin had protected the Xia family only for Xia Ruoyun's sake. After realizing that the Xia family was behind Xia Ruoyun's murder, why would he continue to help his own enemy? What does Supreme Jin mean? Didn't Xiao Ming say that someone was imitating his voice from behind the scenes? Why would Supreme Jin, who has always helped the Xia family, accuse Xiao Ming now?
Could it be that you've forgotten?
Supreme Jin doesn't have much of a relationship with the Xia family. All these years, he has been helping the Xia family simply because of his friendship with Xia Ruoyun, whom he would have risked his life and limb for. Besides, according to Supreme Jin, it seems that Xiao Ming has indeed confessed and his confession had been secretly recorded. That means that he's the true culprit behind Xia Ruoyun's murder. Xiao Ming himself had said so earlier on that a tiger, though cruel, will never devour its cubs. This slap in the face will leave a large swelling on his face soon. I've never expected that the master of the Xia family would turn out to be such a hypocrite. Clearly, I've misjudged him. Xiao Ming staggered back as his features completely drained of color. If someone else had made this statement, he would still have some room to make a retort. However, against with Supreme Jin's statement, these people would never believe Xiao Ming no matter what he said. The most hateful thing of all was the damned girl, Gu Ruoyun, who had completely drilled him into place. Despite having a cunning mind throughout his lifetime, he has actually fallen into the palm of that little girl's hands.
Haha.
Suddenly, Xiao Ming laughed maniacally.
His laughter contained a hint of misery. That's right, it's true. I killed Xia Ruoyun. Boom.
The crowd had not expected Xiao Ming to admit to it in such a straightforward manner. The confession pretty much served as an explosion that put everyone in a daze as they stared at him foolishly.
Father. Xia Chushua's expression changed greatly. Why is father confessing so quickly?
I can pretty much forget about obtaining Supreme Jin's heart as a result of this.
However, Xiao Ming does not seem to hear Xia Chushua's voice.
He closed his eyes sorrowfully, then slowly opened them again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 853, Unmasking the Truth, 3. Chapter 853, Unmasking the Truth, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. And so what? Do I not feel agony after killing my own daughter? I had no other choice. Xiao Ming looked extremely wretched, as if his heart was truly breaking over Xia Ruoyun's death.
All these years, I've never forgotten her and have always lived in great agony every moment of the day.
Do you know the truth behind what actually happened?
That year, that rebellious daughter had joined forces with the Mo family and tried to kill Shuer and her mother.
What did Shuer ever do? Simply because of the oracle's prophecy that she was the true master of the ancient divine pagoda, Xia Ruoyun had ganged up with the Mo family and raised her hand against Shuer and her mother, all for the sake of obtaining the ancient divine pagoda. Even my own father had ended up dying by their hand. What's wrong with me trying to exact vengeance for my own father? Where is my sin in trying to protect my own daughter? If a rebellious daughter like her was allowed to walk this earth, how many would continue to die by her hand?
Xiao Ming looked bitter as his face displayed great sorrow. Yes, it's true that I had said those things mentioned by the jade ornament, but I had been goaded into it as well. Every time I think of how Xiao Ruoyun and the Mo family had murdered my father, how she wouldn't even spare the kind and gentle Shuer and her mother, my heart would fill with rage. That's why I had said those cruel things, it was because I was so angry.
Father, say no more. Xia Chuxue threw herself in front of Xia Ming.
Her eyes filled with tears as she shook her head. We've already discussed this previously, leave some dignity for older sister since she's already dead. It's time to forget about all this, don't let the world curse at her anymore. She's still my sister after all.
How can I bear to leave her with such an evil reputation?
Besides, during that year, I had mentioned that if older sister truly wishes to kill me, let her kill me. If my death could bring her conscience back, I would die with no regrets.
Gu Ruoyan curled the corner of her lips, smiling as she watched the father and daughter echo one another.
If she was not that evil woman that they were slandering, perhaps she would have been blinded by their act as well. Similarly, Supreme Jin continued to observe the two with an icy look in his eyes. His expression was devoid of any emotion as he coolly watched the father and daughter who were embracing each other and bawling.
Thud.
Xia Chuxue had slowly turned around and approached Supreme Jin. She then knelt down, raising her tear-stained face towards him as she spoke remorsefully, Big brother Jin, I'm sorry that I've lied to you all these years.
The true culprits behind my sister's death were the Xia family. The reason why I did not tell you the truth was because my sister was too good of an actress and had always deceived you with a mask. I could not bear for you to find out about this, so if you really want to avenge my sister, kill me instead. It's only right for me to meet my sister in hell and apologize to her. Once she finished speaking, she closed her eyes. Her pale, white face looked calm and unafraid of death. Xia Chuxue still felt very confident when it comes to Supreme Jin. This man would never have the heart to hurt her after interacting with her for so many years. Besides, everyone now knows that it was Xia Ruoyun who was in the wrong. Supreme Jin would never raise his hand to hurt a person without clarifying the truth. However, Xia Chuxue had obviously viewed herself too highly. Supreme Jin slowly raised his hand and aimed it straight at Xia Chuxue's head. The slap was so swift and fierce that one could feel a gust of wind building up along with it. Xia Chuxue could feel it even with her eyes closed. Stop. Lu Chen's expression changed greatly as he appeared in front of Xia Chuxue in a flash, quickly pulling her into his embrace. Slam. The hit landed on Lu Chen's back and caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His handsome face has completely drained of color. At that moment, all he could feel was an intense pain in the internal organs of his body as if they were all being crushed by the sheer force of that one hit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 854, Unmasking the Truth, 4. Chapter 854, Unmasking the Truth, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Is this the true power of a martial supreme? Even after I had put up all of my defenses, his attack was still able to pass through them straight away and destroy my protected body? It was a good thing that Xia Chuxue was not in jeopardy. As the true owner of the ancient divine pagoda, Xia Chuxue will one day inspire awe throughout the corners of the world. When that time comes, I could have the wind and rain if I wished, and the grudge I have from this one slap today will be returned to him at a later time, 1,000 or 10,000 times more. That's right. Lu Chen had decided to save Xia Chuxue not because he loves her but for the sake of his position in the future. Big brother Jin, you would want to kill me? Xia Chuxue lifted her pale face and stared in disappointment at the cold and stern-looking man. Just a while ago, she had clearly felt this man's murderous intent and that one slap was just as merciless. If Lu Chen had not rushed over, her head would have been split open on the spot and she would have died tragically. However, Xia Chuxue could not understand it. Xia Ruoyun was only a deceased friend and she had been interacting with Supreme Jin for over 6 years now. Why does he still continue to treat her so cruelly even after finding out that it was Xia Ruoyun who had started all of this? Do you want to kill her, Supreme Jin? Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders as she gazing smilingly at Xia Chuxue. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but no one else except me can have this woman's life. Supreme Jin, who was about to attack again, frowned when he heard Gu Ruoyun's declaration. He then put his hand away, but his icy stare remained devoid of warmth as he glared frostily at Xia Chuxue before him. Xia Chuxue's heart trembled. She no longer wanted to look at Supreme Jin's cold and indifferent gaze as she slowly rose to her feet and walked towards Gu Ruoyun. I thought it was strange from the beginning that you would want to get close to my bodyguard. Now I understand, you're doing all of this not just for Xia Ruoyun. You talk of avenging her all the time, but in truth, it was also because I am the master of the ancient divine pagoda. As the master of the ancient divine pagoda, I am destined to live an extraordinary life, so that's why you've come to kill me. Xia Chuxue laughed icily before she continued,
you've toyed with my poor bodyguard who is now dangling in the palm of your hand.
You're just like Xiao Ruoyan, who would scheme endlessly and be vicious and savage. If you really have any conscience at all, you shouldn't do this. I, Xiao Chuxue, have never done anything to you. Why do you insist on provoking me? Previously, I've been too kind, so I had allowed myself to be humiliated by you repeatedly. Now, I will not allow myself to give in to bullies like you. This time, Bai Zhongtian did not wait for Gu Ruoyan to speak. He sneered at her and jeered tauntingly, "You won't give in to our bullying? Then you should have powers as well. Could it be that you're unaware you've become a good-for-nothing now? Kind? TSK TSK.
Bai Zhongtian's gaze filled with ridicule when he heard that word. If Xiao Chuxue was considered to be a kind woman, then this world would not have any wicked people at all.
Good-for-nothing? Schwer, what is he talking about? You're a good-for-nothing? Lu Chen's expression changed drastically. How did you become a good-for-nothing? Instantly, all eyes fell upon Xiao Chuxue. Xiao Chuxue laughed icily. That's right, my powers are now regressing, but so what? I am the master of the ancient divine pagoda. Once I have the ancient divine pagoda, I can restore my powers. Lu Chen heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Just then, Bai Zhongtian's mocking laugh filled the air once again. Ha, the master of the ancient divine pagoda? Xiao Chuxue, are you certain that you're the master of the ancient divine pagoda? Where is this ancient divine pagoda? Can you let us have a look at it? Bai Zhongtian was filled with glee. Xiao Chuxue had long been aware that this was all a lie concocted by the oracle and Xiona, yet she could still make such a declaration like a solemn vow. It seems that I've truly underestimated the members of the Xia family. By the way, dearest disciple, doesn't your jade ornament contain another conversation? Won't you play it for us to hear? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 855, The Xia Family's Destruction, 1. Chapter 855, The Xia Family's Destruction, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Xiao Chuxue's expression changed drastically. Could it be that Bai Zhongtian knows of the relationship between the Oracle Tianxing and my mother? Is that why he had dared to say such things? No. That's not possible. The Oracle Tianxing has been assassinated. Mother had sent someone to make sure of that. Aside from the both of us, no one else should know about that affair. Xiao Chushua's demeanor returned back to normal as she displayed a frosty smile on her elegant face. Bai Zhongtian, you can stop deceiving others now. I am the genuine master of the ancient divine pagoda, and this was a prophecy made by the oracle. Could it be that you would not even believe in the Oracle Tianxing's words? Perhaps the Oracle Tianxing has formed an alliance with you, which was why he had spread a rumor like that. Bai Zhongtian curled his mouth as he declared disdainfully. Disciple, what are you waiting for? Aren't you going to play the conversation? Gu Ruoyan glanced at Bai Zhongtian, but she did not speak. Her gaze then fell upon Xiao Chushua's sneering face as she gently raised the corners of her lips. There's someone else here, and I wonder if you're acquainted with them? What? Xiao Chuxue shuddered. Gu Ruoyan, what are you framing me for this time? Master, let him step out first. I'm sure that he has something to say to Xiao Chuxue and her mother. Just as the last syllable was spoken, a snow-white figure emerged from outside the crowd. Xiao Chuxue and her mother, who were initially in a state of disapproval, both froze in place instantly when they noticed that figure. Xiona had quickly clasped her hands on her mouth and was trembling so violently that she could not speak. Her eyes were filled with dread and fear. He's still alive. This man is actually still alive. That's impossible. The men that I had sent to assassinate him clearly told me that they had killed him, so how is he still alive? Unless those men had lied to me? Isn't that the Oracle Tianxing? Even though the Oracle Tianxing doesn't have a lot of power, due to his prophetic skills, he has received high regards from His Imperial Majesty. It was quite sad that he had to leave a few years ago, so what's he doing here now? Furthermore, based on the conversation between the Holy Doctor and the others, it seems that the Oracle Tianxing had some sort of relationship with Madame Xia. The spotlight was now on Xiao Chuxue and her mother. The crowd was feeling even more suspicious, unable to comprehend the relationship between the Oracle Tianxing and the two women. However, the Oracle Tianxing's next statement pretty much clarified their suspicions. Xiona, you are truly cruel. That year, you had come to me, begging me to help you to concoct such a lie for the sake of our daughter, Xiao Chuxue. In the end, I even left drifting Wing Country for your sake, and now, to prevent the world from finding out about us, you even sent someone to kill me. What a waste of all the painstaking efforts I've done for you. The Oracle Tianxing shook his head disappointedly. Once he found out that Xiao had sent someone to hunt him down and have him killed, the love he had felt towards this woman has completely disappeared. All that was left was hatred. She was indeed a poisonous woman. This woman would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Boom! This statement exploded like a stroke of thunder on a clear day into the minds of everyone present. Xia Ming, who had initially intended to fly into a rage, was completely dazed. His face was now as livid as a pork liver as he stiffly turned to face Xiao. He glared at her with an ugly look on his face as he asked, "Is the Oracle Tianxing speaking the truth? Is Chu Shui your love child? As for the matter regarding the ancient divine pagoda, had you collaborated with each other to deceive the world? Xiao, tell me, is this true?" To Xiao Ming, the most important matter at hand now was whether Xia Chuxue was the master of the ancient divine pagoda or not, rather than the fact that his childhood sweetheart was an adulterous woman. The great sins he had committed long ago, his actions in killing Xia Ruoyun and her mother without hesitation, had all been because of Xia Chuxue's status as the master of the ancient divine pagoda. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 856, The Xia Family's Destruction, 2. Chapter 856, The Xia Family's Destruction, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Xiaona's face was now completely white. She knows that it was all over for her the moment the Oracle Tianxing had appeared. At this moment, her mind was completely blank. She could not even think. "Father, what are you saying?" Xia Chuxue laughed icily and turned towards the Oracle Tianxing. "Just because he's making claims doesn't prove that mother has betrayed you. How could I possibly be his daughter? I am clearly the flesh and blood of the Xia family. This is true without a doubt. He must have been bribed. What proof does he have for his excuses?" As she spoke, she glanced at Gu Ruoyun but saw the latter waving the jade ornament in her hand at her. She felt her heart instantly contract, but she quickly regained her senses. Previously, her father's statement had been recorded because he had been goaded by this woman in front of her. However, Gu Ruoyun had not been present at all when her mother had confessed about her relationship with the Oracle Tianxing. Thus, they could not possibly have any proof. I've said it long ago. Knowing how shameless these Xia family members are, they would never admit to the sins they've committed. Bai Zhongtian rolled his eyes. "You no longer need to say anything else to these people. Show them the proof. It's also a good way to show the Xia family's true nature to the public." Xia Chuxue smiled coolly as she watched Gu Ruoyun disapprovingly. However, when she heard the voice which sounded from within the jade ornament, the color on her face changed immediately. There were initially two voices from the jade ornament. A third voice then interrupted the conversation, and it was pretty obvious who that third voice belongs to. Thud. Xiao immediately fell to the ground. She then stared at the Oracle Tianxing in utter disappointment. She hated him. She hated this man for having had a one-night stand with her and to side with outsiders at a time like this. However, Xiao never considered how she had previously treated the Oracle Tianxing. If she had not sent someone to assassinate him, she would not have ended up disappointing him and caused him to feel vengeful towards her. SL*T. Xiao Ming immediately returned to his senses and charged towards Xiao. His large hand reached out and grabbed onto her neck fiercely. Veins bulged from his forehead as he exclaimed savagely, "Explain this to me, honestly, is Xia Chuxue the master of the ancient divine pagoda?" Xiao opened her mouth and tried to speak but realized that her throat was unable to make any noise. Her initially pale white pallor was now flushed red as she stared pleadingly at the enraged man before her. She hoped that this man would spare her on account of their many years of marriage. However, to someone like Xia Ming, power holds a far greater position above everything else. Why should he spare her now that he has found out that he had been toyed with for someone else's pleasure? No! Lu Chen held his head tightly in his arms and wailed in anguish. He slowly closed his eyes because the searing pain had now warped his features. I had murdered the woman that I loved deeply with my own hands for Xia Chuxue. I thought that as long as I married Xia Chuxue, I could have the world. What was wrong with giving up on a woman for the sake of that? He now knows that he had been deceived. Even more than that, he had murdered the woman he loved for the sake of it. Regret, guilt, and an endless amount of hatred began to envelop his heart. Suddenly, as if seized by a bout of insanity, he charged towards Xia Chuxue and slapped her tightly right across the face. "Xia Chuxue, you had lied to me. All of you had promised me that as long as I helped you kill Xia Ruoyun and aided you to obtain the ancient divine pagoda, you would marry me immediately. However, not only had you made me wait 6 years, you've also been lying to me for 6 years. Ha ha ha. I, Luchan, am an idiot. I had actually believed in your words. You, a person who would harm her own sister. As for you, Xia Ming, you're not any better either. That year, old Master Xia had not believed in the Oracle Tianxing's prophecy and insisted on giving the ancient divine pagoda to Xia Ruoyan. For Xia Chushua's sake, not only had you schemed to murder Xia Ruoyan, you had not even spared your own father. After all, if old Master Xia were still alive, how would you ever have the chance to anything to the mother and daughter? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 857, The Xia Family's Destruction, 3. Chapter 857, The Xia Family's Destruction, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Lu Chen laughed maniacally. Whenever he remembered how much he had given up, he would feel as if ants were crawling and biting his heart. It was an agonizing pain that he could not bear. Xiaoming's expression has changed completely, even his grip on Xiaona's neck was loosening. He glared murderously at Lu Chen. It was true that Xiaoming had been responsible for poisoning old Master Xia to death. However, not even Shuer or her mother had known of this, so how had Lu Chen found out? You must be curious as to how I had found out about this? Lu Chen sneered. If I did not have some information which I could use against you, would I have been able to stay in this doomed petition for so long? Xiaoming, if you don't want anybody to find out about your sins, don't do it in the first place. I will now announce how you had murdered old Master Xia to the world. Let everyone bear witness to your deceitful face, Xiaoming. This is the price your Xia family shall pay for deceiving me for all these years. Lu Chen could not believe that Xiaoming had been unaware of the fact that Xia Chushua was not the master of the ancient divine pagoda. It was possible that he was not aware of Chiona's adultery, thought Lu Chen. Otherwise, he would never have behaved so lovingly to a B****-starred daughter. However, Xiaoming was most certainly aware of the person who was the true master of the ancient divine pagoda. Hence, Lu Chen would burn with rage each time he thought of how everyone in the Xia family had collaborated to deceive him. If it had not been for this scam, perhaps I would have long taken Xia Ruoyan as my wife. Knowing Xia Ruoyan's level of talent, her evolution into a martial supreme was only a matter of time. Boom. Just then, a powerful force exploded and crashed into Xiaoming's body, causing him to stumble back. Just as he raised his head in anger, he heard a clear and cold voice coming from above his head. It was you who had murdered old Master Xia? The woman's eyes were completely frigid. Her gaze was so cold that there was not even one shred of emotion on her face. The woman's body was enveloped with murderous intent, causing his heart to panic. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. His laughter echoed throughout the noisy main foyer and sounded absolutely terrifying. Since you've all found out about this, then no one shall be leaving today. He slowly rose to his feet as an eerie smile appeared on the corners of his lips. As long as you all die, the world will ever find out about this, and I, Xiaoming, will remain a magnanimous and genuine nobleman. Hearing this, everyone assumed that Xiaoming had gone mad with rage. After all, the Holy Doctor and Supreme Jin were both martial supremes. How on earth does he expect to defeat them both? Ha ha ha. Bai Zhongtian laughed maniacally and asked disdainfully, I'd like to see what method you would use to kill all of us here. Bai Zhongtian, you've only caused trouble for the Xia family all these years, so the first person that I shall not spare is you. A murderous intent flashed across Xiaoming's eyes before he suddenly cried out to the skies, Lord Vermilion Bird, please help me destroy these people. Vermilion Bird? Gu Ruoyun was stunned. Before she could return to her senses, she heard a long howl from beneath the skies. It sounded like 10,000 stampeding horses rushing towards them. Some who were at a slightly lower level of power immediately felt suffocated. Who is Gu Ruoyun? Bring her to me. Roar. An angry roar sounded, followed by a blazing flame that rained down from the skies into the main foyer immediately. An enormous firebird, whose entire body was lit with a blazing flame, was in the air above them. Each flap of its wings sounded like the huffing sound of the wind. Its swift gaze swept across every face in the crowd with a domineering air. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 858, The Xia Family's Destruction, 4. Chapter 858, The Xia Family's Destruction, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Vermilion Bird? If I'm hearing this right, it sounds like Xiaoming had addressed it as the Vermilion Bird? Could it be that it's the legendary divine bird, the Vermilion Bird? The Vermilion Bird is one of the 4 divine beasts. However, they had disappeared many years ago, so why is it here now? What kind of F** king luck does this Xia family have to get the vermilion bird in their possession? It's no wonder he had dared to act so fearlessly. The vermilion bird scoffed and was clearly not bothered about the humans who were talking about it. I'll ask one more time, which of you is Gu Ruoyun? As the vermilion bird uttered its second question, Xiaoming scurried over with jolting buttocks, bowing and scraping as he replied, Lord Vermilion Bird, that's Gu Ruoyun, she's the one you're looking for. Whoosh! Instantly, the vermilion bird's eyes turned to face Gu Ruoyun and its fiery pupils blazed with a furious light. You're Gu Ruoyun? Good, that's very good. You shall die today. The vermilion bird then flapped its wings as if it could engulf everything under the sky with its flames, carrying a terrifying aura. Watch out! Supreme Jin cried out and appeared in front of Gu Ruoyun in a flash. His eyes were watching the enraged vermilion bird seriously. The holy doctor, however, was not as worried. With the ancient divine phoenix Zixi on the girl's side, one mere vermilion bird cannot harm her. After all, between the divine beasts and the ancient divine beasts, there was an entire gulf of difference in their powers. They would not even be able to break through the suppression of their blood vessels. Gee, what are you doing? Just then, a tender-sounding voice cried out in front of Gu Ruoyun. When the vermilion bird laid its eyes upon the figure in front of Gu Ruoyun, it was stunned. An even bigger raging flame then exploded from its body as it screamed, You, get out of the way! Vermilion bird, stop! Yunyao's expression changed greatly. Her initially elegant features had grown cold when she heard the vermilion bird's words, If you don't stop, kill me first before laying your hand on her, The confused crowd looked at the woman in yellow robes who had just appeared in front of Gu Ruoyun, clearly unable to comprehend her relationship with the vermilion bird. However, this woman does not seem to be much more powerful than the vermilion bird. How does she expect to stop the vermilion bird? They wondered in unison. Vile humans! The vermilion bird became even more incensed when it heard this kid Xiaoming was right, you only know how to use spiritual beasts as a shield. If you're so great, then step out and fight me on your own. You're only good at using spiritual beasts to block your dangers, what kind of cultivator are you? Spiritual beast? Everyone in the main foyer looked at each other. Could it be that this elegant and beautiful woman is also a spiritual beast? As Xiaoming stared at Yunyao's peerlessly gorgeous visage, a bad feeling entered his heart. However, he could not understand where this feeling had come from. A shield? Yunyao was stunned as she knitted her brows. What are you talking about? What shield? Vermilion bird, as friends, we have not seen each other for so many years. Why has your temper grown even worse through the years? You even want to harm my master. However, she's not only my master but also a benefactor who had saved my life. The vermilion bird scoffed and glared at Gu Ruoyun who was standing behind Yunyao's protective figure. It then replied irritably, You don't need to lie to me, you're only doing this because you've been threatened by this woman. Xiaoming has told me everything. He had seen this woman maul you with his own eyes and she had captured the azure dragon to force you into submission. Furthermore, she then used your body as a shield against attacks. He could not bear to watch this woman abuse you, so he had chastised her and had ended up festering in her grudge. However, don't you worry, I'll save you an azure dragon now. I think this Xiaoming fellow is a pretty good guy. After all, he does not think that we spiritual beasts should be used as shields for humans. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 859, The Xia Family's Destruction, 5. Chapter 859, The Xia Family's Destruction, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, all eyes had turned towards Xiaoming and their gazes were filled with mockery and ridicule. This fellow is truly a dog who can't stop himself from eating shit, the crowd thought in unison. He just loves to sow seeds of discord wherever he goes. He has even hoodwinked the naive little vermilion bird and spewed such sentimental sap like how spiritual beasts should not be used as a human's shield? How could this man, who had killed his own daughter, have any empathy for a spiritual beast who is completely unrelated to him? Does he think that the people of the world are so easily fooled? Xiaoming's brain was momentarily unable to process this. What does the Lord Vermilion Bird mean by this? He wondered. This elegant woman in yellow robes had been abused by Gu Ruoyun? However, at that time, I had clearly told the Lord Vermilion Bird that Yunyao, the white tiger, was the one being abused. Wait a minute? White tiger Yunyao? Rush! Xiaoming's expression, now drained of color and terror, filled his eyes. She, who on earth has been captured? Suddenly, an azure light appeared from Gu Ruoyun's body and appeared in front of the eyes of the crowd.
The man was an extremely handsome sight to behold. His features were as sharp as a sword and his eyes were like those of an eagle's. Each move he made was filled with the demeanor of a king. Behind him was an old man with white hair and a white beard. However, this old man's face was smooth and unwrinkled. If one got rid of the beard, he could easily pass as a handsome young man. The vermilion bird's eyes clouded over as the flames on its body gradually diminished. Soon, the flames died out and a small child appeared before everyone's eyes. Before seeing the vermilion bird's human form, the crowd had all thought that it was an adult male or female hidden within the flames. However, now that its human form has been revealed, they could not help but feel shocked. That furiously violent, domineeringly noble vermilion bird was actually a little Lolita? Especially that soft, supple little face which was so luscious that everyone was tempted to take a bite. Her flame-shaped red eyes were filled with tears as they stared tearfully at the three people before her.
Leader, Lingxiao, you're here too? Sob, I've missed you all so much.
When she finished speaking, the little Lolita quickly ran towards the azure dragon and the others. The tear-stained look on her face made everyone forget her earlier awe-inspiring appearance.
Leader, Yungyao, Lingxiao, I've been searching for you all for so long and so bitterly too.
There were a lot of humans who had tried to capture me as well. When I met Xiaoming later on and followed him, he promised me to help find you all, but I didn't think that you would all really be here. She wiped the tears from her face but did not forget to send a fierce glare towards Gu Ruoyun.
Leader, has this woman been bullying you? Don't worry, I've recovered half of my power so I can avenge you all now, Xie. Tianxiong's expression sank and he replied sharply, you are not to be impertinent to the master. Who told you that master has captured me and threatened Yunyao?
Xi's fire-shaped eyes filled with suspicion but she pointed honestly at the severely pale-faced Xiaoming.
He had said that.
He told me that he had witnessed all this with his own eyes. He even said that this woman had once declared that spiritual beasts are only meant to help shield humans from danger when they are fighting against their enemy.
I only wanted to save all of you.
She curled her lips. It was this kind of notions that most people had which had brought about her hatred towards humans. Xiaoming, Tianxiong's chilly glare was like a sharp sword made of ice as it bore into Xiaoming's being. He raised his head and stared commandingly down at him as he said, not only have you slandered my master time and time again, now you've even caused a misunderstanding between my friend and my master. You have indeed crossed the might of the four divine beasts. Even though I have yet to fully regain my powers, I am more than capable enough to kill you on my own. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 860, The Xiao Family's Destruction, 6. Chapter 860, The Xiao Family's Destruction, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Xiaoming could not stop himself from stumbling back and he shut his eyes in despair. He had thought that once he had obtained the vermilion bird, he would have something to be proud of.
However, he never expected Gu Ruoyun to have 3 of the 4 divine beasts in her hand.
Because of this, no one on this mainland could be compared to her, but
Leader, she was still unable to grasp the situation at hand and eyed Tianxiong's cold features with suspicion. What on earth do you mean? Has he slandered this woman? What is going on?
Yunya shook her head and smiled exasperatedly. After so many years, you're still the same and are far too naive.
Do you believe in everything anyone says?
Master has never hurt us, besides, she had saved all of our lives. Even if we were to sacrifice our lives for her someday, we would do it willingly and she would not need to force us to do that.
Boom!
The vermilion bird was now thoroughly enraged.
This damned human has actually dared to deceive me and caused a misunderstanding between me and my friend's savior? Xiaoming, you damned brat, you dared to deceive me.
She gnashed her teeth as the fire in her eyes burned with increasing ferocity. The furious flames almost seemed as if they were going to flare out from her eyes. Since you had dared to do such a thing, you must pay the price. I am a member of the majestic 4 divine beasts, yet I have been deceived by a tiny little human like you. If it were not for you, I would not have nearly hurt the wrong person by mistake.
You can go to hell. Bang, bang, bang.
Endless flames spiraled in an earth-shattering manner towards Xiaoming, scaring him so badly that he peed in his pants. His face was white and devoid of all color.
Wait. Tianxiong's face sank. Don't kill him yet.
Hand this person over to our master, she will deal with him. Deep down, she was extremely displeased by this. With a wave of her hand, she extinguished the raging flames and turned around to look at the 3 friends behind her with a pouty and adorable little cherubic face.
Poof. If you don't want me to kill him, then I won't kill him.
Besides, killing him will only stain my hands with filth. However, leader, this human may have saved your lives, but you don't need to follow her around.
We spiritual beasts have always pursued freedom, so why bind ourselves to limitations? Especially since this human's powers aren't very much to shout about. She glanced at Guruoyan as she spoke. This woman has considerable talent amongst the humans. However, to her, she was not worth mentioning as long as she was unable to defeat her. Xie. Yunyao's expression changed because she had noticed the dark look on Xiao Zixi's face. She then hurriedly chastised Qi. She is our master. We've sworn to protect her from the day we've contracted ourselves to her. You should probably prepare to form a contract with her as well. What? She was stunned, she could hardly believe her ears. Yunyao, you're asking me to form a contract with a human? Yunyao nodded. We're already bound to her, so if you wish to continue to be with us, you will have to form a contract with her. Otherwise, from now on, we shall have to be separated. Separated from my companions? How could this be? I've been searching for them for so long, how could I willingly allow myself to be separated from them? Qi's delicate pink cheeks flushed red. Her pitiful little expression was enough to invoke an urge to pamper her lovingly. She stared at Yunyao carefully and asked, Can I not form a contract? I don't want to become a human's tool for battle. Even though she had saved you, this was all definitely for the sake of goading you all into fighting for her. It goes without saying that she was speaking the truth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 861, The Xia Family's Destruction, 7. Chapter 861, The Xia Family's Destruction, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When she had saved the three divine beasts, Guru Oyon had originally intended for them to fight for her. This was something that the three divine beasts were also well aware of. However, after having interacted with her for so many years, they have long developed a deep trust for Guru Oyon. They were even glad to have met her. Guru Oyon had a small smile on her face the entire time. Her clear, cold gaze observed the little Lolita with a smile. She believes that Yunyao and the rest would handle this matter very well for her. Enough! When Xiao Zixi saw that Yunyao was about to continue her attempts to convince the vermilion bird, his adorable face darkened in a split second. He turned his arrogant purple eyes towards the little Lolita and exclaimed in an insufferably imperious manner, I'll give you a choice, form a contract with her or leave. Initially, Xiao Zixi had intended to threaten Qi with form a contract or die, but when he remembered that the vermilion bird has a rather close relationship with the white tiger and the others, he decided that the threat would not be a good move, so he had changed his words. You? Qi was clearly enraged. She was about to lose her temper when she saw who Xiao Zixi was and was instantly shocked to her core. Everyone thought that this vermilion bird has such a violent temper and would have definitely have lost her cool after being called out like that. Yet, in the end, they saw terror on her face? That was right, it was definitely terror. It was as if Xiao Zixi, who was only one head taller than her, was some sort of a monster. Why is it him? Yunyao, what is this pervert doing here? Qi nearly jumped. Her expression was particularly horrifying and her tiny figure could not help but tremble. She, who had initially acted smug and arrogant, slowly grew meek under Xiao Zixi's watchful gaze and no longer dared to say another word. Yunyao laughed bitterly, that's why I didn't want you to say anything else to avoid irritating him. I forgot to mention, this fellow is also the master's contracted beast. What? Hearing this, everyone in the room, aside from Bai Zhongtian who had long been aware of Xiao Zixi's identity, was stunned. Even the ones who were as solid as Supreme Jin could not help but shudder. Spiritual beast? This little guy was actually a spiritual beast too? Even the vermilion bird, a member of the four divine beasts, was terrified of him? Who on earth is he? Xiaoming gently shut his eyes as his expression filled with despair. It's no wonder that the holy Dr. Bai Zhongtian had said such things. This little boy's origins are not that simple. The funniest thing was that I had previously assumed that he was the little son of an average family and had wanted to purchase him at the price of 10 gold pieces as a present for Linger. Someone who could strike fear into the vermilion bird's heart. Cannot be exchanged for an entire country, what more 10 gold pieces? Only now did Xiaoming clearly understand the kind of people he has provoked. Was there any point in regretting it now? It was useless to dwell on regret over some mistakes after having committed them. At this moment, outside the imperial city of Drifting Wind Country, a figure in red landed on the city walls. He stood with both arms clasped behind his back as his handsome and grim features stared at the horizon with his lips curled into a smile. Yunner, I shall see you again soon. Previously, I was not aware of who you were, so I had let you slip through my fingers. This time, no matter what, I will not let you leave.
Half a month ago, the members of Red Lotus territory had discovered Gu Ruoyun's location. Hence, after he had finished all his business in the territory, that man had quickly rushed over. He hoped that he was not too late and that the little girl has not yet left this place. The man in red no longer dallied at the thought of this. He then shot off the city wall like a bright, red arrow. He caught hold of an officer and snapped open the portrait in his hands, raising his eyebrows as he asked, "Have you seen the woman in this picture? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 862, The Xiao Family's Destruction, 8. Chapter 862, The Xiao Family's Destruction, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
The officer clearly jumped with fright and trembled as he stuttered, "Yi."
Yes. Oh. Then tell me, where in the Imperial City is she?
This. I've seen the woman in this picture having a dispute with the lady of the Xiao family, Xia Chushue, as I was having a meal at Auspicious Blessing Tavern. She seems to be staying at that tavern. Under Grand Lord Hong Lian's powerful coercion, the man conveyed this piece of information with great difficulty. He then watched as the man in red shot off like a red light next to him and soon disappeared from view. Of course, the man in red was still unaware that Gu Ruoyun was now at Xia Chushue's wedding ceremony. So, unsurprisingly, he had not managed to find the person he had been searching for in the tavern.
At the Xia family home.
Gu Ruoyun's clear and cold gaze fell upon Xia Ming's pale features. Murderous intent circled around her being as she spoke icily. "Xia Ming, when you had murdered old Master Xia and Xia Ruoyun that year, did you imagine that this day would ever come? I'm here today to avenge Xia Ruoyun in her place. However, I never thought that not only had you murdered your own daughter, even your father who had raised you had not been spared. Furthermore, based on the current situation, the unexpected deaths of the other heirs must also be related to you in some way." Initially, the members of the Xia family had not been so sparse. Aside from Xia Ming, old Master Xia had also sired several sons and daughters. However, other than the daughters who had married into families in distant lands, everyone else had all died from accidents.
None have been spared. Since Xia Ming would even kill his own father, what other reason would he have to spare his brothers? He.
Xia Ming sniggered and rose to his feet from the ground.
He stared at Gu Ruoyun and sneered, "So what if I did?
Those people had once fought with me over the position of young Master Xia, they all deserve to die."
Gasp.
When they heard Xia Ming's confession, everyone in the room could not hold themselves back from exclaiming out loud. Xia Ming had murdered his brothers and killed his own father.
He has certainly committed every crime imaginable.
They found it very hard to imagine that anyone in this world could be so cruel and heartless.
Bang!
Suddenly, a loud noise sounded from outside the door. Gu Ruoyun knit her brows gently and after ordering Yunyao to watch the members of the Xia family, she hurriedly rushed out the door. However, when she laid her eyes on the two people who were fighting in the Xia family courtyard, she was instantly flabbergasted.
"Xiao Yi, what are you doing? Also, Godfather, what are you doing here?"
Gu Ruoyun felt slightly aggrieved.
"Why are these two fighting in the Xia family home?"
"Sister."
Xia Linyu noticed Gu Ruoyun immediately and his eyes lit up.
He quickly scurried over to her.
What on earth is going on?"
Gu Ruoyun's frown deepened as she asked Xia Linyu.
"I'm not too sure myself."
Xia Linyu rubbed his nose. "I was rushing over here with Big Brother Qianbei when this man, who has a picture of you, suddenly appeared and asked for some information about you."
Big Brother Qianbei instantly marked him as a criminal and they began to fight. They had then fought until they reached the Xia family home. "Sister, you'd better hurry and stop them."
Gu Ruoyun was completely dumbstruck as she stared blankly at the two red figures who were fighting each other in midair, temporarily unable to return to her senses. From her point of view, Xiaoyi has been around for a good number of years and her godfather was a cultivator whose very name shakes the mainland to its core.
When had their tempers become so violent? They're fighting. All for the sake of a painting? Had they not even bothered to talk in a civilized manner?
However, she was rather surprised at Grand Lord Hong Lian's sudden appearance and that he has been asking about her.
Could it be that something has happened in Red Lotus territory?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 863, The Xia Family's Destruction, 9. Chapter 863, The Xia Family's Destruction, 9. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
When she realized that the two men were getting completely swept up in the fight, Gu Ruoyun finally returned to her senses and frowned as she exclaimed, "Both of you, stop at this instant." Once she had spoken, the two men in the air obediently listened to her. However, they still eyed each other with disgust and neither one of them was willing to back off.
Xiao Yi. Gu Ruoyun laughed bitterly with a hint of exasperation. When have you become so brash?
Xian Beiyi eyed the man in red, but he ultimately descended from the sky to stand next to Gu Ruoyun and whined pitifully, "Yunner, he had a painting of you in his hand, so he must have bad intentions. I only wanted to snatch that painting away, but he refused to give it to me, so we had ended up fighting."
That's right. According to Qian Beiye's observations, this fellow must harbor some sort of criminal intent. Otherwise, why would he have Gu Ruoyun's picture?
Furthermore, he has been all over the place trying to gather information about her.
If this was not criminal intent, then what was?
At this moment, the man in red no longer bothered to look at Qian Beiyi as he fixed his eyes squarely upon Gu Ruoyun. His eyes carried a sense of excitement and joy. However, a vast majority of it was also clouded by guilt.
It has been so many years after she was born. I've never kept her company, not even for one day.
So much so that when she had appeared in front of me that day, I wasn't able to recognize this girl as the daughter whom I've been yearning for so long. The man in red opened his mouth but was unable to utter the thousands of words that he wanted to say at that moment. However, his eyes continued to stare at Gu Ruoyun, unable to bear the thought of turning away. Qian Beiyi furrowed his brows and took 2 steps forward. He walked right in front of Gu Ruoyun, perfectly blocking her from the man in red's view.
Damned kid! Get out of my way this instant!
The man in red was immediately enraged. This damned brat has dared to stick so closely to my precious daughter and had tried to snatch the picture of my precious daughter away from me.
Where is he placing me, her own father, at what position?
Obviously, Qian Beiyi was still unaware that he had offended his own future father-in-law. After all, Grand Lord Hong Lian was staring at Gu Ruoyun with far too much intensity and looked too vulgar for words.
No wonder Qian Beiyi would view him as an enemy. Xiao Yi, this is my godfather.
3 black lines appeared on Gu Ruoyun's forehead as she explained exasperatedly. Qian Beiyi finally stepped aside when he heard this, but he continued to stay by Gu Ruoyun's side and sent warning looks at the man in red.
Grand Lord Hong Lian was nearly going mad with rage. What is the meaning of this, you damned brat? He dares to glare at me in such a manner? Does he think that I'm going to try and kidnap my own daughter? Wait a minute. I am this girl's father, so what if I kidnap her? What, I can't take my own daughter away? Ha, I wonder what brings you to my humble little drifting wind country, Lord Hong Lian.
Just then, a loud laughter filled the skies. This was followed by a yellow figure who slowly emerged and appeared before their eyes. Supreme Gao had sensed the man in red's presence ever since he had appeared in drifting wind country. Besides, he had threatened an officer tasked with guarding the city, so it was impossible that he could have gone undetected. However, what shocked Supreme Gao was that Grand Lord Hong Lian had journeyed from so far away just to find a woman. He has even brandished her portrait as he went around the entire place, questioning everyone about her. Supreme Gao narrowed his eyes at the thought and turned towards Gu Ruoyun, who was standing before the man in red. A peculiar glint flashed in his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 864, The Xia Family's Destruction, 10. Chapter 864, The Xia Family's Destruction, 10. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It's Supreme Gao.
His Imperial Majesty, Supreme Gao of the Drifting Wind Country has actually appeared.
Also, did you all hear that? He had addressed the man in red as the Grand Lord Hong Lian. Could be that he's the ultimate cultivator whose very name shakes the mainland?
The ultimate cultivator they had just mentioned was clearly not only the ultimate cultivator of the East Peak mainland but also the ultimate one amongst the Martial Supremes. This also means that no one below the rank of a Martial Supreme could ever hope to defeat the Grand Lord Hong Lian. I wonder who this young lady really is. Supreme Jean seems to have a more than average connection to her, and the Holy Doctor is also her master.
Even the Grand Lord Hong Lian is her godfather. Of the great cultivators on this mainland, aside from the mysterious martial saint, is there anyone whom she is not acquainted with?
Furthermore, the silver-haired man by her side seems to be on par with Grand Lord Hong Lian's
godfather?
Supreme Gao was mildly shocked.
Grand Lord Hong Lian is this little girl's godfather?
It seems that the magnitude of her identity isn't something that anyone could guess with ease. The man in red's expression, however, was a little downcast.
What godfather? I'm clearly her biological father. However, he was unable to announce this in public. Otherwise, if news of this reaches the ears of that old fart in the first city, wouldn't he be dragging his precious daughter down?
After all, even though those old men were aware of Yunner's arrival in this mainland, they still do not know her exact location yet.
Yuner, who is this fellow?
The man in red squinted his eyes and a dangerous light flashed in his pupils. Based on his powers of observation, he could tell that this man does not have an ordinary relationship with his daughter. However, this fellow has actually tried to snatch his painting away and had raised his hand against him, but simply based on this one fact, it would not be easy for him if he wishes to marry his precious daughter.
Ahem. Gu Ruoyun coughed awkwardly. Godfather, can you wait outside for a moment?
I have some matters to attend to, I'll talk to you once I'm done.
Also, Xiao Yi, please help me evacuate the place. Yu and I would like to speak to the Xia family members alone. Xianbei Yi nodded, he knows what Gu Ruoyun was going to do next.
She would be revealing her own true identity. However, no one else, aside from the doomed Xia family members, needs to know this. Otherwise, if the great news of her reincarnation was to become general knowledge, it would attract an astronomical amount of attention and sensation. The rest of the crowd was not too bothered about Gu Ruoyun's decision. However, Grand Lord Hong Lian's heart shattered into a million pieces.
He stared at Gu Ruoyun resentfully.
Yuner, I've journeyed very far to see you yet you refuse me at the door, but
this was too disheartening.
His daughter was all grown up now and sure enough, has her own secrets. There were some things that she could not let him know. Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders, things are going to get bloody from here on, so I'm going to ask you all to withdraw for a moment.
Regardless, Grand Lord Hong Lian has been fighting for so many years, so he has witnessed all sorts of bloodbaths.
However, once he realized that Gu Ruoyun was not really keeping any secrets from him, he heaved a sigh of relief and nodded, I'll wait for you outside your living quarters. Actually, Grand Lord Hong Lian does not know that Gu Ruoyun had asked everyone to leave because she was indeed harboring a secret which she could not let anyone else know of. Which was her identity as Xia Ruoyun. This secret, following the Xia family's annihilation, will rot within her stomach for the rest of her life. Let's go. A light flashed in Gu Ruoyun's eyes and she chuckled softly, all the enemies who had hurt you that year. I'll give you the chance to shed their blood today. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 865, The Xia Family's Destruction, 11. Chapter 865, The Xia Family's Destruction, 11. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
In the Xia family home's main foyer, Xiaoming stared in despair at the two who had just walked in from the door. He never thought that he would fall into the hands of a little girl after being so cunning his entire life.
Miss Gu.
Lu Chen stumbled towards Gu Ruoyun and plopped himself in front of her in a kneeling position, crying tearfully in agony as he said, Miss Gu, I had been hoodwinked by the Xia family that year. That was why I had committed those acts which were unbecoming even for pigs and dogs. I thoroughly regret my actions now, so please, spare me this one time on account of my remorse.
Gu Ruoyun stared commandingly down at Lu Chen, who was kneeling before her, and replied emotionlessly, remorse? Lu Chen, do you think that after committing so many sinful acts, you can redeem yourself simply by admitting your remorse?
Miss Gu, that person is already dead.
As they say, if revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? Can you not return good for evil? Must you exterminate us all?
Hearing this, Lu Chen raised his head as he spoke indignantly. Anyone who was ignorant of the situation and has witnessed the scene would probably assume that Gu Ruoyun was a heinous villain who was pushing good people around.
Return good for evil?
Gu Ruoyun sneered, that year, you used the trust that Xia Ruoyun had in you and had not hesitated to tear Xia Lingyu limb from limb alive.
Did you even show a hint of mercy at that time?
Lu Chen, I wonder if you can still remember Xia Ruoyun's words before she jumped off that cliff, that if she was to be reincarnated, she would make you all
pay the bloody price.
These 4 words were like hammers which slammed fiercely into Lu Chen's heart. At that moment, the young girl's decisive image appeared once again in his mind's eye and caused his heart to tremble.
You? How do you know this? How was she able to have such a vivid knowledge of Xia Ruoyun's last words? Even the way she had said them was exactly alike. How could I not?
Gu Ruoyun chuckled softly, because I have returned.
Because I have returned.
Thud. Lu Chen staggered backward in his but connected with the ground. He stared at the slightly smiling face in disbelief. Unconsciously, the smile on the woman's face began to fuse with that of the woman in his memories as if they were of one body.
At this moment, the faces of Xia Ming and his daughter were a particularly ugly shade.
Their faces depicted nothing more than death. Regardless of how much strength they had to support themselves, they were instantly punched into foolishness by Gu Ruoyun's words.
What on earth do you mean?
Xia Chuxue returned to her senses with great difficulty and stared at Gu Ruoyun with a pale face. Are you saying that you're Xia Ruoyun?
This is completely impossible. Xia Ruoyun is dead. Let's not discuss the possibility of reincarnation. Even if it actually exists, your ages don't match.
Xia Ruoyun has only been dead for 6 years. Even if she had been reincarnated, she should only be around 6 years of age.
How could this woman possibly be Xia Ruoyun? She must be trying to scare me on purpose. That's right, that must be it. Xia Ming.
Gu Ruoyun slowly closed her eyes before opening them again. Her gaze now fell upon Xia Ming. Do you all know that I've been living in hatred over these past 6 years?
I've only ever thought of finding you every single moment of my life and getting my revenge. I can tolerate whatever you've thrown at me, but I never expected all of you to be such lunatics. You would even kill your own wife, father, son and daughter, but you never thought that I would be reincarnated and survive through the identity of another person. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 866, The Xia Family's Destruction, 12. Chapter 866, The Xia Family's Destruction, 12. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun laughed.
Her soft laughter rang in Xia Ming's ears, making him feel absolutely terrified.
No wonder.
No wonder from the first moment I've laid eyes on this woman, I had a very strange feeling.
She's actually Xia Ruoyun.
You are. Gu Ruoyun spoke slowly. Her voice rang throughout the main foyer like the sound of thunder, once again causing their hearts to tremble.
What had she just called that young man? You're? Could it be that he's Xia Linyu?
Xia Ming's face was now both gray and white, his expression was filled with desperation. Never in a million years did he ever think that Xia Ruoyun would return and that even Xia Linyu would still be alive. You're, for everything that Lu Chen has ever done to you that year, you can now double it and return it all to him. Gu Ruoyun gently raised her gaze. I have enough pills on hand, so even if he's only left with a single drop of blood, I can bring him back to life. You may abuse him however you wish. During these past 6 years, Gu Ruoyun was not the only one who had lived in hatred.
It was the same for Xia Linyu.
He would never forget the heart-wrenching agony he had suffered as he watched his own arms and limbs being torn from his body before his eyes. However, what truly broke his heart was the heartbroken and desperate look in his sister's eyes. Those eyes were forever carved into his memories and he would never be able to forget them.
You're?
Lu Chen widened his mouth as his throat made a suffocated croaking noise. Spare me on account of the care I had once given to you, I really don't want to die.
Xia Linyu's pupils scanned Lu Chen's pale features.
His delicate face showed no emotion as he spoke in a voice dripping with a hatred which could nibble away at one's bones. His every word slowly echoed throughout the large and empty main foyer. My older sister had witnessed my mother's death, yet you had murdered me in front of her.
Lu Chen, tell me, why should I spare you?
I will never spare anyone who has made my sister cry. Xia Linyu laughed icily before he turned towards Xia Ming and spoke emotionlessly. Xia Ming, didn't you once say that you would turn your back on a good-for-nothing like me? You even said that only Xia Chuxuo alone was your flesh and blood and that I was only a burden. However, it's too bad that Xia Chuxuo was not born from your blood, so you have already decided to die without descendants. Xia Ming's body shook slightly and he slowly closed his eyes. He never thought that the daughter whom he had showered with love for so many years would turn out to be someone else's B***** child. Now, each time he thought of this, he would feel as if a sharp knife was piercing through his heart.
It was such an agonizing and unbearable pain. More than anything else, he would have the great urge to choke that SL*T, Shona, to death. Die without descendants, he. Xia Ming laughed. His laughter was mixed with an immeasurable amount of desolate misery.
He turned towards Xia Linyu and said, I never thought that I, Xia Ming, after bumbling along for so many years, would actually end up with nothing in the end. I had killed my own flesh and blood for the sake of a B******starred daughter. Yuner, I know that you both harbor a deep hatred towards me in your hearts. However, during that year, I had been blinded by the lies of others. Furthermore, by the bond of blood, I am still your father no matter what.
This will never change, so do you wish to commit patricide?
Xia Linyu knitted his delicate brows together, but just then, a voice carrying a cold laughter sounded.
Patricide? Wasn't that something which you had once done? Gu Ruoyun smiled.
However, that smile did not reach her eyes. Her clear, cold and dark eyes were awash with a faint cold light. Thus, I don't mind doing the same thing to you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 867, The Xia Family's Destruction, 13. Chapter 867, The Xia Family's Destruction, 13. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Boom! Xia Linyu stumbled backward as if he had just been struck by lightning. His delicate features completely drained of color as he stared at Gu Ruoyun in disbelief. Sister, what do you mean by this? Xia Ming had committed patricide? He was involved with grandfather's death? As Xia Linyu had arrived a little later, he was not too clear on what had just happened a while ago. However, he never imagined that Xia Ming would be so cruel and had murdered their grandfather who had brought him into this world and nurtured him. No, it was not my fault. That SL*T, Chona, is to blame for this. If it had not been for her, this would never have happened. Once he finished speaking and before anyone could react, Xia Ming suddenly charged towards Chona and wrapped his hand tightly around her neck. At that moment, Chona was completely unable to speak as she stared at that man's reddened eyes in terror. SL*T, you had dared to spin such lies to me and had committed adultery with another. If it had not been for your lies, how much more blessed would I be now? Xia Ming tightened his grip. He was so filled with hatred that he wanted to strangle her to death. Chona gasped, but her throat was unable to make a sound. She has turned completely red in the face and looked pleadingly at Xia Chuxue, who was slumped on the floor. However, Xia Chuxue was now powerless to defend herself, so how could she even take care of her mother? When she saw the pleading look in Xiona's eyes, she quickly turned away and no longer spared her mother another look. Xiona's expression filled with hurt and despair when she saw this. She never thought that Xia Chuxue would treat her in this manner at such a critical moment. Wah! Xia Chuling finally regained her senses from her foolish stupor and ran towards Xia Ming, bawling her eyes out. She then began to fiercely beat Xia Ming's back with her little fists. Bad daddy, you let mother go, let her go. Thump! The maddened Xia Ming slapped Xia Chuling, instantly flinging her tiny body out of the way. She happened to land on a stone column and blood began to gush out from the back of her head. Her tiny body slumped onto the floor as confusion and uncertainty swirled in her eyes. She could not understand the situation. Why is daddy, who has always loved and cherished mother, trying to kill mother? She wondered. Daddy has always spoiled and loved me, why would he raise his hand against me? She could not understand this either. Of course, these were things that she would never understand. Xiona's heart quivered and 2 streams of tears finally rolled down her cheeks. She turned pleadingly towards Xia Chuxue once again and, mustering all of her strength, managed to wheeze a plea from the recesses of her throat, save. Save your little sister. Xia Chuxue lowered her head and did not even look at Xia Chuling, who was now lying in a pool of blood. Xiona's heart finally gave up all hope. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Xiona burst into laughter. She gathered a strength she never knew she had and pushed Xia Ming away. Her body stumbled back and she directed a glare filled with cold, black hatred at Xia Ming. Xia Ming, did you know that you're the person that I love most in the world, but you are also the person that I hate most of all? How many oaths of eternal love had you once pledged to me? You even said that one day, you would take me as your wife in a just and honorable manner. Yet in the end, after waiting for you, I received the news of you marrying Lady Mo. Xiona gently shut her eyes and her heart filled with indescribable pain. Actually, Lady Mo was also rather pitiful because she had been completely innocent. Had you not schemed to get her, she wouldn't have had any affection for you. Even so, I still hated her. So what if she was a pitiful wretch? It's her fault for taking you away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 868, The Xia Family's Destruction, 14. Chapter 868, The Xia Family's Destruction, 14. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Since you've already married another, why would you continue to court me? I then decided to get together with the Oracle Tianxing, yet you had come back. You even promised me that once you get the position of young Master Xia, you would immediately make me your true wife. I believed your words, so I had abandoned the Oracle Tianxing and followed you back to the Xia family home. Xiona widened her eyes and turned her hateful glare away from Xia Ming, redirecting her attention to Xia Chuxue. At that moment, her face no longer displayed any hatred, all that was left was disappointment. Swear, everything I've done has all been for your sake. Yet, in the end, you're only interested in saving your own neck? Xiona's words were filled with hopelessness. She probably never thought that Xia Chuxue would have turned out to be such a weakling. However, it's a good thing that I still have Linger. I still have her. Xiona smiled suddenly and her smile was like a blossoming flower.
She then turned and walked towards Xiao Chuling, who was lying in a pool of blood. Xiao Chushue had wanted to speak up as she watched Xiaona's stumbling figure, but in the end, she chose to keep her mouth shut. Xiao Chuling lay in the pool of blood with wide eyes as if she had something she wanted to say. Blood flowed continuously from the back of her head and soon dyed the floor beneath her a bright red. Xiaona gently scooped Xiao Chuling's body up into her arms and brushed her hand over her wide eyes, closing the little girl's eyelids. Xiaona had a simple and elegant smile on her face and no longer displayed the maddened look she previously held. Linger, don't be afraid, mother is going to keep you company now. In the future, we can leave this place, far, far behind, and we'll never see these people again.
Slam.
After she finished talking, Xiaona slammed her hand with all her might against her own chest. She immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood and her face turned ashen. The entire group watched as she held Xiao Chuling's body close to hers and slowly crumpled to the ground.
SL*T.
Xiaoming spat as he stared icily at Xiaona's crumpled figure.
A cold, nonchalant smile has appeared on his face.
Shortly after, he turned towards Gu Ruoyun and said, Yuner, your enemy is now dead. This destruction had begun because of Xiaona, so our previous grievances can be written off. I promise that from now on, you and Yuer are my only children. No one else can surpass the place both of you hold in my heart. Gu Ruoyun stared at Xiaoming's shameless face and a small smile appeared on the corners of her lips. While it's true that all this had started because of Xiaona, I still believe that you are the main culprit, but...
Xiaoming's expression changed rapidly. Yuner, if you insist on killing me, you will be cast into the 18th hell, never to be reincarnated. Boom!
All of a sudden, a cold look flashed in the eyes of the purple-robed little boy standing next to Gu Ruoyun. A demonic smile appeared on the corners of his lips and, without waiting for Xiaoming to react, he threw a purple flame at him, igniting Xiaoming's entire body with a loud whoosh.
18th hell? The little boy smiled evilly. Even if she enters hell, she, as Zixie's master, is destined to reign over hell. Who would dare to oppose her then?
His voice was youthful and delicate, yet it rang into every ear and shook them to the very core.
Xiaoming's eyes widened in shock.
He ignored the agony he felt from the burning flames and stared fixedly at the little boy's cherubic features.
Are you saying that your name is Zixie? Zixie. That's the name of the ancient divine phoenix. This little guy is the ancient divine phoenix? Could it be that Gu Ruoyun has already formed a contract with the ancient divine pagoda? Impossible. That was definitely impossible.
In the past, she had never been able to form a contract with the ancient divine pagoda.
How was she able to complete the contract in 6 years?
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 869, The Xia Family's Destruction, 15. Chapter 869, The Xia Family's Destruction, 15. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Xiaoming, you had given up on her that year, so everything that you're enduring now is the consequences of your own actions.
Xiao Zixi curled his lips and smiled evilly.
He then turned his eerie purple eyes towards Xiao Chushue as loathing and disgust filled his gaze. Furthermore, you had wanted to snatch me away and give me to this woman?
I, Zixi, will not be contracted to just anybody.
From generation to generation, she is the only master I've ever recognized. As long as her soul was not destroyed, I will forever await her existence. If she was annihilated, both the ancient divine pagoda and I will disappear from this world. His tender and youthful voice echoed throughout the halls like a heavy weight and slammed into the hearts of every single person. Xiao Lingyu's expression was filled with delight. It was more than enough for him to know that his sister has such a loyal companion in this life. So, you're the true master of the ancient divine pagoda.
Lu Chen closed his eyes in agony.
His handsome face was twisted with remorse, yet he did not display even the slightest glimmer of guilt. His regret was not because he had killed Xiao Ruoyun but because he had lost such a powerful support. If he had married her that year, Xiao Ruoyun's ancient divine pagoda would then have belonged to him. Furthermore, this mainland would have become his for the taking. However, he had easily bought into the Xiao family's lies and killed the true master of the ancient divine pagoda by mistake. Furthermore, he had helped an impostor. Lu Chen's heart was gripped with pain. Yuner, he opened his eyes and stared in agony at the woman's lucid and elegant features. He spoke in a voice which dripped with remorse and shame. I had been deceived that year. That was why I had turned into this. I know that you hate me, but it's also because you have felt love, so it has led to your hatred. I hope that you will give me a chance to love you and take care of you. I, Lu Chen, can swear to you that I will never let you down. Yes, in Lu Chen's point of view, Gu Ruoyun was still in love with him. Otherwise, why would she have held such a strong hatred towards him? A smile appeared on Gu Ruoyun's face, making her already delicate and pretty features even more compelling. However, her dark, black eyes were filled with mockery. She stared at Lu Chen with a smile which did not reach her eyes. When he saw the smile on that woman's face, Lu Chen assumed that he still had a chance. His heart leaped with joy and his eyes beheld Gu Ruoyun as if she was enveloped in the gentle warmth of sunlight.
Yuner, I knew you still love me. Since that's the case, let us select an auspicious day and get married.
Xia Chuxue, who was standing next to Lu Chen, felt a cold laugh originating from the recesses of her heart as she stared at the shameless look on that man's face.
This man is so utterly pragmatic, she thought.
Just a while ago, he had been making a solemn vow to me, but not long after, he would turn around and throw flattery towards another woman.
Lu Chen, the smile on Gu Ruoyun's face deepened.
She raised her gaze at the man standing in front of her as she said, I do hate you. I hate you so much that I dearly wish I could hack you into pieces, make mincemeat out of you, then go to the forest and feed you to the dogs. Of course, this kind of hatred is completely unrelated to any form of love but comes from everything that you've done to Yuer.
I can never put up with anyone who has hurt the people I that love.
So, even in my dreams, I always see myself returning to get my revenge.
Lu Chen's face drained of color.
He staggered back as he shook his head and stared at Gu Ruoyun with disbelief.
No, I don't believe it.
You still love me, I'm sure of it.
Yuner, I've promised you that I would treat you very well in the future. What more do you want?
Furthermore, I can also swear that from now on, I will not lay a finger on any other woman but you.
At this point, Lu Chen softened his tone of voice and spoke gently. I know that I cannot be compared to that silver-haired man by your side, but have you ever considered that an outstanding and powerful man like him would certainly attract many women in the future?
Knowing your pride, can you tolerate a man with 3 wives and 4 concubines? Only I, Lu Chen, can devote my heart and soul entirely to you.
Yuner, if you choose him, you will regret it.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 870, The Xia Family's Destruction, 16. Chapter 870, The Xia Family's Destruction, 16. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
When it comes to Xia Ruoyun's personality, Lu Chen thinks that he knows her better than anyone else. One should not judge her just because she always looks so calm and collected. In truth, deep down, she has a lot of pride. Her man can only ever belong to her alone, and she would never spare a single look at anyone who has the intention of having 3 wives and 4 concubines.
Are you certain that every man would want 3 wives and 4 concubines?
Suddenly, a familiar aura appeared behind Gu Ruoyun. Upon sensing that aura, a smile appeared in Gu Ruoyun's eyes.
A large flash of crimson robe suddenly appeared and enveloped Gu Ruoyun in an embrace.
The man's silver hair was like that of a deity, and his initially gloomy pallor lit up into a smile when he gazed at the woman next to him. Yuner, I had intended to wait for you outside, but when I overheard his words, I could not contain myself from coming in.
Will you forgive me? Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders. Have you sent the others away?
Xian Beiyi nodded obediently. They've all left. Besides, you can rest assured because I can sense the presence of anyone if they come within 100 meters of our vicinity.
Then there's nothing holding us back. Gu Ruoyun smiled.
Her eyes then fell upon Lu Chen's pale face. Lu Chen, Xian Beiyi is my man, so he belongs with me for the rest of his life. If any woman wants to deliver herself to him, I don't mind killing them no matter how many of them come by. Xia Chushua's mouth widened in shock. She might have been aware of Xia Ruoyun's pride and arrogance, but she never thought that she would make such an outrageous statement. After all, on this mainland, it was very normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines.
Even the most loving husband and wife could have a third person in their midst. Besides, as a man, especially one so powerful, how could he possibly allow his own woman to act so possessively? Won't Gu Ruoyun be afraid of being cast aside by this man because of what she has said?
At this moment, Xia Chuxue has completely forgotten about her current situation. Even the terror that she had felt initially has completely disappeared. It almost seems like she could already see Gu Ruoyun's fate of being cast aside, and she could not help but laugh maliciously in her heart.
Xian Beiyi turned towards Gu Ruoyun with a solemn look on his peerlessly beautiful face.
He then made a pledge to her. Wife, don't you worry. If any woman dares to glance at me too many times, I will gouge their eyes out. If any woman dares to have any intentions towards me, I will make sure that 9 generations of her family will never have peace. He would want to destroy 9 generations of someone's family just for harboring intentions towards him. Xia Chushue's face drained of color instantly. She covered her mouth in shock and stumbled back. She would never have believed that such an infatuated man could exist in this world.
Even if there was such a man, he should not have fallen into the hands of a woman like Gu Ruoyun.
Xia Xiaochuxue was more outstanding than Gu Ruoyan was in every aspect aside from talent. What does Gu Ruoyan have that Zixi would pass over Xiaochuxue and that even such an outstanding man would devote himself to her and her alone?
I don't believe it.
Lu Chen shrieked, I know. You're saying all these things on purpose just to deceive her.
You've simply taken a liking to the ancient divine pagoda, so you don't have any good intentions at all. Yuner, don't believe his babbling nonsense.
I'm the only one who loves you most of all in this world.
Qian Beiyi laughed.
It goes without saying that his smile was absolutely stunning. Even as a man, Lu Chen could not stop himself from feeling mesmerized.
How could a man possibly have such beautiful features?
If he was a woman, he would certainly be considered as the #1 beauty on the mainland, and no one would be able to surpass this beauty throughout the ages.
Qian Beiyi did not say very much to him.
His crimson figure then appeared in front of Lu Chen like a ghost. Hence, Lu Chen never saw him make his move, nor was he able to scream for mercy. All he could feel was an eerily cold sensation sliding down his throat and entering his vital organs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 871, The Xia Family's Destruction, 17. Chapter 871, The Xia Family's Destruction, 17. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
What did you just put into my mouth?
Lu Chen hurriedly shoved his finger down his throat and tried to dig out whatever he had been forced to swallow.
However, his body has already ingested it, so there was no way for him to spit it out. Qian Beiyi glanced at Lu Chen and turned his attention towards Xia Linyu. I've just fed him a soul-gnawing fruit. I had found the soul-gnawing fruit by accident, but it's nothing good. It can make anyone who has consumed the fruit to be unable to die for 3 days.
This also means that no matter what you do, he cannot die. Even if you were to cut off his head, he would still be alive. However, after 3 days, this soul-gnawing fruit will gradually consume his soul until he no longer exists in this world. The price of the soul-gnawing fruit was rather steep. Even if it grants one immortality for 3 days, it would turn one's soul to ashes in the end. No one would ever use it to lengthen their own lifespan. Xia Linyu's eyes sparkled and his delicate features lit up with a smile. Thank you, brother-in-law. The words brother-in-law made Qian Beiyi's heart melt. His peerlessly beautiful features blossomed with a mesmerizing and seductive smile. His red eyes no longer held his initially gloomy air.
My little brother-in-law has been bullied, so as his brother-in-law, I should help him vent his anger.
Wouldn't you agree, wife? Gu Ruoyun rolled her eyes at him and retorted, feeling helpless, who are you calling wife?
You had mentioned it yourself that I'm your man.
Qian Beiyi stared at Gu Ruoyun with distress and replied in a pitiful manner, doesn't this mean that you've agreed to marry me?
Wife, since you've said these sort of things, you can't go back on your word.
By the way, do you have any more of that fruit? Gu Ruoyun raised an eyebrow, feed one to Xia Ming and Xiaochuxue while you're at it.
Hearing this, Xiaochuxue and her father instantly turned pale.
Xia Ming, who was engulfed in the purple flames, roared angrily.
Xia Ruoyun, you're worse than an animal. You want to murder your own father, you will definitely be hacked into 1,000 pieces. Gu Ruoyun smiled, then turned towards Xiao Zixi, who had remained silent. Zixi, your flames aren't strong enough.
Why is he still able to speak? Qian Beiyi's appearance had already made Xiao Zixi very upset.
Now, upon hearing Gu Ruoyun's words, he immediately charged furiously towards Xia Ming and put his flames away with a gloomy look on his little face.
Hacked into 1,000 pieces?
You seem to enjoy this phrase a lot.
Since that's the case, I'll let you experience the feeling of your body being hacked to pieces. Don't worry, I don't have any soul-gnawing fruit, but my every cut will be perfectly executed. I won't let you die so easily.
As Xiao Zixi spoke, a wave of daggers appeared in his hands. His little face remained stoic as he mercilessly landed his blow, severing Xia Ming's skin along with his flesh. Fresh red blood began to pour over his entire arm.
Arrgh! Xia Ming let out a heart-wrenching shriek as tears streamed down his cheeks.
In this life, he has endured countless wounds, yet none had been quite as painful as this.
This is only the first cut and you already find it unbearable?
We still have 999 cuts to go.
I won't let you die before the last cut falls.
Xiao Zixi sneered and vented all his frustrations out on Xia Ming. At this moment, Xia Ming suddenly began to envy Qiu Na, who had been able to die so easily without needing to endure such torture. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 872, The Xia Family's Destruction, 18. Chapter 872, The Xia Family's Destruction, 18. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
He, instead, was truly suffering a fate worse than death. If he was really about to be cut 1,000 times, he would much rather die on the spot and be done with it. Xia Chuxue curled into a ball, her entire face was filled with terror and she could not stop her body from trembling. Even though that knife was only cutting through Xia Ming's body, she could feel his immense agony as well, and this fear drove Xia Chuxue to the brink of madness. Please, I beg of you, spare me. I beg you, spare me. Thud. Xia Chushue's legs gave way. She knelt on the ground as she exclaimed with tears in her eyes, I don't want to eat the soul-gnawing fruit, nor do I want to be hacked into 1,000 pieces. I'll do anything as long as you spare me. Suddenly, she seems to remember something and quickly scurried towards Qian Beiyi. Sir, I would willingly become your slave as long as you let me go. I will serve you and my sister for the rest of my life. Qian Beiyi understood very well the meaning behind her word serve. Instantly, his blood-red eyes flashed with hatred as he roared icily, Go away! Bang! A great wave of energy exploded from Qian Beiyi. Xia Chushue's hand, which had been holding onto him, was immediately amputated. Blood began to spew out of the stump and her body was flung a distance away, landing heavily against a wall. Blood also began to splatter from her mouth. This man is completely heartless. She thought. I'm still the most beautiful woman in Drifting Wind Country, yet he has been able to withstand the seduction of such a beautiful woman like me? Could it be that he was unable to suppress his sexual urges and my words had provoked him? That's right, that must be it. She simply could not believe that any man could be so devoted to only one woman for the rest of his life, but... Before Xia Chuxue could step out from her fantasies, the man in crimson robes was already right in front of her. She does not know why, but when she stared up at the man's tall figure, Xia Chuxue felt a powerful weight upon her which nearly caused her to suffocate. Sir, I beg you, please spare me. Even now, she was still trying to appeal to him and persuade him to have tender, protective feelings for the fairer sex on account of her being a woman and to spare her life. Once she has entered this man's mansion, she would have other ways to deal with Gu Ruoyun. How have you treated Yuner in the past? Qian Beiyi smiled. However, while his smile looked magnificent, it gave Xia Chuxue a rather malicious feeling. As if the man before her would kill her mercilessly. Xia Chuxue was about to explain herself until she saw the bloodthirsty look in the man's eyes. All her words became stuck in her throat, rendering her unable to make a sound. Then again, even if you don't say a thing, I could guess at it myself. Qian Beiyi gently raised his eyes. His peerlessly beautiful features lit up with a bloodthirsty smile. However you've treated her in the past, I'm going to return it all to you 100 times more. Yuner is the love of my life and is also the lover that I've been searching desperately for over 10,000 years. I will never let anyone hurt her. He has indeed been searching for her for many years. How could he ever bear the sight of her being bullied by anyone? No. Xia Chuxue shook her head as her body shifted back. However, all that was behind her was an icy, cold wall. She had nowhere else to back into and could only look helplessly at the peerlessly handsome man before her with tears in her beautiful eyes. Yu Niao and the other spiritual beasts all glared at Xia Chuxue with revulsion. Qian Beiyi has already made it very clear, yet she still wants to try and strike a deal. If that's not looking for death, then what is? Knowing Qian Beiyi's methods, this woman's fate probably wouldn't be any better than Xia Ming's or Lu Chen's. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 873, The First City's Messengers, 1. Chapter 873, The First City's Messengers, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This strike is one that I shall unleash in Yuner's place. Plop. Qian Beiyi slowly raised his hand and a red light flashed from it. Instantly, Xia Chuxue felt a smooth, moist sensation on her cheek. She lifted her lashes as her eyes filled with shock. I beg you, let me. Before she could utter the last syllable, another ray of red light shot towards her. At that moment, she felt a searing pain in her eyes and the light in front of her completely disappeared into a pitch-black darkness. Arg! Xia Chuxue shrieked heart-wrenchingly. Her small hands clasped onto her bleeding eyes as her body slumped onto the ground and curled into an agonized ball. This strike is the price for looking at me in that manner. It would be a mistake to think that was the only thing in store for her. Qian Beiyi raised his hand and countless bolts of red light shot out from the palm of his hand. The light slashed mercilessly at Xia Chushue's body, and it did not take very long for the elegant and pure-looking woman to become completely covered with blood. She looked as if she had just crawled out from a pool of blood. However, not only was her outer appearance terrifying, the agony she was suffering was not something which any person could endure. Xiao Ming was hacked into 1,000 pieces while she was stabbed in the heart by 10,000 swords. Her flesh and her organs were riddled with gaping wounds. Her entire body was filled with closely spaced cuts and there was not a single area which had escaped unhurt. Xia Chuxue never expected that this man's heart could be so cruel and ruthless. He does not even have a single shred of tender, protective feeling towards the fairer sex. Even when faced with such a beautiful woman as herself, he had still dealt her with such a merciless hand.
Just how barbaric was this man? Guru Huayun, did you see that? Ha ha ha. Xia Chuxue burst into a maniacal laugh under the unbearable pain. This man's methods are just that cruel. If you follow him, things will not end well for you. He's no different from Lu Chen. Today, this man had willingly treated a woman with such cruelty. This is how he will treat you in the days to come. Based on his actions, you can tell that this man is cruel and without love, but... Guru Huayun stared at the bloodied Xia Chuxue and smiled serenely. You're comparing him with Lu Chen, but in reality, they are worlds apart. Lu Chen is selfish and only cares about himself. He would hurt anyone as long as it benefits him in some way. Xiao Yi, on the other hand, may be cruel to everyone else in the world, but as long as he is good to me, that is enough. So what if he were to kill everyone in the world one day? I will stand by his side and help him with whoever he wishes to fight against. When Qian Beiyi heard Guru Huayun's true feelings, his initially cruel red eyes softened and his peerlessly beautiful features lit up with a smile that could bring a nation to its knees. This was the woman that he has been searching for desperately for so many years. Even if he decides to kill the whole world one day, she would disregard all reason and stand by his side. However, if he ever decides to slaughter the entire mainland, it would only be for one reason alone, it would all be for her sake. Xia Chuxue sneered, but her eyes now resembled two bloody eye sockets. The mocking smile on her bloody face looks absolutely eerie and sinister. It was a horrifying sight. Guru Huayun, I confess that I, Xia Chuxue, am to blame for my own calamity. However, all of you will have to pay the price as well, ha. There are so many powerful cultivators on this mainland. Based on your arrogant personalities, one day, someone will arrive to put you all in your place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 874, The First City's Messengers, 2. Chapter 874, The First City's Messengers, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Once she had said her piece, Xia Chuxue's body went berserk. An infinite amount of energy began to fill her body like a balloon filling up with air. Her body began to expand and she looked as if she would burst at any moment. Trying to explode yourself? Qian Beiyi saw what Xia Chuxue was doing and his red lips curled into a malicious yet eerie smile. Suddenly, the berserk energy within Xia Chuxue's body stopped. Her entire body now looked like a largely expanded, round and plump balloon. What is this? What have you done to me? Fear took over Xia Chuxue's heart, and because her face was completely covered in blood, one could not see her expression at all. Yuner, what do you think of her appearance now? Qian Beiyi stroked his chin and turned towards Guru Huayun. Her powers will completely disappear soon and her amputated arm won't grow back. Also, the scars on her body will never go away. If we let her go on like this for the rest of her life, I don't think that's a bad idea. No! Xia Chuxue shrieked. She had thought that Qian Beiyi's cruel actions would stop now, but she never expected this man to be so vicious. If she was to live like this, she might as well die. Guru Huayun nodded and seemed quite satisfied with Qian Beiyi's suggestion. This is a rather good idea. Right now, she has not only lost the ability to cultivate, she has also become a cripple. Most importantly, due to the powerful amount of energy she had pumped into her body to try to explode herself, her body has expanded. It won't be possible for her to return back to normal in this lifetime, and it would be very difficult for her to even move around. Add on the fact that no one is around to take care of her, she wouldn't be able to live for very much longer. Guru Huayun giggled softly as she looked at Xia Chuxue's body, which seems like it would explode with one poke. This, to her, was the best ending of all. Xia Chuxue finally despaired. She now knows what a true demon was. If she were to be reborn again, she would never want to be Xiao Ming's daughter, nor would she wish to provoke these people again. Besides, when she compared Lu Chen and Xiao Ming's endings to hers, they were far better off than what she has to endure. At least, after holding on for a few more days, they could leave this world and would no longer need to suffer such torture. However, she would linger and suffer until the day she died. Also, she did not even have the ability to kill herself now. Yuner. Qian Beiyi furrowed his brows as his crimson eyes shot towards the air, which was now riddled with unsteady fluctuations. His peerlessly beautiful features slowly grew cold. Someone's here and there are quite a lot of them.
The opposition consists of martial supremes.
Gu Ruoyun shuddered and followed Qianbei's line of sight.
Not too long after, countless figures appeared from thin air, standing tall in the skies. At the imperial palace of Drifting Wind Country, Supreme Gao sensed something and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes.
Why has so many martial supremes arrived in the Drifting Wind Country?
Besides, on this mainland, only that organization would be able to muster this many martial supremes in one go.
However, it looks like these people are headed for the Xia family home? Why? Could it be that something else has happened at the Xia family home?
No, I must investigate. Supreme Gao relaxed his furrowed brow and disappeared from the study in a flash.
At the tavern.
The man in red, who had been waiting for Gu Ruoyun, had sensed the change in aura at the same time. His handsome visage instantly grew cold and an icy chill appeared in his deep, dark eyes.
It's those guys? What are they doing here? Could it be that they found out about my whereabouts? No. That can't be right. They're not heading towards me, but.
Suddenly, he was struck with a thought and his expression changed drastically. Not good.
They must have found out about Yun'er's identity.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 875, The First City's Messengers, 3. Chapter 875, The First City's Messengers, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Whoosh!
The man in red quickly burst out the door like an explosion of flames and rushed towards the Xia family home.
At the Xia family home, countless figures have appeared in midair in front of Gu Ruoyun.
The leader of the group was a man dressed in green robes. Even though he had rather average-looking features and was the type of person who would blend into the crowd, his aura was like the incomparably sharp blade of a sword.
Are you Gu Ruoyun?
The man in green robes observed the woman beneath him before he turned his gaze to the bodies scattered around the main foyer.
He frowned as he asked, "Did you kill these people?"
A somber look which Gu Ruoyun had never shown before appeared on her face.
Her clear and cold eyes were completely calm as she replied icily, "That's right." "Humph." The man in green scoffed frostily, "You are a citizen from the West Spirit mainland yet you dare present yourself on the East Peak mainland and kill our citizens? How about this, I want you to come with us now."
I was worried about finding an excuse to take this woman away, but who would have thought that she would give me such a good opportunity?
"Who are you?" Gu Ruoyun's eyes sank. "These people know that I'm from the West Spirit mainland?"
"On this entire mainland, no one else but Master should be aware of this." The man in green sneered, "We are from the First City."
The First City. These thunderous words shocked Supreme Gao and Supreme Jean, who had been rushing over from two different directions. It's really them, they are from the First City. Indeed, aside from the First City, who else would have the ability to mobilize so many martial supremes?
The leader, the man in green's power should be at the rank of a high-level martial supreme and was only one step away from becoming a martial saint. Supreme Jean frowned and shot a complicated look at Gu Ruoyun. He simply could not understand how this girl had managed to provoke the people of the First City.
Ahem.
Supreme Gao cleared his throat and said, "Lords of the First City, Miss Gu is a guest of Drifting Wind Country. What sin has she committed to have caused such a powerful turbulence amongst you?"
Sin?
The man in green swept his eyes towards Gu Ruoyun and he replied arrogantly, "These people are far too cruel. If we don't get rid of people like this, it would certainly bring great calamity upon the mainland. The members of the First City have always prioritized justice for the mainland. We will not allow such demons to walk amongst us alive." Gu Ruoyun's eyes have grown increasingly dark.
If I remember correctly, the First City is the enemy of my godfather. Could it be that they've come for me to use me against Godfather? Otherwise, Gu Ruoyun would never believe why an organization like the First City would barge into the Xia family home and cry for justice. After all, on this mainland, only the powerful are kings. Anyone without power would simply become their stepping stone. Gu Ruoyun sensed the eerie, cold aura stirring next to her and caught Qianbei's hand in a tight grip.
A murderous intent flashed in her clear, cold gaze. "Can you defeat them?" Qianbei took one look at the crowd in the sky and nodded, "I can."
"Good," Gu Ruoyun smiled. "I've mentioned that I would help Godfather to exact his revenge. Even though my powers are not strong enough at the moment, it is my goal to destroy the First City. They have hurt my godfather and caused my godmother to go missing. This is one debt that I must collect."
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 876, The First City's Messengers, 4. Chapter 876, The First City's Messengers, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. He. When the man in green heard Gu Ruoyan's words, his lips curled into a disdainful sneer. Gu Ruoyan, based on what I know, you are only at the rank of a mid-level martial honor. However, the man next to you is indeed rather powerful. Still, he is only a martial supreme. Do you think that simply by using your abilities, you could destroy the first city? You underestimate our power. I'll give you one last chance. Come back with me like a good girl or I will kill everyone by your side and force you to comply. Be it the Gu family or the immortal realm, he thought. They are all nothing but a bunch of idiots. They couldn't even defeat one little girl until I have to deal with her myself. However, this is what they mean by the phrase refusing to take the road available in heaven yet insisting on walking through a gateless hell. Had this little girl remained on the West Spirit mainland, the first city would not have been able to control her no matter how powerful she becomes. Yet she had insisted to come to the East Peak mainland. Isn't that simply giving up out of stupidity? If it had not been for the fact that the search for her had taken up so much of my time, she would probably have become a dearly departed soul in the 9 prisons of hell. No, there's more than one martial supreme by her side. Supreme Jean took one look at the man in green and descended from the sky in a flash to stand in front of Gu Ruoyan. His cold eyes gleamed with determination. There are 2. The man in green's expression sank. Supreme Jean, do you feel as though you've been alive for too long? Is that why you're planning to go against the first city? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the sound of wild laughter echoed through the sky, accompanied by the slowly appearing figure of an elderly man. He stared disdainfully at the man in green's arrogant and cold features and said, First city, so what? No one shall ever be allowed to bully my disciple as long as I'm around. Earlier on, when the crowd had dispersed, Bai Zhongtian also had some urgent matters to attend to, so he had left for the time being. When he returned to the Xia family home, he overheard the man in green's words and became enraged. His disciple had died once and has returned with great difficulty, yet these people had the audacity to create grand schemes about her. This time, he would not allow anyone to come near his precious disciple even if he has to sacrifice his elderly life. Holy Doctor, Supreme Jean, let's not be hasty. Supreme Gao wiped the sweat from his face and hurriedly tried to persuade them, let's all sit down and discuss this like civilized people. My lord, even if Miss Gu was responsible for hurting these people, it was they who had been in the wrong first of all. Miss Gu isn't really in the wrong at all. Go away. The man in green's face turned cold and he shot a ray of energy at Supreme Gao's chest. Supreme Gao was instantly pushed a few steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became extremely pale. My lord, Supreme Gao eased the tension on his face and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Based on my knowledge, the first city has its own laws as well. No powerful cultivator from the first city is allowed to raise their hand against anyone from a foreign land. I wonder if you've forgotten this rule, my lord. The man in green's expression turned increasingly cold. He glanced at Supreme Gao icily. You wish to defy me as well? Supreme Gao smiled, my lord, you're making this too serious. I am merely protecting the citizens of Drifting Wind Country. Besides, Miss Gu is my imperial son's savior. Actually, the reason why Supreme Gao had dared to butt heads with the man in green was also because of the rules of the first city. Especially since he was the emperor of a country. No matter how angry this fellow becomes, he cannot kill Supreme Gao. Otherwise, if this reaches the ears of the first city's administrator, the organization that this man belongs to would probably exile him from the first city. Ha ha ha. The man in green laughed maniacally and a malicious light flashed in his eyes. Do you think that just a few of you can help her? Today, I'm going to take this woman away no matter how many of you throw yourselves at me. Oh. Just then, a cold and grim voice sounded from above his head. When he heard that voice, the man in green's expression changed drastically. Then what if this Grand Lord comes at you? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 877, The First City's Messengers, 5. Chapter 877, The First City's Messengers, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A brilliant bloom of vibrant red robes floated quietly in the middle of the sky like a bright sun. There was a cold and grim smile on the man's handsome face. His dark, deep-set eyes were like a sharp sword, chilly and fierce. The man in green raised his head and stared straight into the man's cold eyes. His heart instantly trembled. This was probably the only man here who has the ability to fill him with dread. He never expected this fellow to make an appearance in Drifting Wind Country. Godfather. As she gazed upon the man in red who was standing in midair, Gu Ruoyan's clear, cold gaze slowly displayed a sense of warmth. The corners of her lips curled into a small smile. You're here? Yuner, don't worry. As I stand here today, I'd love to see who would have the audacity to lay a finger on you. His voice was noble yet domineering. The man gently raised his chin and stared down at the crowd beneath him like a ruler over his people. The man in green knit his brows. He had thought that this job would be completed easily, yet he never expected Gu Tian to find out about this and arrive so quickly. With him around, he might have to let this woman go for the time being. Gu Tian, don't think that the First City is afraid of you. I admit that your powers have grown rapidly over these past few years, but so what? The First City has yet to dispatch our truly powerful forces. If you still continue to make an enemy of us, you will know the consequences. We're leaving. As the proverb says, a wise man submits to circumstances. Even though he and this man were both high-level martial supremes, their difference in power was far more than a small measure. Even if each and every one of them were to attack, there was no guarantee that they would be able to defeat this madman. Otherwise, Gu Tian would never have caused such a huge headache to the First City. Boom! The man in green's words exploded like a stroke of lightning in their ears. Gu Ruoyun's mind was instantly blown and a blank look appeared on her face as she stared in astonishment at the grim, red figure in the sky. You are Gu Tian. No wonder this man had given off such an intimate feeling of kinship, she thought. He's the loved one that I'd been looking for all this time. The funniest thing was, I wasn't even aware that my father was standing right in front of me. The man lowered his gaze and looked at the woman's shocked face. His grim features softened and filled with remorse and affection. Yuner, I'm sorry, I had not recognized you back then. If I had known who you were then, I would never have let you leave without saying goodbye. Just as he uttered the last syllable, Gu Ruoyun suddenly rushed towards him and threw herself into his arms. She hugged the man and read with all her might and exclaimed in a trembling voice, Father, I knew it, I knew that you and Mother were still alive on this earth. I've finally found you, and my trip to the East Peak mainland was not a waste after all. The man in red lowered his eyelids and smiled gently. Under the light of the setting sun, his grim features were shrouded in a faint glow. His eyes were like gentle pools of water, as if he could drown her in all of his love. The years have been hard on you. From now on, you will stay by my side, I won't let anyone hurt you. I've finally found our daughter. Furthermore, she is such an outstanding woman. Where are you now? The man in green glanced at the father and daughter who were locked in their embrace before he signaled to leave. However, he failed to notice the look which the Grand Lord Hong Lian had shot at him as he turned to leave. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 878, The First City's Messengers, 6. Chapter 878, The First City's Messengers, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. That look was unlike the warmth he had just shown Gu Ruoyun. His gaze was grim like the sharp end of a knife, formless yet capable of murdering someone. The First City? Since you had the audacity to design grand schemes around my precious daughter, don't expect to be able to leave so easily. The cultivators of the First City stopped their tracks on a narrow and winding road in the forest. One of them exclaimed irritably, My lord, are we really leaving just like this? If we don't bring that woman back, I'm afraid that master. Humph. The man in green scoffed as a vicious light flashed in his eyes. With that fellow Gu Tian around, we can't take her away. However, Gu Tian can't possibly be around her forever, so we'll have to wait for a moment when he is left to make our move. That's not a bad plan at all. Unfortunately, you won't have that opportunity. A sinister and bloodthirsty voice echoed suddenly through the sky, causing the man in green's face to change drastically. Who's out there? The man in green gnashed his teeth and yelled in a stern voice, Who's following us? Just as he spoke, a powerful wave of aura charged directly at him and destroyed the trees around them, creating a devastated mess. A figure then slowly stepped into view from behind the trees. The man in green slowly relaxed when he lay his eyes upon the silver-haired man. So, it's you. He sneered, I thought it was Gu Tian. That's right, while it's true that I cannot defeat Gu Tian, defeating you, on the other hand, will be very simple. All of you, attack. Kill this man. Upon receiving the order, the other cultivators rose to the sky and immediately began to direct their attacks at the man behind the trees. How great were the powers of a martial supreme. A single martial supreme would be enough to destroy an entire city, and now, there were 10 of them. They had more than enough power to trample an entire country. Hence, the man in green was confident that this man was no match for the First City's cultivators. However, despite the heavy coercion from the crowd, the silver-haired man showed no reaction. His crimson robes were like the liquorous of hell, emitting a dangerous aura into the air.
I don't care what kind of people the First City's members are. Even if you were to slaughter the common people of this mainland, it has nothing to do with me. However, you should never, ever harbor any intentions towards her." The man was calm as his red eyes flickered with a deeply eerie and murderous intent. He stared calmly at the First City cultivators who were charging towards him and declared frostily, "Any enemy of hers is my enemy as well. My enemies will only ever encounter one fate." Boom, dot. Heaven and earth changed color while the sun and the moon lost their light. Countless red flames spiraled through the sky, blanketing the darkened horizon. There were so many flames that the entire forest turned into a sea of red. At this moment, the man in green felt as if he was not standing on the mainland but was instead in purgatory, surrounded by a sea of blood. It burns. That boiling temperature felt as if it could burn anyone's soul to ashes. Instantly, the First City cultivators who had been charging at Qianbei Yi were suddenly burned into ash and scattered into the air. The man in green was stunned. He lifted his head and stared at the silver-haired man in crimson robes in front of him as his eyes filled with a deep horror. Demon! This man is a true demon. One should know that these were all well-known martial supremes on this mainland, and yet, when they had attacked him all at once, he had killed them all in one split second, without even lifting a finger. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 879, The First City's Messengers, 7. Chapter 879, The First City's Messengers, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Even he himself could not possibly kill so many people at once. When he realized that the silver-haired man's gaze was shifting to him, the man in green felt his heart freeze over and hurriedly tried to escape. Unfortunately, he was spotted and his legs felt as if they were nailed firmly to the ground. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move at all. Trying to escape? Qianbei Ye's lips curled. That particular curl of his lips filled the man in green with even more fear. It scared him so much that he could not stop himself from urinating in his pants. The smell of urine soon filled the air in the forest. My lord, it was my fault for failing to see the Taishan mountain despite having eyes. Please, my lord, spare me just this once on account of my one mistake. How could the man in green possibly care about maintaining his dignity at a time like this? To him, ensuring his own survival was far more important than anything else. As long as he could remain alive, he still had a shot at revenge. If he were to die now, there would be no more hope for that. Spare you? If I spared you, wouldn't I be allowing you to hurt Yuner in the future? An eerie light flashed in Qianbei Ye's eyes. There was a cold smile on his peerlessly beautiful face. A stifling aura then exploded from his body. His blood-red eyes stared viciously down at the man in green who had collapsed onto the ground. Didn't we leave her unharmed? The man in green was still trying to plead his case. After all, he had not laid a finger on Gu Ruoyun and has already lost so many cultivators. The silver-haired man should have let out all his frustration by now. Why can't he let him live? Boom! Instantly, the aura from Qianbei Ye's body grew even stronger. The man in green was flung bodily to the ground. At this moment, he could almost hear the cracking sounds of his bones shattering all over his body. It seems that this man would crush his bones to dust in the very next second. A martial saint. Those words suddenly appeared in the man in green's mind. However, he quickly shook his head and his expression was an extremely ugly sight to behold. That's impossible. He was a martial supreme not too long ago. How could he possibly have reached the rank of a martial saint now? Yet, aside from a martial saint, who else could make a high-level martial supreme suffer such oppression? I'm not giving anyone any chance to hurt her. I'll rid her of the danger before anyone even thinks of it. Even if I end up killing 10,000 people by mistake, I would not spare a single one of them. This is my decision. Even if every single person on the mainland were to join together, they could not hold as much importance as her. So what if I have to slaughter the entire mainland for her sake? She is the only person that I wish to protect in this world. Boom! This time, under the strong coercion, the man in green no longer had the strength to even speak. He felt every break in every bone in his body and his heart filled with hatred. Had he known that this would happen, he would never have accepted this mission. Who would have guessed that Gu Tian has found Gu Ruoyun and she also had this demon by her side? Splatter! Blood began to well out from his mouth. Under Qianbei Ye's oppression, the man in green's entire body was soon completely drenched in blood. As he gradually felt his life ebb away, the man in green slowly closed his eyes. At that very moment, countless flames rained down from the sky and turned the forest into a sea of fire, burning fiercely. You can come out now. Xianbei had his back turned against the sea of fire in the forest the entire time, and a light flashed across his eyes. Behind an old tree not too far away behind him, a grim figure in red slowly stepped out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 880, The First City's Messengers, 8. Chapter 880, The First City's Messengers, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Initially, I had intended to deal with these people myself, but you beat me to it. Grand Lord Honglian gently raised his sharp brows. His grim eyes held a smile. I've only just met my daughter, so I did not wish to make a move against the first city at a time like that. Yet I did not expect to arrive slightly after you. Grand Lord Honglian felt a little annoyed that he had been beaten to the punch by the B***** who intends to snatch his daughter away, rendering him unable to kill those people. However, I won't be too calculative with you over this matter on account of your devotion to my daughter. Despite those words, each time Grand Lord Honglian recalls the intimate way this young man and his daughter had interacted with each other, he would feel a surge of acid from the pit of his stomach. He has not seen his daughter for many years, but in the end, after finally meeting her with great difficulty, that little girl only has her eyes glued to this kid.
Xianbei slowly turned around.
His gaze fell upon Grand Lord Honglian's handsome yet grim features, and a smile flashed in his crimson eyes. Honored father-in-law, there's no need for you to take action.
Your son-in-law can help you to take care of it. Honored father-in-law, ...
Grand Lord Honglian glared at Xianbei and replied irritably, I might not be calculative with you over the incident regarding my daughter's portrait, but, as my son-in-law, aside from being powerful, you must be extremely devoted to my daughter. Furthermore, she must be the only person you will be with for the rest of your life.
Can you do this?
Honestly speaking, Grand Lord Honglian was quite satisfied with Xianbei's level of power. At least, if he was not around, this man could surely ensure her safety.
In this lifetime, I only need her alone. Aside from her, I will not have any other woman. We will be together for an entire lifetime.
This was a promise he had once made to her. Besides, with her in his life, which other woman could possibly stand a chance to behold his gaze?
Grand Lord Honglian nodded in satisfaction. He only felt rather unhappy when he thought of how difficult it has been for him to finally meet his daughter, and now, she was about to snatched away by another man. I know that my daughter has already accepted you.
As long as it makes her happy, as a father, I have no objections. However, if you want me to accept you completely, I'll still need to observe you. Besides, he had already decided that he would get his daughter to stay by his side for a few years first to observe how this fellow behaves. He would not let him have his precious daughter so easily.
Xianbei smiled jovially and a glint flashed across his eyes. Honored father-in-law, Yuner and I have already shared a bed. Could it be that you want Yuner to shirk her responsibility towards me?
They had indeed shared a bed, but nothing else had happened.
What? Grand Lord Honglian was greatly incensed. You damned brat, you have the audacity to bully my precious daughter.
Let me tell you this, if you wish to marry my daughter, I won't say no, but you'll need to defeat me first.
Boom. Just as he spoke, Grand Lord Honglian's figure appeared in front of Xianbei and a large amount of angry fire transformed into energy as it aimed straight towards Xianbei's chest in one blow.
Xianbei reached out and caught Grand Lord Honglian's attack. The two men's auras exploded up into the sky, and the sea of fire in the forest continued to crackle and burn. They were like two intense rays of light as they clashed against one another in the sky.
At the tavern, Gu Ruoyun was seated on a chair. She poured herself a cup of tea and gently raised an eyebrow. Xiao Zixi, both Xiao Yi and father mentioned that they have some matters to attend to and had to leave for a moment. Do you know what they were talking about?
Xiao Zixi shrugged as a peculiar light flashed in his purple eyes. If my guess was right, they should be on their way to kill those people from the first city.
Hearing this, Gu Ruoyun's expression slowly sank.
She then sighed after a long pause and her face filled with an agonized smile. I might have been having breakthroughs at a consistent pace, but my enemies are growing stronger as well.
Unless I manage to reach the apex of the world, I'll never be able to protect my family's safety.
In the end, I'll still have to rely on them to protect me.
Power. Right now, the power that I possess is not enough.
Now that the matter surrounding the Xia family has been settled, it's time for me to leave Drifting Wind Country. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 881, The First City's Power, 1. Chapter 881, The First City's Power, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Grand Lord Honglian and Xianbei returned to the tavern at the same time. However, Gu Ruoyun could not help but feel shocked when she saw the state they were in. These two men looked as if they had just fought a huge battle. Their bodies were completely covered by the smell of smoke. Both men also seemed to be wounded from the battle, making it very easy for Gu Ruoyun to figure out what had happened. From the looks of it, these two have just come out from a fight. Grand Lord Hong Lian glanced at Qian Beiyi and scoffed coldly, "I have something to say to my precious daughter." The meaning behind that sentence was very clear, and he hoped that Qian Beiyi would automatically leave. Actually, Grand Lord Hong Lian was rather satisfied with Qian Beiyi as his son-in-law. Besides, during their earlier fight, he could see that Qian Beiyi had given way a little to him. Otherwise, he probably would not have been able to hurt that fellow. However, satisfaction was only just satisfaction. That did not mean that he has decided to simply give his precious daughter away to him. Qian Beiyi gently nodded and his warm, red eyes turned towards Gu Ruoyun. His red lips curled into a smile as he said, "Yuner, I'll come by and find you in a while." "All right." Gu Ruoyun smiled gently. Her eyes followed Qian Beiyi's incomparably beautiful figure as he left. She then turned her gaze towards the handsome man standing before her. Her mouth started to move as if she wished to say something, but in the end, she could not bring herself to speak. In the tens of thousands of words she could have chosen, in the end, she simply called out to him. "Father. Yuner, I've always thought that the heavens were completely against me by forcing me and your mother apart. However, it now seems that the hand I was dealt was not entirely poor after all, at least they've sent you to me." Grand Lord Hong Lian smiled. His smile was filled with immeasurable magnificence until even his grim and cold dark eyes were filled with joy. His eyes only beheld the figure of the woman before him. "Now, with you by my side, I'm filled with even greater motivation. One day, I will find your mother and then our entire family will be reunited." Our entire family will be reunited. This was something which had been absolutely out of reach to Gu Ruoyun in the past. However, she now has great confidence in that as well. "Father, don't worry, I'll search for mother's whereabouts with you. I believe that no matter where she is, she must be yearning for us just as much as we're yearning for her." Gu Ruoyun's gaze darkened and a cold light flashed in the corner of her eye. "However, can you now tell me what had happened in the past? Including the first city as well? What is the grudge between you and the first city?" Grand Lord Hong Lian smiled and his fingers gently caressed Gu Ruoyun's hair as he sighed. "Yuner, do you know what lies above the rank of a martial supreme?" Gu Ruoyun paused before she answered, "A semi-saint?" During her past life, she had been unable to reach this rank. Hence, she does not have a very clear understanding of the ranks above a martial supreme. "No," Grand Lord Hong Lian shook his head, "after martial supreme lies an intersection, one can break through to become a semi-saint or immediately reach the rank of a martial saint. Of course, if one was to break through to become a semi-saint, then one would only remain as a semi-saint for the rest of their life, never to reach the rank of a martial saint. The reason why I had searched for a favorable circumstance in the snowfields was so that I could avoid breaking through to the semi-saint rank." His meaning was obvious. If one reaches the rank of a semi-saint upon their breakthrough, they would probably remain at that rank for the rest of their life. However, on this mainland, even a semi-saint was a certified powerful cultivator that no one would dare to provoke. As for martial saints, their existence could be likened to that of the feathers of a phoenix and the horns of a unicorn, extremely rare. "What is your current rank then, father?" Gu Ruoyun gently raised an eyebrow and fixed her gaze on Grand Lord Hong Lian. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 882, The First City's Power, 2. Chapter 882, The First City's Power, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. She had been able to sense this man's power in the past, but this time, after reuniting with him, she discovered that her father's level of power was now unfathomable. He was no longer at the same level as he was in the past. Grand Lord Hong Lian chuckled softly and replied with a soft look in his eyes, "I've been very fortunate. Before I came here to look for you, I have managed to break through to the rank of a martial saint." A martial saint. One should not underestimate his breakthrough just because a martial saint was only one rank above a high-level martial supreme. In reality, the difference between these two ranks was more than 30,000 kilometers. Once someone attains this rank, they could be considered to have truly set foot in the peak of existence on this mainland. Of course, this was Gu Ruoyun's understanding of the situation. Grand Lord Hong Lian's dark eyes sparkled like stars in the night. He had obviously seen through Gu Ruoyun's thoughts and was unable to contain himself from laughing. "Yuner, are you thinking that a martial saint is the apex of power? However, what I'm trying to tell you is that once you have reached the rank of a martial saint, that's where it all really begins." Once you have reached the rank of a martial saint, that's where it all really begins? Gu Ruoyun gasped when she heard this. Xiao Zixi and Qian Beiyi have never mentioned this to her, and based on her views from her past life, a martial saint was already an unmatched power.
Yet now, Grand Lord Hong Lian had just said that this was only the true beginning of it all? You saw those people who had tried to take you away. However, I can tell you with utmost certainty that those were not the most powerful cultivators of the first city. Grand Lord Hong Lian laughed bitterly and sighed in exasperation. To the first city, they were the lowest in rank. Yuner, the world is vast, everything you've seen is only the tip of an iceberg. That is also the reason why I haven't been able to take my revenge all these years. Grand Lord Hong Lian's words have truly widened Gu Ruoyun's worldview this time. She had been set on achieving the goal of becoming a martial saint in the past, but it now looks like this goal was far from enough. Father, those people from earlier today, where had they come from? They are the members of the Lin family from the first city. They are also my enemies. Grand Lord Hong Lian took a deep breath and his eyes gleamed with a cold light. This matter is connected to the year your brother was born. Big brother? Gu Ruoyun raised her eyebrows and her eyes filled with astonishment. Honestly speaking, she was complete in the dark over the grudge between the first city and her father. Now, it seems that this matter was somehow connected to Gu Shengxiao. That's right. Grand Lord Hong Lian nodded. Actually, I'm not too clear on the specifics myself. I only know that the members of the Lin family have always wanted to take your brother away. However, due to certain restrictions, they had been unable to set foot on the West Spirit mainland and could only use my easily influenced second brother to deal with me. They then wanted to have your brother delivered to them. When he mentioned the second master of the Gu family, a cold smile appeared on Grand Lord Hong Lian's face. In beginning, he had not thought that a member of the Gu family would do such a thing. It was only when he was faced with certain death that he managed to see through the scheme. Unfortunately, it was already too late by then. While he had survived the murder attempt, Yuer had gone missing. Since the first city have failed in their attempts, could it be that they'd given up on getting Big Brother? Also, what were the restrictions that you've mentioned? The first city has its own rules. It's clearly stated that cultivators above the rank of a martial supreme are not allowed to leave the East Peak mainland, so they had only been able to send a few martial honors. At that time, I was still on the West Spirit mainland, so I knew that your great uncle from the Spirit sect had secretly saved Shengxiao several times. I was then able to set my worries aside and journey to the East Peak mainland to search for your mother. It has been so many years since I've left, I've never been able to return at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 883, The First City's Power, 3. Chapter 883, The First City's Power, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, he has never forgotten about his son and daughter back on the West Spirit mainland all these years, but he had been unable to return to see them. Yuner, during these years, I've also offended many other cultivators as well. To prevent them from discovering you, I've always kept my true identity a secret. Hence, no one on the East Peak mainland is aware of my real name. Back then, when Gu Ruoyun had asked for his name, he told her that he had long forgotten it. He had kept his real name and identity a secret, all for the sake of his children back on the West Spirit mainland. Otherwise, after provoking so many cultivators, he feared that they would travel to the West Spirit mainland and capture Gu Ruoyun and Gu Shengxiao to use them as a means to threaten him. Since that's the case, why didn't the members of the first city mention your name and ask others to help capture Big Brother on the West Spirit mainland? Gu Ruoyun raised an eyebrow and asked suspiciously. Grand Lord Hong Lian chuckled softly. This matter is not that simple, and the first city isn't that stupid. Even though the West Spirit mainland does not have a large number of powerful cultivators like the East Peak mainland, it was still under the protection of the three great authorities. With the three great authorities around, they would not allow any martial honors from the East Peak mainland to set foot on the West Spirit mainland. This was why I'm not too worried that the first city would expose my name or my family. Besides, they want your brother, so why should they let him fall into the hands of another? Gu Ruoyun nodded. Father is right. Anyone at the rank of a martial honor would be very sensitive to cultivators of the same rank. The East Peak mainland's exit is situated near to the three great authorities' base. If a martial honor enters the mainland, they would sense their presence immediately. Yuner, since you've arrived in this realm, you should know about the three authorities of the East Peak mainland. Grand Lord Hong Lian stroked Gu Ruoyun's hair while his handsome features were enveloped in a soft, gentle glow. His eyes were full of love and affection. I wonder if you've met the elder of the Spirit sect, your maternal grandmother's older brother? Also, the Lord of the Amethyst Underworld Palace isn't too bad either. We've met a few times. However, as for the Immortal Realm, I have nothing good to say about them. They are far too hypocritical and pay too much attention to fame and profit. The Immortal Realm that you're talking about no longer exists. Gu Ruoyun rubbed her nose and shrugged her shoulders as she spoke. Grand Lord Hong Lian was shocked. He then smiled exasperatedly. The immortal realm has been destroyed?
The Amethyst Underworld Palace and the Immortal Realm have never really seen eye to eye, only the Spirit Sect has always maintained a neutral standpoint.
However, the Amethyst Underworld Palace wouldn't be able to destroy the Immortal Realm on its own. Could it be that the Amethyst Underworld Palace and the Spirit Sect had formed an alliance? It seems that a lot has happened in the years of my absence. This. Gu Ruoyan glanced at Grand Lord Hon Lian and meekly replied, the Amethyst Underworld Palace and the Spirit Sect were not responsible for the Immortal Realm's annihilation.
Oh?
Are you saying that another great power has emerged on the West Spirit mainland and replaced the Immortal Realm? Grand Lord Hon Lian was shocked.
It seems that I've truly missed out on a lot of things in my absence during these past few years.
That person was... me.
However, not only has she toppled the Immortal Realm, she has also outmatched the three great authorities as well.
Grand Lord Hon Lian's expression froze in place.
He began to suspect that something had happened to his ears.
Am I hearing this right? Is my precious daughter saying that she was the one responsible for the annihilation of the Immortal Realm? Yuner, what did you just say? I didn't hear you very clearly, can you say it again? Gu Ruoyun blinked and responded meekly, I said, I had destroyed the Immortal Realm by accident.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 884, The First City's Power, 4. Chapter 884, The First City's Power, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, Grand Lord Hon Lian's expression has completely frozen in place. Is she saying that she had single-handedly destroyed the Immortal Realm? And it was an accident? Grand Lord Hon Lian took a deep breath to avoid being shocked into foolishness by Gu Ruoyun's statement.
He then burst into laughter after a long pause. His laughter filled the tavern and caused the guests in the other rooms to jump with fright and immediately run out from their rooms.
I never thought that the domineering and insufferably arrogant Immortal Realm would ever be met with a day like this, ha!
Grand Lord Hon Lian was in a very good mood, or, one should say, an exceptionally good mood. This little girl was indeed his precious little daughter, even her style of execution was identical to his own.
Yuner, this is too good.
I've never liked the Immortal Realm and I never imagined that they would end up being destroyed by my own daughter.
Grand Lord Hon Lian's face was filled with happiness.
His joyful gaze fell upon Gu Ruoyan as he said, if your mother knew about this, she would be so proud.
Gu Ruoyan stared at the man's gloating expression and felt speechless. He's actually proud of the fact that his daughter had single-handedly destroyed countless lives?
Perhaps only a madman like Grand Lord Hon Lian could say such a thing.
Oh, right. Yuner, this time, you'll come back with me to the Red Lotus territory. Grand Lord Hon Lian certainly did not care about what Gu Ruoyan was thinking.
Besides, he was very satisfied with her actions.
No.
Gu Ruoyan shook her head as a deep crease appeared in the space between her brows. If I go back with you to the Red Lotus territory, my growth in power will probably slow down.
I've decided to leave Drifting Wind Country and learn through my experiences in my journey.
Grand Lord Hon Lian was stunned and knitted his brows. You have now attracted the first city's attention. I simply can't relax with you gallivanting around the world.
Father, all these years, have the enemies I provoked been any fewer? First it was the weapon refining sect, then it was the Immortal Realm.
Each great power was extremely powerful to me at the time, so powerful that they could have crushed me to death at any time.
However, in the end, I have always prevailed. Gu Ruoyun smiled. She was speaking the truth.
Back then, she had been very weak, so the weapon refining sect and the Immortal Realm had been like formidable juggernauts to her, completely out of her reach.
However, in the end, she was not the one who ended up dead. It was them, the formidable juggernauts. Without danger, how could she have grown?
With the increasing rise in her power, the enemies that she will meet would continue to grow stronger as well. Otherwise, her level of power would only remain stagnant. She was not afraid of danger.
Her only fear was the lack of it. Grand Lord Hon Lian laughed bitterly and sighed in exasperation. Yuner, I really want you to come home with me.
However, if you've truly made your decision, I won't stop you. You're all grown up now and you have your own opinions.
I'm so proud of you. Father. Gu Ruoyan stepped forward and hugged Grand Lord Hon Lian tightly.
She buried her head in his chest as her lips curled into a smile.
I know that you really want to find Mother. However, I cannot work hard solely for your sake. I must also grow as fast as I can so that we can reunite our family sooner. Don't worry, I have a very strong lifeline.
There are indeed many who wish to kill me, but in the end, those people have ended up dead instead.
All right. Grand Lord Hong Lian sighed. Hold on to this token. Facing this token is equivalent to facing me. You can command anyone from the Red Lotus territory. Furthermore, this token can also be used for one more thing. It can protect you from your enemy's attack 3 times no matter what type of attack it is. Gu Ruoyun held Grand Lord Hong Lian's token in a tight grip as she felt a wave of warmth wash over her heart. Is this what it feels like to have a father's love? In her past life, she had never experienced her father's love, and she now understands what having a father truly feels like. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 885, High-Level Martial Honor, 1. Chapter 885, High-Level Martial Honor, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yu Nur. Grand Lord Hong Lian smiled with a never-before-seen warmth in his grim eyes as he stroked Gu Ruoyun's hair affectionately. The gates of the Red Lotus territory will always be open to you. As long you wish to come home, you can visit me anytime. Understood? Gu Ruoyun nodded. She then took 2 steps forward and embraced Grand Lord Hong Lian once again. She lowered her eyelids, concealing her resolution. Father, please forgive me for not being able to stay by your side. Since I don't want to remain under anyone's wings, I have no choice but to grow stronger. Once I'm strong enough, only then can our family be reunited. She understood that the enemy's power was currently beyond her reach. All she could do now was to quickly increase her own level of power. By the way, could you explain the power division of the first city to me in the world beyond the rank of a martial saint? Back then, it was the Lin family of the first city who had caused our family to become separated. However, the Lin family doesn't really count for much in the first city. Grand Lord Hong Lian laughed bitterly and spoke in exasperation. The citizens of the first city are isolated from the world. Only those who have broken through to the rank of a martial saint will be absorbed into the first city. You probably have an idea of how powerful the first city truly is now. Gu Ruoyun's gaze darkened. No wonder that there had only been martial supremes on the mainland and no record regarding any martial saints at all. Anyone who has broken through to the rank of a martial saint would be absorbed into the first city. It looks like the first city is indeed very powerful, but... Gu Ruoyun knit her brows gently as a light flashed in the corner of her eyes. The glow of the setting sun cast a cold light upon her delicate features, making her appear as if she could take one's soul away. That's right. Grand Lord Hong Lian nodded. The first city exists on a whole other plane on the East Peak mainland. Only those who have reached my level of power can come into contact with this place. However, the first city has its own rules as well and clearly states that no power in the first city can attack at will. Otherwise, any great power in the first city like the Lin family, for example, could choose to destroy a whole country whenever they wished. Gu Ruoyun had seen the powerful cultivators of the Lin family with her own eyes. They could definitely destroy a whole country with such a great number of martial supremes in their ranks. However, the Lin family certainly has more than just martial supremes in their midst, they must have martial saints as well, but... Based on your explanation, why would the Lin family members try to take me away? Gu Ruoyun raised her eyebrows. Could it be that they no longer care about the first city's rules? Grand Lord Hong Lian fell silent when he heard this. He then spoke again after a long pause. I'm not too sure myself, perhaps I've been on the move too much of late and have forced those old farts' hand. However, Yu Nur, don't worry. I won't give them any opportunities to find you in the future. He could tolerate anything the Lin family throws at him, but he never expected that they would make a move against his precious daughter. A raging flame appeared in Grand Lord Hong Lian's chest at the thought of this, and he nearly spat out the anger he was feeling in his heart. Father, I've sensed recently that I'm about to experience a breakthrough, so I'd like to go into closed-door cultivation for a while. Once I've had my breakthrough, I'll leave the drifting wind country. Gu Ruoyun smiled. Over the past few days, she had sensed her bottleneck loosening up. She reckons that it would not be too long before she would reach the rank of a high-level martial honor. By then, she would be only one step away from becoming a martial supreme. All right. Grand Lord Hong Lian gently surveyed the woman's delicate and pretty features. He then curled his lips. No matter what you wish to do, I will support you. However, if you ever feel tired, don't forget to visit me at the Red Lotus territory. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 886, High-Level Martial Honor, 2. Chapter 886, High-Level Martial Honor, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun nodded and said nothing more. After that, Grand Lord Hong Lian gave her a few more pieces of advice and urged her to get a good rest before he left the room. Not long after he had left, an elderly figure pushed the door open and walked in resentfully. Master, it's so late. Why have you come to see me? Gu Ruoyun saw the upset look in Bai Zhongtian's gaze and raised an eyebrow as she asked with a smile which did not reach her eyes. Bai Zhongtian stared at Gu Ruoyun quietly. Little girl, why didn't you tell me that the Grand Lord Honglian was your biological father in your present life? You didn't ask. Gu Ruoyun's mouth twitched as she replied and shrugged her shoulders. Fine, I'll stop being so calculative with you over this matter. By the way, what's your next plan? Bai Zhongtian's pupils darted back and forth as a sinister smile formed on his lips. Gu Ruoyun took one look at the sinister smile on the old man's face and asked, if you have something to say, just say it. It's like this. Bai Zhongtian rubbed his hands together and grinned at Gu Ruoyun. A few days ago, the sect master of the medicine sect had discovered an ancient pill formula and he has invited all the great doctors to study it. I've decided to ask you to come along with me. According to the sect master, if anyone can successfully refine the pill from that pill formula, the medicine sect will reward them with one of their territories. Gu Ruoyun shook her head and replied, I'm not interested. What? Bai Zhongtian nearly jumped. His mischievous smile turned into a glare directed towards Gu Ruoyun. Do you know which territory he's offering? It's the Northern Block territory. This territory contains countless treasured medicinal herbs. Even famous medicinal herbs which are sold at sky-high prices at auctions had been procured from the Northern Block territory. However, this Northern Block territory is interlaced between all sorts of powerful forces. Hence, the medicine sect had not been able to take care of it very well. This was why they decided to present it as a reward this time. Bai Zhongtian took a deep breath before he continued, Little girl, I believe in your power and with your abilities, we would certainly be able to unify the Northern Block territory. Besides, even if you don't wish to become the lord of the Northern Block territory, you could at least have the freedom to collect those precious medicinal herbs from the Northern Block territory whenever you wish. Since the Northern Block territory belongs to the medicine sect, one would need the medicine sect's approval before one could enter the Northern Block territory. Therefore, if one manages to obtain the Northern Block territory, they would no longer need the medicine sect's approval to enter it. However, there were far too many powerful forces in the Northern Block territory. This was the reason why the medicine sect had not been able to fully utilize its resources despite the fact that the land belongs to them. The Northern Block territory? A glint appeared in Gu Ruoyun's eye. When do we leave, Master? The Northern Block territory contains the most abundant amount of medicinal herbs on the East Peak mainland. She still requires many rare medicinal herbs to help heal your arm. This is why I'm determined to win the Northern Block territory. Bai Zhongtian's eyes sparkled when he heard that Gu Ruoyun had finally agreed to his request. A grin bloomed on his elderly features like a blossoming chrysanthemum as he said, we shall leave tomorrow. Tomorrow? Gu Ruoyun gently stroked her chin, deep in thought. Initially, she had intended to break through to the rank of a high-level martial honor before departing from the drifting wind country. However, it looks like she will have to change her plan. No matter what, the medicine sect's assembly was far more important. Besides, she was just as intrigued by the ancient pill formula. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 887, High-Level Martial Honor, 3. Chapter 887, High-Level Martial Honor, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Alright, let me take care of a few things first. We can leave after I'm done. Bai Zhongtian chuckled, I'll see you tomorrow morning. He then turned and left without another word. The setting sun casts an afterglow through the shutters and onto the woman's green robes. Gu Ruoyun was deep in thought when an arm suddenly reached out from behind her and pulled her firmly into a warm embrace. Gu Ruoyun's heart slowly softened as she felt the sensation of that familiar embrace. Xiao Yi, how did you get in? Qianbei Yi pointed to an open window behind her. He then realized that Gu Ruoyun had her back to the window and explained, I came in through the window. The window? The corners of Gu Ruoyun's mouth twitched. Why was I not aware that Xiao Yi has taken a liking to entering through windows? Wait, do you mean that you've been outside the window all this while? You never left? Qianbei Yi nodded. He lowered his red pupils and surveyed the woman in green robes who was nestled in his arms. His lips moved, Yuner, your enemy is far too powerful. I couldn't stop worrying about you, which was why I had stayed outside the window. I had been unable to protect you once before and I had to watch you leave. I'll never let any tragedy befall you in this lifetime. Gu Ruoyun was shocked. She turned to face the man's peerless features and detected a twinge of guilt and sorrow on his face. She raised her brows in distress. Xiao Yi, what do you mean by this? How had your inability to protect me caused me to leave you? Besides, you should understand that I'm not the kind of woman who enjoys hiding behind others, especially if that person is you. Qian Beiyi was shaken. How could I have forgotten? Even though my memories have returned, she is still unable to remember everything which had happened in the past, and I don't dare to let her find out. Xiaoyi, Gu Ruoyun raised her head as her eyes bore into Qian Beiyi. At this moment, her delicate features displayed a determined light. I'll only say this once, I don't wish to hide behind you, I only want to fight alongside you. I also hope that you'll be able to trust me. Trust her? Qian Beiyi grabbed Gu Ruoyun's wrist in a tight grip and gently lowered his eyelids. After a long pause, he lifted his eyelids again and stared at Gu Ruoyun. His silver hair set off his features in such an incomparably beautiful manner that one would find it difficult to breathe. Even after they had known each other for so many years, this man still has the ability to sway Gu Ruoyun, and her heart would soften automatically. Xiao Yi, I. Suddenly, a pair of warm lips landed on hers, causing her to lose all sense of her words. Yuner, I trust you. You are not the kind of person who requires the protection of others. In fact, it's quite the opposite. You've been protecting your loved ones all this while, but as your man, I hope that I can be someone you can rely on and provide you with enough sense of security. The man's confession caused Gu Ruoyun's body to tremble. She slowly closed her eyes and kissed him on his lips. His kiss was warm and tender. He moved with such care as if he was afraid of hurting her. Yuner, may I? Qian Beiyi gently loosened his embrace. His warm breath, followed by his soft and gentle words, caressed Gu Ruoyun's face. As a result, her heart clenched and she gently closed her eyes. I've already accepted this man long ago, what difference will it make if I give myself to him? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 888, High-Level Martial Honor, 4. Chapter 888, High-Level Martial Honor, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. During all these years, his companionship with her had been enough to prove his feelings. All right. Gu Ruoyun opened her eyes again at that thought and gazed at the man's peerless features as she replied with a determined look in her eye. Qian Beiyi smiled. This smile was far more beautiful than any other smile he had shown in the past. It made Gu Ruoyun's heart jolt in a strange manner. She unconsciously recalled their first meeting. She could never forget the peerlessly beautiful man who had lain motionless in that cold, icy coffin. Nor could she forget the unexpected glimpse she had of his lithe body. Perhaps, at that time, Gu Ruoyun would never have expected that this man, who had lost his memories, would forever hold a genuine concern for her years later. Qian Beiyi scooped Gu Ruoyun up into his arms and gently lay her down on the bed. His fingers stroked the woman's face and the typically gloomy, bloodthirsty look on his face has completely disappeared, replaced with a sense of tenderness. Dearest daughter, I've forgotten to mention one more thing. Thud. At that moment, a hand had pushed the bedroom door open. Instantly, Qian Beiyi felt as if a pail of ice-cold water had just been dumped on his head, causing his peerlessly beautiful face to turn as black as the bottom of a cauldron. His now very dark face glared at the doorway. Grand Lord Hong Lian was completely shocked when he entered the room. He instinctively took 2 steps back and mumbled awkwardly, "You too, continue." However, once he had stepped out from the room, he immediately sensed that something was not right. After a short pause, he quickly returned to his senses, kicked the door open in one swift move and roared angrily, "Damned brat, what were you going to do to my precious daughter?" Qian Beiyi curled the corners of his lips and stared at Grand Lord Hong Lian indifferently. "I'm doing whatever you've just seen." You? Grand Lord Hong Lian nearly went mad with rage. This damned brat has the audacity to fool around with my precious daughter? He's even had the audacity to press my dearest daughter's body beneath him. Xiao Yi, Gu Ruoyun's face was as red as a beetroot. She shot a glare at Qian Beiyi. "What are you waiting for? Get off." "As you command, wife." Qian Beiyi curled his lips into a smile and obediently got down from the bed. However, his mesmerizing features still remained as black as the bottom of a cauldron. It has not been easy for him to convince Gu Ruoyun to agree to this matter, yet he never expected for his plan to be foiled by his future father-in-law in the end. Of course, if this had been anyone else, he would probably ensure that they would never leave this room again. "Father, what are you doing here?" Gu Ruoyun felt slightly awkward. She had not expected her father to come and look for her again at this hour either. "Actually, Xiaoyi isn't to blame for this, it was me." She was terrified that Grand Lord Hong Lian would blame Qian Beiyi, so she attempted to explain in his stead. However, it only served to bring a higher surge of acid in Grand Lord Hong Lian's heart. "My daughter has indeed grown up and now belongs with another."
I haven't even done anything to that damned brat yet, she's already backing him up.
Poof. Grand Lord Hong Lian scoffed irritably.
Nevertheless, when he turned to face Gu Ruoyun, his grim gaze softened once again. It's really nothing much. I have the organizational chart that details the division of power in the first city. I had forgotten to pass it to you, so I've come back to hand it over.
This is the result of my many years of investigation. As he spoke, Grand Lord Hong Lian placed a sheet of paper in front of Gu Ruoyun as he glared at Qian Beiyi.
He then turned his gaze towards Gu Ruoyun again. Yuner, earlier on, this damned brat had mentioned to me that you've already committed the intimacies of the flesh.
Is this true? Intimacies of the flesh? Gu Ruoyun stared at Qian Beiyi in shock.
When she saw the cunning smile on his face, she rubbed her nose and was rendered completely speechless. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 889, High-Level Martial Honor, 5. Chapter 889, High-Level Martial Honor, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
This.
Gu Ruoyun turned and glanced at Grand Lord Hong Lian before she replied hesitantly, I think so. In the end, Gu Ruoyun had chosen to cover up Qian Beiyi's lie.
However, after she had sided with Qian Beiyi on this, she then sent him a very sharp glare. Grand Lord Hong Lian, who was currently in extreme shock, had not noticed the look on her face at all. Instead, he lamented resentfully, a grown girl can't be kept at home. I had thought that I could have you to myself for a few more years, but since you've already made such a decision, I have no choice but to hand you over to him.
Grand Lord Hong Lian sighed before he turned to look at Qian Beiyi.
This time, his expression was not a very pretty sight. He glared at him icily and spoke to him in an authoritative manner, Kid, I only have one precious daughter. In the past, she had endured a lot of suffering, so if you ever have the audacity to bully her, I will never let you get away with it. Don't worry, father-in-law, I won't let any harm come to Yuner. Qian Beiyi's mouth curled into a beautiful smile. However, his blood-red eyes were filled with resolve.
He would give his life to protect this woman.
Hence, he could never bear for her to come to any harm. Father, Gu Ruoyun stepped forward and reached out to Grand Lord Hong Lian, giving him a hug. She then smiled gently and said, right now, the most important thing to me is for our family to be reunited. If I wish to marry Xiao Yi, we'll need to get mother back.
Grand Lord Hong Lian felt a little better after he heard this.
His handsome features lit up with a beautiful smile as he gazed tenderly at the woman in green.
Dearest daughter, I shan't disturb your rest any further. If anyone ever bullies you, look for me at the Red Lotus territory.
I'd love to see the person who dares to bully my precious daughter. He spoke with a sharp and domineering manner. His sharp brows were raised ever so slightly and his handsome features emitted a cold light. Gu Ruoyun's heart softened and she gently nodded, Father, I'll be attending the medicine sect's general meeting in a few days.
Once I'm done with that, I'll go to the Red Lotus territory and pay you a visit. Alright, I'll wait for you at the Red Lotus territory. After he had said his piece, Grand Lord Hong Lian shot Qian Beiyi another look before he turned around and left the bedroom. Once the grim figure in red had left, Gu Ruoyun faced Qian Beiyi and raised an eyebrow. We've already experienced the intimacies of the flesh, Wouldn't we be experiencing it a little later?
Qian Beiyi smiled magnificently as if there was nothing to be embarrassed about in his words. His red eyes were filled with delight as he moved closer towards Gu Ruoyun.
Wife, shall we continue?
As Qian Beiyi moved closer towards Gu Ruoyun, he was suddenly met by a swift kick which landed on the defenseless Qian Beiyi.
In that moment, Qian Beiyi's expression changed drastically.
He broke out into a cold sweat from the pain and looked absolutely pitiful as he stared aggrievedly at the woman.
Wife, do you want your husband to die without descendants?
The phrase die without descendants had been spoken through gritted teeth. The first carnal visit had been rudely interrupted by my honored father-in-law. It's a good thing that I have good endurance, so it had not caused any serious consequences.
However, Gu Ruoyun had instantly thrown me a kick during my second attempt.
While the force from the kick wasn't that strong, that area was actually a man's weakest point. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 890, High-Level Martial Honor, 6. Chapter 890, High-Level Martial Honor, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Besides, Qian Beiyi has never kept his defenses up around Gu Ruoyun. Therefore, even though he had reached the rank of a martial saint long ago, the damage was evident as he did not have any protection in place.
Don't worry, if you're unable to have sexual intercourse, I can still heal you.
Gu Ruoyun shrugged as she shot Qian Beiyi a look. This is the price you pay for your self-proclamation about our intimacies of the flesh to my father. Gu Ruoyan had covered for Qian Beiyi while Gu Tian was in the room, but that does not mean that she would let him off so easily. Qian Beiyi was like a bullied puppy as he stared at Gu Ruoyan with puppy dog eyes and lamented, "Wife, your husband will be going away tomorrow, so..."
"You're leaving?"
Gu Ruoyan was shocked. Suddenly, a sense of reluctance appeared in the recesses of her heart. "I have some business to take care of.
Once I'm done with that, I'll come to meet you."
Qian Beiyi's pitiful look vanished as he mentioned this, and a red light flashed in his blood-red eyes. He narrowed his gaze, displaying a hint of malice.
"The city? The Lin family? Since they had the audacity to touch my woman, they must pay the price."
"All right." Gu Ruoyan nodded, "I'll wait for you at the medicine sect's general meeting."
"If you aren't able to come during the medicine sect's general meeting, come find me at the Northern Block territory. However, I believe that when the time comes, you won't need to look for me specifically, you'll know where I am."
Her tone was resolute and she spoke with absolute confidence.
"That's right. When the time comes, she would become well known across the mainland.
Qian Beiyi would not need to look very hard in order to find her."
"Wife," Qian Beiyi pulled her into an embrace. He lowered his eyelids and surveyed the delicate and pretty face before him before planting a fierce kiss on her lips. "You're not allowed to flirt with anyone else in my absence." Actually, out of all the men around her, Qian Beiyi have always felt that Zixi was the most dangerous of all. Even though Zixi was still a child at the moment, the wisdom he holds was in no way at the same level as his age. Hence, he would take complete advantage of his naive and innocent face to exploit Gu Ruoyan's heart. It looks like it was time for him to sort out all his matters and return to her side. Nightfall. Under the quiet moonlit sky. Gu Ruoyan was still awake. She was seated cross-legged on her bed with her eyes closed. Faint spiritual energy began to circulate around her. She absorbed this through her 5 senses into her body, slowly filling her spiritual ocean. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a wave of powerful energy suddenly exploded from within her mind and shot up towards the sky. A large amount of spiritual energy had gathered into clouds which were hovering above her head. It gave off a very deep, suffocating feeling. A high-level martial honor. Gu Ruoyan slowly exhaled and lifted her lips into a smile. "I didn't think that I would break through to the rank of a high-level martial honor tonight. I had expected that I would need a few more days' time. This means that I'm now only one step away from becoming a martial supreme. Once I break through to the rank of a martial supreme, I can then heal your severed arm." She closed her eyes again at that thought and began to gather the energy she had received from her breakthrough. To a cultivator, time can pass very quickly fast during cultivation. To Gu Ruoyan, it felt like only an hour had passed before it was suddenly daytime. Initially, she and Bai Zhongtian had agreed to head for the medicine sect today, but Bai Zhongtian had some last-minute business to attend to. He had asked Gu Ruoyan to start the journey first and he would meet up with her later on. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 891, High-Level Martial Honor, 7. Chapter 891, High-Level Martial Honor, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyan, the little princess, and the others all said their goodbyes before she headed for the medicine sect. The medicine sect was well known on the East Peak mainland. The reason was that the medicine sect's master was at the same rank as the Holy Doctor. However, unlike the Holy Doctor Bai Zhongtian, who was a maverick, the medicine sect's master was clearly the goal for many young people. The members of the medicine sect were proud and arrogant. They paid no attention to most people, so even if others were to set the medicine sect as their goal, they would never be able to set foot in the medicine sect, not even once. However, today was different. An elder of the medicine sect had previously uncovered a lost pill formula, and the might of the medicine sect was not enough to successfully refine a pill. Hence, a while back, the medicine sect had released an announcement which invited every doctor from all parts of the world to join the medicine sect and research pill refinement. Because of this, a huge crowd has gathered at the foot of the medicine sect's mountain. They were all doctors who have gathered to attend the medicine sect's general meeting. At this moment, at the foot of the medicine sect's mountain, a young woman dressed in green robes paused in her steps as her finger gently stroked her chin. She smiled gently as she looked at the majestic door at the summit of the mountain and murmured to herself, "The medicine sect's general meeting should be starting soon. I wonder if Master has arrived." This woman looked to be approximately 20 years of age. While she was not exceptionally beautiful, her features were pleasing to the eye. Something about her was even more eye-catching than a stunningly beautiful woman. However, what drew the most attention was the one-armed youth who was walking next to her. Even though the youth was fair and delicate-looking, his severed arm was his only flaw. These two youngsters aren't here to attend the medicine sect's general meeting, are they? That's possible, but they are far too young and they are not accompanied by any elders at all. Based on that, they definitely can't be here for the medicine sect's general meeting. Since there is a one-armed youth, the reason for their visit is clear. They want the medicine sect to help them. Ha, they think too much of themselves. The medicine sect's physicians would never lend a hand so casually. Besides, his arm has been severed, so not even the gods can help him. Still, that youth does indeed have nice, delicate features. It's a pity that he's crippled. The gossipers shook their heads as they felt a hint of pity in their hearts. To them, this youth's future was bleak as he has been crippled at such a young age. Gu Ruoyun calmly swept her gaze at the gossipers before she quickly turned away. She gently took Xia Lingyu's hand as her eyes flashed with determination. Don't worry, I will heal your arm. Xia Lingyu's young and innocent face broke into a smile. His dark eyes were as clear and limpid as pools of fresh spring water. Sister, I don't mind if my arm never grows back. However, to say that he didn't mind was a lie. Since his reincarnation, he had made a vow that he would never become his sister's burden. He only wishes to use his strength to help her. Yet, in the end, I had ended up becoming a burden. Xia Lingyu's eyes darkened as he glanced at his bare sleeve but soon returned to their normal gaze. He could not let his sister notice the inferiority and sadness he was feeling deep down. You must believe in my power. Gu Ruoyun turned to face Xia Lingyu. I won't let you stay like this for the rest of your life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 892, High-Level Martial Honor, 8. Chapter 892, High-Level Martial Honor, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Put. Suddenly, a scornful laugh sounded and a mocking voice said, Who do you think you are, a god? A severed arm can't be grown back and everyone knows this, yet you dare to spout such a boast? You're utterly ignorant. Gu Ruoyun gently wrinkled her brow as she turned to face a young woman who was dressed in yellow robes next to her. Her clear, cold gaze had remained completely steady. The woman in yellow robes glanced at Gu Ruoyun and sneered. She then turned towards Xia Lingyu, raised her chin and declared arrogantly, Your severed arm can never be grown back. There's no use for you to go to the medicine sect, so let me give you a piece of advice, go home and stop searching for your own disgrace. Besides, you are only a cripple, were you not aware of your own station before entering the medicine sect? To the yellow-robed woman's point of view, these two have obviously traveled here to look for a doctor. So many people have arrived and were attempting to enter the medicine sect, so her duty at the front of the mountain's door was to supervise and stop anyone other than qualified physicians from taking advantage of the situation and try to sneak into the medicine sect. These two young people were clearly here for medical attention. Although this youth may be a cripple and his powers cannot be classified as weak, the woman next to him was truly a good-for-nothing. There was not a single hint of spiritual energy on her, so what else could she be but a good-for-nothing? Apologize. Apologize to you for what you've just said. Gu Ruoyun stared at the woman in yellow who was blocking the way. Her brows were wrinkled into a slight frown as she demanded in an icy tone. Oh my goodness, is this woman an idiot? Does she not know who the woman standing in front of her is? That's Huang Feifei, Elder Huang's daughter. They say that Huang Feifei has a very forceful character and holds grudges very easily. If you cross her, you can forget about coming to the medicine sect for whatever ailment you may have in the future. As humans, we must adapt to the circumstances. They had come here to ask for medicinal attention and they've offended the daughter of an elder from the medicine sect. Does this mean that they want to sever all ties to the medicine sect for the rest of their lives? If I were her, I would admit that I had been wrong to Huang Feifei first. Perhaps I would even receive her forgiveness, but this woman wants Huang Feifei to apologize to that cripple instead? When they saw the change in Huang Feifei's expression, the people around them could not help but rejoice in the misfortune of others. Some felt pity as well, but most of them lingered around, anticipating a good show. Sister, Xia Lingyu tugged Gu Ruoyun's sleeve as he shook his head and said, Forget it, there's no need for you to get angry for my sake. Actually, Xia Lingyu had not said this because he was afraid of Huang Feifei. He simply did not want to drag his sister down over his own affairs. After all, his sister has done more than enough for him until he would never be able to repay her in one lifetime. This kid is more capable of adapting to the circumstances. Huang Feifei sneered. She lifted her chin and stared at Gu Ruoyun arrogantly. If you wish for me to apologize to you, it would depend on whether you have the power to make me. However, if you confess your sins to me now, I will show you great mercy and let you leave unharmed. Otherwise, I won't let you leave the medicine sect so easily. It made sense for Huang Feifei to speak in that manner. On this mainland, aside from powerful cultivators like Grand Lord Hong Lian, who else would have the audacity to not show consideration to the medicine sect?
Even if this woman was a princess from another country, she could still treat her rudely. However, it would be a different case if she was Grand Lord Honglian's daughter. After all, no one dares to provoke an abnormality like Grand Lord Honglian. Even the medicine sex master would not dare to climb over the head of that madman. However, she never heard that Grand Lord Honglian has a daughter, which was why she had dared to fearlessly speak down to Guruoyan in such a manner. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 893, Another Encounter, 1. Chapter 893, Another Encounter, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Apologize to your, Guruoyan stared indifferently at Huang Feifei as her voice grew colder by the minute. She could have overlooked it if Huang Feifei had insulted her, but she would never allow anyone to hurt Yor. Yor may not have said anything and would face it all with a smile, but Guruoyan knows how inferior and sensitive he feels deep down in his heart.
All because he now lacked an arm.
The word cripple not only hurt Xia Linyu but held her heart in a tight grip as well.
Little girl, are you unable to see your current predicament?
Huang Feifei laughed icily as her taunting gaze swept across Guruoyan's features. She curled the corners of her lips. This is the medicine sect's territory. If you're here to ask for a cure, I might have even put in a good word for you to my father if you had shown a pleasant attitude.
Unfortunately, based on your attitude, you still want to seek medical attention,
The cold smile on Huang Feifei's face grew even broader as she stared haughtily down at Guruoyan. The crowd immediately burst into a discussion and everyone's attention was now turned towards this particular direction. Some who had not been paying attention earlier on could not help but shake their heads and sigh at the situation which Guruoyan now faced.
Of all the people she had to offend, it had to be the little demon lady from the medicine sect? Forget about asking for a cure, she probably no longer had the right to enter the medicine sect now. Sect Master, what did the holy doctor's letter say which had made you so happy?
At this moment in the medicine sect, a middle-aged man glanced at the smiling old man who was holding a letter and seated in front of a desk. He wondered what the holy doctor could have said to have brought out such an expression from his sect master. The wispy-haired elderly man who had been addressed as the sect master smiled as he put the letter down and said, "The holy doctor's letter states that he has some matters to attend to and will be delayed. He will only be able to arrive a few days later."
The middle-aged man looked completely shocked.
Generally speaking, his sect master and the holy doctor have enjoyed a pretty good relationship, so why would the sect master be so happy after hearing that the holy doctor would be delayed?
Something isn't right. Something definitely isn't right.
Before the middle-aged man could think of a question, the wispy-haired old man spoke up once again. However, his disciple is on the way. I'm expecting her to most likely arrive at the medicine sect today, and he has asked me to take care of his precious disciple. Although Chang Lin was the medicine sect master whom the rest of the world considers as being on par with the holy doctor, he understood very clearly that a large divide exists between him and the holy doctor. This was why he would lay down all his dignity in front of the holy doctor.
What? The middle-aged man was stunned and he widened his eyes in shock. The holy doctor's disciple? The holy doctor has a disciple?
Chang Lin nodded. That's right, his disciple's name is Guruoyan. You shall go receive her in a while.
All right.
When he heard that the holy doctor's disciple could be arriving at any time, the middle-aged man quickly complied. After all, the holy doctor's temper was not any better than Grand Lord Honglian's. If his disciple was to receive any form of grievance, knowing that old man's character, he would completely disregard his relationship with the medicine sect and would certainly turn against the sect master on the spot.
Sect Master, Lord Sect Master.
Just as the middle-aged man was about to leave, a hasty voice sounded from outside the door. Lord Sect Master, there's a letter for you.
Oh?
Chang Lin raised his brows and took the letter from the medicine sect disciple's hand. However, when he read its contents, he became completely shocked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 894, Another Encounter, 2. Chapter 894, Another Encounter, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Sect Master, what's going on?
The middle-aged man stared in confusion at the sect master as he wondered what the content of the letter was to have caused the sect master to lose his cool. It's a letter from Grand Lord Honglian. Chang Lin took a deep breath. He says that his daughter has some business with the medicine sect and is coming here.
He has asked us to take care of his daughter. Grand Lord Honglian has a daughter?
To the middle-aged man, this news was even more shocking than the fact that the holy doctor had taken a disciple.
Furthermore, what on earth is going on?
While it was understandable that the holy doctor's disciple would come to the medicine sect and get involved since she was a doctor as well,
What was Grand Lord Honglian's daughter doing here? Sect Master, has that young lady arrived at the medicine sect's gate? I'll have both of them escorted into the sect now.
The middle-aged man slowly steadied the shock he felt in his heart and spoke reverently.
What do you mean by both of them? Chang Lin responded in confusion as he stared at the middle-aged man. There's only one person. Just escort that person in, that would be enough. Ha!
This time, it was the middle-aged man's turn to go into shock.
He looked carefully at Chang Lin and said, "Didn't you say that Grand Lord Honglian's daughter has arrived as well?
If we don't take good care of that madman's daughter and, knowing his temper, he would grind the medicine sect to the ground." Besides, he had also received word that the madman has already broken through to the rank of a martial saint.
A martial saint?
On this entire mainland, only the first city has martial saints in their midst.
Oh, I had forgotten to mention that Grand Lord Honglian's daughter is also named Gu Ruoyun. Boom!
This revelation was like a stroke of lightning and immediately sent the middle-aged man into bewilderment. He stared at Chang Lin foolishly. "Sect Master, are you saying that the Holy Doctor's disciple and Grand Lord Honglian's daughter are the same person?" Chang Lin laughed bitterly and said, "Lin Yang, you better hurry and go escort that young lady. If my memory is correct, Elder Huang's daughter, Huang Feifei, should be standing guard outside the entrance to the medicine sect today. She is already arrogant and despotic on a regular basis, but I had chosen to overlook this to take care of Elder Huang's dignity so long as she does not overdo it. However, this time, it's different. That young lady is not only the Holy Doctor's disciple, she's also Grand Lord Honglian's daughter. If she were to receive any grief, the medicine sect would be uprooted for sure. Especially since those two are both extremely defensive. However, Grand Lord Honglian has specifically requested that he does not wish for most people to find out that she is his daughter. Dealing with the Holy Doctor is straightforward. Chang Lin has a pretty good relationship with the Holy Doctor. If something bad actually happens, a polite apology would suffice, but Grand Lord Honglian was different. Everyone knows how defensive that madman was. Once, someone had mistakenly killed his little footboy and ultimately, he had single-handedly charged at the culprit and annihilated their whole family. Furthermore, this was his precious daughter. If anything were to happen to her, knowing Grand Lord Honglian's temperament, would he ever spare the medicine sect? Lin Yang quickly snapped out from his daze and shivered. He then flew at top speed towards the medicine sect's gate as he prayed repeatedly in his heart, hoping that Huang Feifei would not be her usual condescending self. After all, everyone in the medicine sect knew what kind of person Huang Feifei was. With the high position that her grandfather holds, even the sect master had to give precedence to him. This had shaped her arrogant and despotic attitude. Sadly, Lin Yang had been one step too late. Just as he reached the foot of the mountain, he immediately saw Huang Feifei and Gu Ruoyun, who were surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 895, Another Encounter, 3. Chapter 895, Another Encounter, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Damned girl, you are far too egotistical and arrogant too. Who do you think you are? Grand Lord Honglian's daughter? Let me tell you this, even if you were a princess, you should give way to me. It's your problem for being weaker and to have a support system that is weaker than mine. On this mainland, aside from the Red Lotus territory, I have never feared anyone else. Of course, this does not include the first city. The first city was extremely mysterious and rarely ever appeared before the eyes of the world. Therefore, it was not even up for consideration in Huang Feifei's heart. Lin Yang furrowed his brow and exclaimed softly, "Huang Feifei, everyone who comes to attend the medicine sect's general meeting are our guests. Is this how you treat our guests who have journeyed from far and wide?" He has a particularly ugly look on his face now. I did not think that Huang Feifei would use her power to bully others once again. Now that so many have witnessed this situation, I don't know what kind of rumor will spread from here on. Huang Feifei obviously placed little importance on Steward Lin's words. She scoffed icily and replied tauntingly, "These two are here to attend the medicine sect's general meeting? Steward Lin, do you think that I'm an idiot? They are obviously here to seek out medical attention. How could the medicine sect ever find the time to help them at such a busy moment? Besides, there is no cure for a severed limb and most people know this fact. I'm simply showing them kindness by stopping them from wasting their time. To seek out medical attention?" Lin Yang was mildly stunned before he noticed the one-armed youth who was standing next to Gu Ruoyun. He then heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The Holy Doctor's disciple would have journeyed here to attend the medicine sect's general meeting, while these two look like they are here to seek medical attention. This must not be the girl. Huang Feifei, regardless of that, you shouldn't act so arrogantly in the outside world.
Go back to the sect first, I am waiting for an important guest. Once he had said his piece, Lin Yang turned away and directed his gaze at a far-off distance, searching for someone in the crowd. Despite the fact that he had never seen Gu Ruoyun's portrait or face before, it would still be possible for him to find her within this crowd. He was confident of that solely for the reason that he was acquainted with most of the doctors here. Those women following closely behind these doctors would not be the person that he was waiting for. Since the holy doctor has not arrived yet, this means that he only needs to look for a young woman who was traveling alone. This would most likely be the person whom he has to escort. Why isn't she here yet? After having searched an entire round, Lin Yang realized that everyone he had seen was his acquaintances. The figure he was looking for could not be found at all. However, just then, the bustling crowd was suddenly silenced. Gu Ruoyun followed the crowd's gaze and turned around. When she saw that incomparably beautiful figure which was as gorgeous as a peach blossom, she was stunned. It's him? What's he doing on this mainland? Before Gu Ruoyun could understand what was going on, the open palanquin had arrived right in front of her. Xiao Yuner, long time no see. Come, quick, give this prince a hug. The man reclined lazily against the back of his chair. His peach blossom pink robes were opened ever so slightly, revealing an attractive and fair sliver of flesh. At this moment, the corners of his lips were curled into an evil smile. His phoenix-like eyes were slightly upraised as he reached his arms out at Gu Ruoyun, ready for an embrace. It goes without saying that this man was gorgeous. Those peach blossom pink robes do not look vulgar on him at all. On the contrary, they made him look even more glamorous and evil. His smile was like an endless stretch of blooming peach blossoms. It was so mesmerizing that many gasps could be heard from all around them. They had never seen such a beautiful man. Had he not opened his mouth to speak, many would have thought that he was a woman. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 896, Another Encounter, 4. Chapter 896, Another Encounter, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhuo Shangchen. Gu Ruoyun's face immediately turned black at the sight of the man before her. What are you doing here? Shouldn't he be in the West Spirit mainland? Sigh, the evil-looking man was morose as he glanced at Gu Ruoyun. I had come here to find you and you're treating me this way? How cruel of you. You've wounded my heart deeply. Gu Ruoyun rolled her eyes and laughed icily. Are you certain that you've come to the East Peak mainland for me? The corners of the mischievous-looking man's lips froze. To be honest, I had come to the East Peak mainland for other matters, but I had not expected to bump into Gu Ruoyun at the medicine sect's gate. I didn't think that she would see right through me. Yuner? Lin Yang frowned. Unless I'm hearing things, this man had addressed her as Yuner, Upon that thought, Lin Yang discarded his cold attitude and asked carefully, Young lady, may I ask, your name is? Gu Ruoyun glanced at him and calmly responded, Gu Ruoyun. Boom! A loud explosion crashed through Lin Yang's mind, causing him to stumble backward. His legs grew weak and he nearly fell to the ground. At this moment, he dearly wished that he could give Huang Feifei a hard slap. He never thought that she would have ended up offending Grand Lord Hong Lian's daughter after all. The greatest joke was that he had actually believed Huang Feifei's words and thought that Gu Ruoyun was someone who had come to the medicine sect to look for medical attention. If this man had not appeared, he would have let her slip through his fingers. Zhuo Shangchen glanced at Lin Yang, who was now paralyzed on the ground, and furrowed his brows. He was clearly confused. What kind of madness has come over the members of the medicine sect? Xiao Yuner. Zhuo Shangchen stopped paying attention to the middle-aged man on the ground as he turned his peach blossom gaze towards Gu Ruoyun. The corners of his lips were curled into a teasing smile. Are you here for the medicine sect's general meeting too? Since that's the case, how about I accompany you? What do you think? Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders. As you like. When it comes to Zhuo Shangchen, her feelings were far more complicated. She does not exactly hate him, nor does she like him either. Besides, what she really cared about more was the fellow's relationship with Gu Shengxiao. She could easily see that Zhuo Shangchen has a completely different look in his eyes whenever he gazed at her older brother. His eyes have always looked at him as if he was looking at his lover. However, Gu Ruoyun knew very clearly that her older brother's sexual orientation was quite straight. If Zhuo Shangchen was as she surmised him to be, she feared that he would ultimately get hurt. Hold it! Before Lin Yang could return to his senses, Huang Feifei had blocked Gu Ruoyun's way in a flash. She swept a scornful gaze across the woman's delicate features from her head to her toes as she spoke with a sneer. In order to attend the medicine sect's general meeting, one must be a doctor. Are you a doctor, or do you think that the medicine sect's territory is a place where anyone can enter freely? I'm giving you one last chance, get out immediately. Otherwise, you would be the one who will face humiliation in the end. Gu Ruoyun had almost forgotten about Huang Feifei had she kept her mouth shut. Now that she has heard her demands, her clear and cold gaze turned back towards Huang Feifei. You still owe you an apology. Besides, my goal here is the medicine sect. Do you really think that you can stop me? Pfft, Huang Feifei laughed. I've met some shameless people, but I've never met anyone quite like you. Even if you're here as a guest of the medicine sect, you have the audacity to shamelessly insist on staying even after the master has sent you away? I, Huang Feifei, shall remain here. The medicine sect does not welcome people like you. As she spoke, Huang Feifei could not help but look at Zhuo Shangchen, who was right next to her. As the mischievous-looking man completely ignored her without even a second glance, her heart bubbled with jealousy. Instantly, she had taken all of her frustrations out on Gu Ruoyun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 897, The Medicine Sect's General Meeting, 1. Chapter 897, The Medicine Sect's General Meeting, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhuo Shangchen furrowed his brows as his peach blossom eyes unintentionally swept across Huang Feifei's face. His gaze caused Huang Feifei to feel an endless chill and she shivered. However, when she turned to look at the evil man again, she saw that he was still reclining on his palanquin and had remained languid and peerlessly beautiful. Huang Feifei. Lin Yang was incensed. He had not expected this woman to spout such drivel when his attention had slipped. If Grand Lord Hong Lian were to hear about this, the entire medicine sect would be driven to the ground. There's no need for you to remain here now, go back to the sect this instant. Since this woman is the medicine sect's guest, it is my duty to escort her. At this moment, Huang Feifei's heart had fallen for the evildoer, so how could she possibly listen to Lin Yang's orders? Besides, her father was an elder of the medicine sect. Therefore, she does not need to follow the orders of a steward. Steward Lin, don't forget yourself. Huang Feifei laughed icily and swept her gaze towards Lin Yang. Her lips were curled into a disdainful angle. It's not your right to chastise me on how to do my duty. Besides, when you said that you wanted to shield this woman, is it because you have some sort of relationship with her? TSK. You really can't judge a book by its cover. I didn't think that such a delicate and pretty girl would secretly fool around with the medicine sect steward. I will never allow someone with such a hateful character to set foot in the medicine sect. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flash of steel appeared from the side. Huang Feifei's gaze darkened and she hurriedly dodged the attack. She then turned in anger and contempt towards the youth with the severed arm. Xiao Linyu's left arm was holding tightly to his sword as a vein throbbed on his forehead. An endless amount of anger has filled his clear and limpid gaze, but his heart was full of helplessness. If my right hand had not been severed, I would certainly have been able to harm Huang Feifei since her defenses were down. You are. Gu Ruoyun quickly grabbed Xiao Linyu's hand when she sensed the hurt in his heart. She then slowly directed her clear, cold gaze at Huang Feifei's icy pallor. I had thought that this matter could have been settled after she had apologized to you, but unfortunately. Slam! No one saw Gu Ruoyun move, nor did anyone notice when she had made her move. Just as she spoke, Huang Feifei's body was suddenly flung out of the way like an arrow leaving its bow and was thrown violently into the crowd. The crowd was instantly silenced. They stared stupidly at the figure in green whose robes were fluttering in the gentle breeze, temporarily unable to regain their senses. Naturally, as Elder Huang's daughter, Huang Feifei has inherited considerable talents. Coupled with the fact that she had been nurtured by countless treasures, her powers have long reached the rank of a mid-level martial honor. However, this woman has somehow defeated her in one blow? What kind of abnormality is she? The crowd wondered. Most importantly, this woman seems to be around 20 years of age. This means that she was younger than Huang Feifei by around 10 years. How could it be possible for this woman to defeat Huang Feifei before she could even react? Huang Feifei's expression was an ugly sight to behold. This woman whom I had presumed to be a good-for-nothing has actually defeated me? Furthermore, I was unable to see how she had done it. Gu Ruoyun, it goes without saying that you are very bold to have the audacity to attack me in front of the medicine sect. Huang Feifei wiped the blood from the corner of her lips as she crawled to her feet. She sent Gu Ruoyun a venomous glare, akin to that of a poisonous snake's. Great, this is just great. I'll show you the consequences of offending the medicine sect right now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 898, The Medicine Sect's General Meeting, 2. Chapter 898, The Medicine Sect's General Meeting, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Lin Yang's expression was an ugly sight to behold when he heard Huang Feifei's declaration. He took a deep breath to suppress his anger, but just as he was about to speak again, Gu Ruoyun had disappeared. Suddenly, the green-clad figure reappeared right in front of Huang Feifei. She then calmly lifted her leg and slammed it directly at Huang Feifei's head. Gasp. The scene caused many to suck in a shocked breath as they stared unbelievingly at the woman who had raised her leg against Huang Feifei. Their eyes filled with horror. This woman is far too cruel as well. If her strike hits the target, Huang Feifei's life would probably be terminated. Besides, she had the audacity to react with such ferocity right outside the medicine sect. Does she place no importance on the medicine sect at all? You. Before Huang Feifei could finish her sentence, that foot had landed right on top of her head. Boom! Instantly, her entire head had been stomped right into the ground. Her arms flailed in the air from the sheer force of it, yet she could not throw the foot off her head. Just as Huang Feifei was about to be suffocated to death, Gu Ruoyun finally removed her leg, slowly. She then calmly said, "Apologies, I would really like to know what the consequences of offending the medicine sect are, but..." Zhuo Shangchen raised the corner of his lips as he looked at the expression on Gu Ruoyun's face, rejoicing in the misfortune of Huang Feifei, who was now covered in dirt. The consequences of offending the medicine sect? TSK. I only know the consequences that comes with offending Gu Ruoyun. Zhuo Shangchen could be counted amongst those who had watched Gu Ruoyun as she had grown up. After all, he had been acquainted with her when she had been weak and helpless. All these years, the numbers of those who had crossed her were too numerous to be counted. However, it could be said that none of those people have had a good ending. What are you all still waiting around for? Huang Feifei pointed at Gu Ruoyun as she glared at the rest of the medicine sect's members and bellowed angrily, "Get this woman!" Lin Yang sneered. Earlier on, he had not tried to stop Huang Feifei again because he wanted to give her a lesson. Was she behaving this way all because her father was an elder of the medicine sect? He believes that even if the sect master were here, he would not act so impudently to Grand Lord Hong Lian's daughter. Enough, when he noticed that the medicine sect's members were about to follow Huang Feifei's orders, Lin Yang rose to his feet and spoke with a frown, "Huang Feifei, the medicine sect master has issued a token. You shall go back immediately." As he said those words, Lin Yang pulled out the sect master's token. Seeing the token was equivalent to seeing the sect master himself. Hence, the medicine sect disciples who had stepped forward quickly stopped and no longer dared to make a move. They could all see that Lin Yang was purposely shielding Gu Ruoyun. Perhaps this woman has some sort of relationship with Lin Yang? They wondered. However, that cannot be. Prior to this, Lin Yang did not even know her name. Otherwise, he would not have asked her what her name was. He. Huang Feifei chuckled and flashed her teeth eerily. "Lin Yang, as a steward of the medicine sect, you're actually helping an outsider. I will definitely tell my father about this. When that time comes, your position as a steward will be at its end." Lin Yang has the sect master's token in his hand, so Huang Feifei had not dared to make any rash moves. She settled for stabbing a malicious glare, like a dagger dripping with venom, at Gu Ruoyun. "Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you've seduced steward Lin Yang. He's not the decision-maker in the medicine sect. We're leaving." After saying her piece, Huang Feifei no longer spared Gu Ruoyun another look. However, as she led the medicine sect's disciples away, she glanced towards the evil-looking man who had been lying indolently on his chair the entire time. Her eyes flashed, mesmerized. I, Huang Feifei, must have this magnificent and unmatched peach blossom-like man. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 899, The Medicine Sect's General Meeting, 3. Chapter 899, The Medicine Sect's General Meeting, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At the medicine sect. An elderly man dressed in yellow robes was seated cross-legged with his eyes closed at the cultivation chamber in the elder's courtyard. He sensed a familiar aura and opened his murky eyes, turning towards the woman dressed in yellow robes who had just pushed the door open. At this moment, Huang Feifei's entire face was filled with grief and anger as if she had suffered an enormous humiliation. When she saw the yellow-robed elder, she immediately threw herself at him and began to sob profusely. "Father, you must avenge me. They are simply intolerable bullies." The yellow-robed elder's heart thumped. He frowned as he exclaimed with a twinge of hurt in his voice, "Fair, what happened? Who is responsible for your grief? Tell me, father will avenge you." Huang Feifei's arrogant and unruly attitude was largely due to the yellow-robed elder's pampering.
That year, Huang Feifei had fallen for a man but had ended up being rejected as the man already had a fiancée. She had then led the members of the medicine sect and destroyed his fiancée's entire family before forcibly taking the man back to the medicine sect. At that time, the matter had created a huge ruckus and many had displayed great anger towards Huang Feifei's actions. Even the sect master of the medicine sect wanted to have her thrown out of the sect. However, this did not come to be and no one knew what Elder Huang had used to threaten the sect master out of his decision. Father, Huang Feifei wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes as a twinge of hatred flashed in her pupils. Recently, because of the medicine sect's general meeting, many people have come to the medicine sect. I was busy welcoming these people and did not have much time yet. Of all things, someone had come to cause a scene. That troublemaking woman had shamelessly boasted that she would make the medicine sect heal her brother's severed arm. She even threatened me by saying that if the medicine sect does not help her, she would destroy the medicine sect. What? Elder Huang was greatly enraged. He slammed his desk furiously and rose to his feet before exclaiming with an ashen face, "What kind of person would be so shameless? What, is the medicine sect the villain if we refuse to heal her brother? Or if we don't treat him, she must destroy the entire medicine sect? She underestimates the medicine sect. Fair, do you know where this woman is from? Where is she from?" Huang Feifei sneered, "That woman's power isn't too bad, she's even capable of beating me up. However, she is definitely not a member of the first city. There are countless people with exceptional capabilities in the first city. If she had been from the first city, she would not need to make the trip to the medicine sect and ask for help. Besides, she can't be Grand Lord Hong Lian's daughter. Grand Lord Hong Lian has always been known to be alone and has no wife, children or relatives. So, aside from those who belong to these two areas, the medicine sect does not need to be afraid of her regardless of who she is." Huang Feifei was speaking the truth as well. On the mainland, aside from the first city and Grand Lord Hong Lian, no one else could make the medicine sect quake with fear. Elder Huang's expression darkened even more. He never imagined that anyone would dare to lay a hand on his precious daughter in the medicine sect's territory. Elder Huang took a deep breath and suppressed the fiery rage in his heart. However, his murky pupils were still filled with hatred. "Why didn't you ask the medicine sect's members to apprehend that woman?" Huang Feifei's face filled with even more grief when she heard this. It was Lin Yang. Lin Yang? Elder Huang was mildly shocked. Even though he does not really have a good relationship with Lin Yang, how is the steward related to this matter? Father, Lin Yang is in a relationship with that woman. Huang Feifei's eyes darted back and forth. She gnashed her teeth and said, "I could tell that she has already fooled around with Lin Yang. They must have had illicit sexual relations for such a long time. You have no idea how Lin Yang had treated me. For that woman's sake, he had not hesitated to chastise me and he even pulled out the sect master's token. He then said that if I dared to lay a hand on that woman, he would kill me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 900, The Medicine Sect's General Meeting, 4. Chapter 900, The Medicine Sect's General Meeting, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The last two sentences which Huang Feifei had described were scenarios that she had carelessly made up. So what? Even though there were many eyewitnesses, when the real confrontation arrives, no one would ever side with Gu Ruoyun and Lin Yang. She had based her assumptions merely on the fact that she was Elder Huang's daughter and no one would dare to cross her. Ha ha ha. Elder Huang burst into laughter in spite of his anger. His rampant laugh was filled with the flames of rage. How great of Lin Yang! He had the audacity to treat my daughter this way for the sake of another woman. It seems that his role as steward is at an end. So what if he holds the sect master's token? In the medicine sect, not even the sect master would kill my daughter for the sake of someone else. Elder Huang stopped laughing as a malicious light flashed from within his gloomy gaze. Has that woman entered the medicine sect? She has. Huang Feifei nodded. At this moment, Zhou Shangqin's evil face appeared in her mind's eye. She had used her relationship with Lin Yang to enter the medicine sect and she's not just here to seek medical attention for her brother, she definitely has intentions of joining the medicine sect's general meeting. After all, there would be no shortage of reputable physicians in the general meeting. For someone like her, it would be impossible for her not to seduce at least one or two other people. Humph. Elder Huang scoffed icily and spoke with mockery, "The medicine sect's general meeting? Not just anyone can attend this general meeting, only doctors have the right to take part in it. Since she has set foot in the medicine sect and had the audacity to treat my daughter so rudely, I will ensure that both she and Lin Yang will suffer a complete defeat and fall from grace." At this moment, Elder Huang missed the sneer forming on Huang Feifei's face as he said those words. Her venomous and snake-like eyes were filled with hatred. If anyone who was unaware of the situation saw this, they would immediately assume that she has some form of absolutely irreconcilable grudge against Gu Ruoyan. Gu Ruoyan, you had the audacity to humiliate me publicly, so you must pay the price 100 times over. Most importantly, a man that I, Huang Feifei, have fallen for can never look at another woman. Otherwise, that woman shall suffer the same fate as that previous other man's fiancée. Noon and her family shall be spared. In the study, Gao Lin looked up and noticed the green-robed woman following Lin Yang as they entered the room. He was mildly flustered and put his book down as his elderly face broke into a smile. You must be the holy doctor's disciple, Gu Ruoyun? Hee, I had previously been very curious as to what kind of genius would have managed to catch the holy doctor's eye. Now that I've seen you, you're really not bad at all. Little girl, if my guess is right, you've already attained the rank of a high-level martial honor? Huang Feifei had been unable to sense the surging waves of spiritual energy from within Gu Ruoyun's body, but Gao Lin has a very cunning gaze and had seen right through her powers in one glance. Sect Master, Lin Yang took one look at Gu Ruoyan before smiling at Gao Lin. Did you know that Miss Gu had rendered Huang Feifei completely powerless to retaliate with just one blow outside the medicine sect gate a while ago? Oh. Gao Lin was a little surprised. After all, Huang Feifei was already at the rank of a mid-level martial honor, yet this little girl had been able to dispatch her with such rapid speed? Even if she were a high-level martial honor, it would not be an easy feat for her to dispatch a mid-level martial honor so easily. Upon that thought, Gao Lin laughed in spite of himself. I truly envy that fellow, the holy doctor, to be able to obtain such a genius during the remainder of his years. TSK. Such a young high-level martial honor, perhaps you would become the top cultivator of this mainland one day. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.